sinisters fear within you? Is it danger or the weight of failing teammates?
Maybe it's the feeling of being trapped. Perhaps the uncertainty of what lies ahead.
We're in on initial facing threats alone. We always say you're not ready, but we have always been here by your side. Now, rise, embrace our strength, and let your courage lead the way. Sinisters fear within you. Is it danger or the weight of failing teammates?
Maybe it's the feeling of being trapped. Perhaps the uncertainty of what lies ahead.
We're in on initial facing threats alone. We always say you're not ready, but we have always been here by your side. Embrace our strength and let your courage lead the way.
2024 is history, but the fire of battle have just ignited in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The chapter of the 2025 PMSL SEA Spring begins now, right here, right this moment. Hello, PUBG Mobile esports fans. Get ready for the ultimate showdown as the 2025 PMSL SEA kicks off. For 3 intense weeks in Kuala Lumpur, from February 26 to March 16, 24 teams will battle for the coveted Southeast Asian crown, and the $200,000 prize pool awaits the victor. This season, the battleground is set for the most intense fights yet, with exciting new formats shaping the action. Week 1 kicks off with 2 stages. In the group stage, 24 teams are divided into 3 groups and compete over 3 days. The top 16 teams will advance to the Super Weekend. Yes, say goodbye to Super Sunday. Now, 12 matches over 2 days will decide the Week 1 standings. Week 2 raises the stakes with a game-changing quiz, Smash Rule. Once again, the top 16 teams advance to the Super Weekend after 3 days group stage. Before Sunday's matches begin, the match point will be set, determined by taking Saturday's first place team score and adding 10 points as the target score. On day 2, the battle will continue until team secures a winner-winner chicken dinner after reaching the match point, or until all 8 matches are played. It's also worth noting that on day 2, under the Smash Rule, matches will rotate between Erangel and Miramar. Based on each week's Super Weekend ranking, teams will earn league rank points to secure final slots. And finally, the finals. The culmination of all the action. The top 16 teams, based on their league rank points from the league stage, will face off in 3 electrifying days to decide who will take the crown. Now, let's cheer for these 24 teams from Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam. Rivals clash, legends rise. Only one will claim the throne and take the C slot for PMGO main event. The battle for glory starts now. Let the games begin!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is day number 2 at the 2025 PMSL Southeast Asia Spring Group Stage. I'm your host, Flavor, and yesterday we witnessed some astounding teams where we also saw from the get-go Vampire Esports and OGTH came out strong earlier on. But at the end of the day, it was actually VOIN Donkey ID that actually came out on top of the leaderboard. An intense battle right until the final match. Now today, it is going to be between Group A and my apologies, it's going to be between Group B and Group C. Will we see a completely different outcome? And can these teams rise to the challenge and shake up the rankings? It is time to find out. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing the teams for Group B. Starting off with Boom Esports, champion of Ruthless Esports Invitational Showdown Season 5. Also the 2-time champion of PMSL SEA Summer 2024 and PMSL SEA Spring 2024. ENAM SEMBILAN Esports, second of PUBG Mobile National Championship Indonesia 2024. Sam9, Mika has just joined the team, reuniting with Yu Hai, his former teammate with whom he once. Strangers Esports, the 4th place of the 2024 PMNC Thailand. D Xavier, 2nd place winners of the PMSL SEA Fall 2024 and champion of the 500 Pros Open 2024, number 7. TODAK, 2nd place of the Dashing PUBG Mobile Cup 2024. eArena is the first time competing in PMSL. Will they make a strong debut? And of course, KAGENDRA, champion of the PUBG Mobile National Championship Indonesia 2024. The strongest teams have gathered. What kind of competition will they have with Group C? Let's find out together and let's toss it over to the casters.
Thank you for joining us here in the PMSL SEA Spring season as we kick off with our 2025 run with a brand new format and a whole lot of exciting teams to join us on board. My name's Contra, this is Dash Bunny, as we will begin with the very first run for Group B, who is joining us here today to face off against Group C.
Very exciting as you look into the day yesterday. I mean, we had a lot of questions. I mean, looking at yesterday's games, it was already very competitive. No one was really holding on to that top spot for, I think, more than 1 or 2 rounds, except for VPE, who then eventually went down the scoreboard. We had a team that had the beginning of the day, with a chicken dinner and ended with a chicken dinner. But now when today comes through, there's a lot of questions that come through my mind. With these new rosters, with the new players that just came in from PMNC, what would be the biggest changes here compared to today and yesterday? Would yesterday be the most competitive day, or would the tempo completely change and reset once more?
Yeah, when we take a look at Group B, we do have a lot of stack of teams available in this very group, namely Boom Esports and a few other notable names of which we will sift through later on. So I still think that it is going to be just as stacked as it was from Group A versus C, and not forgetting that we are including Boom into this form of a mix. So I do think that today we will see a lot of aggressive plays coming in from the teams that are on board, and even Flava has mentioned that we have even a lot of all these brand new names joining us coming in from different regions. eArena's debut definitely is going to be pretty exciting to watch, but you got joining us for the first time here this season. We have $200,000 worth of a prize for the victors of the tournament.
Yeah, regardless, coming into today, don't worry, because this is week number 1. We have another 2 more days, today and tomorrow, before teams are finally, the top 16 will be going to the Super Weekend. Same thing to be said about next week, but it's a very interesting Super Weekend as we go into the Smash Roll, which we'll talk about a little bit later before the Grand Finals. Now, today we are on Thursday, day of Groups B and C. And as I mentioned just now, we have the Smash Roll, where we have on day 1, 6 matches, and day 2, a maximum of 8 matches. Why do you say it's a maximum of 8 matches? Well, it's simple. Day 1 is the day where teams will set the bar on what would be the highest point that teams need to beat on day number 2. And then when the total amount of points on day number 1 will be plus by 10 points, day 2 means that everyone will try to reach that match point first, and the team that had already reached that match point needs to try and end the day before anyone else would be able to collect more points by getting a chicken dinner. So we say up to 8 games means that regardless of how many games happen that day, if the team that set the match point on day 1 gets a chicken dinner, the day is basically over.
That's right, and on top of that, Group A will be taking a break this time around, so we do welcome Boom Esports, KAGENDRA, TODAK, Sem9, Strangers Esports, eArena DX, as well as ENAM SEMBILAN to be joining alongside Group C, who have been warming up back in day 1. So I think that today's matches will be very vital for those that did not collect enough points, such as Alter Ego, which have a really rough day 1 to begin with. So this is their time to shine if they could.
I mean, yesterday we can tell that it was super competitive. I wouldn't call it a group of, maybe it would be a group of death if you think about it, given the fact that how competitive it was, is number 1. Number 2, Alter Ego. It's very, I would say, unlike them to be having this very, very slow start. I would say they would always start in the middle of the pack, but to see them at the bottom of the scoreboard is kind of surprising to me. But the teams have really won big yesterday is VOIN Donkey and Team Secret. Personally, for me, looking at these 2 teams had shocked me, because usually these 2 teams are not usually the teams to be at the very top. They're usually at the pack all the way to the bottom. But this time around, I'm not sure whether it's a roster shuffle, I'm not sure whether it's a new season, I'm not sure whether the tempo is a lot faster. It seems to suit them very, very well, especially Team Secret, who I believe last year had, I think, a very, very rough start.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that, and I'm glad that we are seeing a new resurgence coming in from Team Secret that has been able to book a top 2 finish to end yesterday's run. They will be taking a break, but for the teams that are playing back-to-back games 2 days in a row, we're looking at OSJA, TH, that has the potential to eventually overtake those who are going on break. Let's go in for a quick recap as well, as VOIN Donkey were the biggest winners from yesterday's run, bagging 2 chicken dinners from the very first game as well as the final game to wrap up the night, where we could see a very calculated play style coming in from this Indonesian roster.
I think for VOIN, what's really exciting about watching them play is that they're not flashy. They take their time, everything is very calculated, and you can really tell they have this wait-and-see approach. They think 3 times before they actually finally commit to things without just going super aggressive and just hoping to see whether or not they'll come back on top. So I'm loving the fact that this team knows how to slow down. As for Vampire Esports, I think that this new roster looks great on them. It's very different from the iteration we saw last year, where last year they relied a lot on that individual brilliance. You know, every single player from themselves. You can see one player just go a little bit crazy, maybe bring them till the end. Maybe they'll have 2 players left, 1 player's left with the mid side of the situations. It's less about teamwork and more about star-studded power last year. But this year they said, okay, let's bring that star-studded power, bring it into this year where we can play around this roster. They figured out who exactly they want to play around and how exactly they want to give these certain players that space to really grow. Especially for Mormon and Tony K yesterday, they were the frontliners. They were the ones to go up right, center club, up close and personal as well against all these teams, and their teammates were just there to provide that support. And it looks really good to see how this has changed in terms of their dynamics.
Yeah, now come to think of it, since you mentioned about the changes inside of Vampire Esports, almost half of these rosters have played together before. It is akin to the very first iteration of TEM Entertainment. Now, the matches that will be played out first and foremost will be Sanhok, and then we'll have 3 back-to-back rounds of Erangel, and then followed by 2 rounds of Miramar to wrap up the night. So, other than that, we have a whole lot of stuff for you guys to check out inside of PUBG Mobile, where we are celebrating our 7th anniversary with a music collaboration with someone familiar. If you want to find out a whole lot more, make sure you lock in on March the 2nd. 7th, excuse me, as there will be big surprises in store for you guys. So make sure you download the PUBG Mobile game on the Google Play or Apple App Store.
I mean, coming into today, I think there's a lot of expectations from me, given the fact that these are teams that did not play yesterday. So they do have time to really get a feel or an idea how exactly these rotations are. So that is I would say, the pro that these newer teams have who did not play yesterday. The con, they might not be as warmed up compared to the other teams that are still riding at the momentum from yesterday. But at the same time, I do have a lot of expectations here for certain teams, especially Boom Esports. I think I sang a lot of praises from them yesterday, because I think of them as this one team that just goes aggressive. They love the fact that they can go completely insane on maps like Sanhok, and speed is the name of their game. And you know what else is speed? Our sponsor for this tournament, we are looking at TECNO. This tournament is brought to you by TECNO, a brand that understands the needs of all the hardcore gamers. With the POVA 6 Pro 5G, you're gonna get a super insanely fast processor, which means that your games are gonna be super smooth. Plus, with 120 Hz refresh rate, ultra smooth display, which means that you are going to have an edge over your opponents, whether in PUBG Mobile or any other game.
That's right. Make sure you go ahead to check out all the latest gadgets as well as deals coming from TECNO by visiting their website to find out a whole lot more, as they offer plenty of punch for you guys to game all day. Now, I guess we're getting ourselves ready for our very first match. Let's go straight into the predictions. Ooh, I really do like your predictions, Tash. Tell me a little bit more about it.
Okay, Boom Esports, as I said before, they are a team that really defines the word boom. They start the day with a boom, they end with a boom, and they are very, very aggressive. And I think it really suits this format. So that's why I have high expectations. And on Sanhok, they tend to be the team to get a chicken dinner. So I don't see this changing anytime soon. As for the other two, I'm seeing a little bit more of diversity is number 1. But number 2, for TODAK, I think you mentioned yesterday, seeing them come up here on the bigger stage. I think it's been a long time coming as well for this team, and I'm really excited to see what they have to offer. And I'm really hoping that because I wouldn't say they're unknown, but because they're quite new to the stage, they can give us a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, they definitely do feel a very robust roster. Half of this squad is consisting of Indonesian players that have played in teams like Team Pandem and many more. So I think that TODAK does pose a threat to a lot of all the teams that have been here for a very long time. And we're taking a look at Team Flash for a glimpse of what they've had to offer back in day one. I'm pretty sure that they want to refine some of all these nuances that they have committed into day one and make it a whole lot better. Now, this is Sem9, a team that I've also voted for to kick off their run here with a good statement, as they have now reunited Yuhai alongside with Mika. But I really want to see whether if it's going to be Mika to be on the very starting roster, because he is listed as a substitute, but most likely than not, probably will be very well paired with Yuhai, whether if it's going to be from the start of this matchup here in B versus C, or perhaps he'll come in later on for Miramar rounds, perhaps.
I think the last iteration of Mika and Yuhai we saw a long time ago, the team was heavy in terms of firepower. I'm talking about a very aggressive team who likes to take up space. You have Yuhai that likes to go up close and personal, and most of the time, Mika and Yuhai will be knocked down early. And I think that was like the biggest issue their team had last time when the two of them worked together. And I'm really hoping, I mean, yeah, this playstyle really works in this kind of scenario and this kind of, I would say, a lot more of a faster meta, in my opinion. But I'm just wondering whether or not that they have managed to really fix those older problems they had back in the day that, that separated them as teammates. So there is a lot of curiosity here from me.
True enough, and it's been like maybe a year or two ever since they played together back in the Geek Fam days, and Geek Fam is no more, but for the rest of these players who have definitely had good times together, I'm pretty sure that there's still plenty of synergy between those duos. Meanwhile, KAGENDRA, a new name that's been on the block in the Indonesian team for multiple titles that have been proven to be very successful in what they do. I wonder what will they offer this time around, as you can still consider them to be pretty fresh in the PMSL. They've probably played about 1 or 2 seasons already, but have yet to find victory. This might just be their season to claim a whole lot more. Now, eArena, I want to talk about this team a little bit more, as they have always fielded a star-studded roster back in the PC format. I'm pretty sure that they do have good coaching staff to also navigate their way through, even despite this being their very first time playing in the PMSL.
I'm really curious as well about KAGENDRA. I think for me personally, I think they were here before my time I joined PUBG Mobile. But when you think about how these players have played in the regional scene, there is a reason why they're up here. Because if you think about Indonesia, they have a lot of aggressive teams. They have a lot of teams who are just really, really strong. And the ones who really make it to the top, they're the creme de la creme. It's very rare that we have an Indonesian team that does not really show us or wow us on this bigger stage.
Yeah, I definitely would say that they have a whole lot to prove coming in from KAGENDRA, as they got promoted coming in from the PMNC rounds. And despite that, I think that the roster that they have filled does seem to be pretty familiar with old names such as Casper and a lot of young bloods on their side. So we shall take a look as we are getting ourselves ready for our very first match here in the day 2, week 1 in the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia.
Got onto Sanhok, a very aggressive map that I will believe, and I will say this with my entire chest, that Boom Esports calls their playground. I think their run last year, I think a majority of Sanhok maps just safely go into their belts, and I think it's just because how aggressive they are and how quick they are to just move around that map and sort of take up space. I think when it comes to this map, you can drop anywhere, you can still make it into that circle. It's not going to be a problem. The healing strat, not really going to be an issue. I think if anything, teams that already have the priority in terms of getting in that space will be the ones to come up on top. Now, this is the round that I believe for Alter Ego. I mean, I wouldn't say that Sanhok is like the bonus map or anything like that, but Sanhok can be the map that you can go a bit more aggressive, you can diversify, you can show off your firepower, and you can just kind of collect eliminations left, right, and center just by third partying.
I absolutely certainly agree with that statement out there. And when we begin this run, we see that's pretty much a good scattered approach coming from teams instead of going for direct challenges compared to day one. So it's going to be a very steady pace for a majority of all these players out there. Now, I see the south side of the island being pretty much blocked by about 3 to at least 5 teams on board. So we might see a lot of battles taking place from phase 2 onwards, while this first circle is appearing towards the favor of eArena all the way up towards the northern region of play.
I was also looking at KAGENDRA as well. They were mostly just trying to hold on to a compound and a bridge, which I really love, by the way. I think it also comes back to that mindset of trying to stop people in the mid of their rotations, force them to swim through the water, put them in a very vulnerable situation so they're able to just really just pick them off one by one. What happened to Secret?
I have no clue at all. I guess they were battling for those vehicles and eventually got sprayed down, but the coast is clear. OJTH will still have all 4 members intact, while yesterday they have definitely started off really strong as they are positioned 4th in the overall leaderboards at this current moment. And since they have already got 1 full day of play, they will basically have slight advantages to half of the lobby, currently trying to catch up to some of these numbers. But once they tabulate with the overall scores by the end of tomorrow, perhaps we can even see some teams coming from Group B to be able to overtake some of the names that have played for today as well as yesterday.
Happy to see the Xavier play back here. They're also one of the teams that aren't super flashy, but somehow quietly just really lurks up at you in terms of points. Today is the first day they're playing, and I think compared to a lot of other teams, this team didn't really go through a major roster reshuffle. They still, stuck with their 2 core, Parajin as well as Lamborghini, and you know how much firepower these 2 players come about. Okay, now I probably understand what happened to OSJA here. CD Alliance is close by.
Yeah, they're definitely going on a full push with all 4 members trying to drop right into where the 2 members of OSJA Thailand is currently holding out. They're trying to play a very defensive stance here while they try to negate all these approach coming in from CD Alliance. Good pick up here as they manage to get the knock onto Adik Luke. Red Bull now holding on the DBS, trying to steer away every single corner that he could actually enter from, as Secret tries to rally more of their parties to join right in, and Secret managing to catch 1 more in the back as Red Bull bounces over on the corner of the walls, finding if they're on the corner trees, and now throws right in. Red Bull looks to close up the fight as he hunts out for Jimmy, the last member remaining for the side of CD Alliance, but he is being stopped on his tracks. All down to Jimmy right now. Jump shots coming from Secret, and oh my goodness me! Jimmy shuts them all down!
Yesterday, Jimmy was the MVP, and for a good reason. This is the exact moment. These are the moments that you can rely on him to just really come up on top and just really keep the team alive. And out of that full skirmish, none of the members of CD Alliance actually got fully knocked out here. They're all still very much alive, ready to be picked up. And on top of that, getting rid of OSJA TH this early, this is massive. And it's also a huge statement of comeback as well. It can really push them up on top if they're able to survive a bit longer.
That was superb. Judging for the fact that OJTH didn't even take one of their members down in that full scuffle, they walk away with 0 points. Right now, DX is also getting challenged by ENAM's Milan on the opposing corners. They're taking over the hills on that 2-2 split. But DX, they got plenty of defensive cover despite Nate being knocked down.
A lot of question marks for me from the team, right? I came in yesterday and I said, okay, this team has a funny name. And we're not really sure what to expect here. But some of their players, I think I've seen them play before. Oh, there we go. 4 flash. Top's already knocked out here and out of the game. Love to see what happened there in that particular fight. But coming into today, the fact that Nams Milan is just out here getting active, and I think for them starting off and then really wanting to set the bar on what they can, bring to the table on their day 1 of play already says a lot about what they are or what they are looking for as a team. So here's our RQ just now, the team that managed to get a knock onto Flash, and I'm kind of surprised that Flash was able to get a knock, at least one of their players that knocked out this early. And speaking of knocked out here, MEC about to meet that same fate, and CD Alliance just after their victory against OSJA TH just now, already getting active, already on a rampage looking for MEC.
that definitely gives them that surge of confidence to also take on more fights. This time against a very familiar opponent coming in from Malaysia. MEC definitely impresses from yesterday's run, securing a top 8 finish, and now they're only brought down to only a member left. So Leon is definitely going to go in to take charge. Has that DBS equipped, trying to get the angles right as they are pretty much getting him stuck in within that room. I guess it's just about time for them to eventually put the nail in the coffin, and that is 8 points in for CELCOMDIGI Alliance.
This is a very aggressive DG Alliance. First they go up, challenge OSJA TH very early, getting a knock onto Secret, and then they nearly get knocked out here, and then Jimmy pulls the most insane clutch I've seen this tournament so far, managed to go 1 for 1 before completely reviving their teammates. And I think OSJA just now, there was a lot of hesitation. They had no clue where Jimmy was, and they didn't really want to quickly just go in aggressively and collect those eliminations as well, because you have no clue if you're going to get sprayed from a corner, because that's what Jimmy's known for. Suddenly Jimmy comes out, goes for these really aggressive fights. They go pick up everyone, reset, and then immediately run into MEC, and somehow MEC 3 members already knocked out outside that quickly. I am really curious to know how that fight started.
Yeah, I guess that they definitely feel very, very confident coming into today's line of groups as well on how they actually play in terms of tempo. Perhaps that one day of study has definitely done them good enough to be able to eventually navigate their way around how to play inside Sanhok instead of playing a little bit passive in that early game. It's always best to actually put the pedal to the metal in that sense. So for OSJA TH, that was really, really close as well. Red Bull versus Jimmy. I think 2 of these players are absolutely top tier players from each respective region. But Jimmy, I think by now, he should be the top rated player from Malaysia, judging from the stats alone, from what he has done back in day 1. Day 2, he's not showing any sign of slack after all.
Heavy hitter, high firepower. I think he's just so underrated right now. Oh, there's the replay. Ah, okay. That was the beginning of the fight with OSJA. Wow. That's... you know what? That's valid. That was just way too close for comfort. I would just be screaming as well, honestly. It's probably a lot of adrenaline probably in that fight, but I think what happened just now, at least from a glimpse of what we saw, is that while CD Alliance was going for that rotation, they just happened to see MEC in the compound. I think for MEC, seeing how they played today and yesterday, you could tell that they are a team that is not afraid to start things off first. They want to play for that first contact. They want to go aggressive first. And I think out of, like, I don't know, the last 3 to 4 encounters we've seen them go aggressive, 3 of them were failures, and I wouldn't be surprised if this is one of them.
Well, at the very least, they are actually trying, despite being newly promoted into this whole league of superstars that they will have to actually fight up against. So at least being in the first week, you want to kind of test your limits in the sense, and judging that this is going to be Sanhok, they're going to only play this once per day. So if they could basically figure out, okay, if this approach does not work, let's try something else when we do move into bigger maps like Erangel or so, which we've seen some successes and, of course, some failures as well. But for now, I think at the very least, MEC, on those trial and errors, still walking away with 37 points, is still a very healthy lead moving into a potential top 16 by the end of the run. It really goes down to how well Group B can actually play for today as well as tomorrow. So far, a lot of all the Group B players have yet to really show signs of going a little bit more proactive.
This is very passive. This is a very passive Sanhok. I am actually shocked at this outcome.
Yeah, me too. That's the reason why I was thinking, I thought some of these guys from Group B has done their research. Maybe they could just poke and prod on certain players, but apparently not. They say, okay, let's slowly warm things up, and maybe we'll get ourselves that big fight from phase 5 onwards.
I mean, I kind of understand though. I mean, for the group that played yesterday, this is their final day playing. You don't want to get knocked out super early because you cannot catch up. This is the last day you can kind of really set the bar on how far you can go. And I think because of that, it kind of put it kind of like put the brakes on to a lot of these fights as well, because no one is really fully committing. If you see how the fights are happening earlier, right? The only team that's just super active and aggressive right now is CD Alliance. Even OSJA, they didn't really aggressively try to fight back against CD Alliance. They were still trying to wait and see how much longer they can survive. And I think CD Alliance, understanding that if everyone is playing reactive, playing proactive is the best way forward, and they're really taking matters and putting the momentum in their own hands.
Yeah, speaking of CD Alliance, someone's approaching pretty close by around the corners of Paradise Resort, and that will be the newly promoted KAGENDRA. So perhaps we will once again see another battle erupt from the Malaysian side to see if they would be able to secure those double-digit elimination points or otherwise crash out of the first match of the day. But for now, I guess I understand why majority of these teams did not went in for a guns blazing methodology on their approach, because they haven't had a clue on how this circle would actually close up, and now at least they got a right idea. It will be a full rush from Boom Esports against Lamborghini, doing it all by himself, and he does land a pump shot coming from DBS, but not quite enough to take out the rest of Boom Esports.
This is the Boom Esports I wanted to see. Guns blazing, aggressive, taking out space. You can see them just now, especially Yummy. He was in the vehicle just spraying the heck out of as they kind of breached that building. And now they're stuck in one building as the other members of DX. They're fairly separated right now. So like they have a nice hold of the compound. They have crossfire set up as well. So Boom Esports really has to be careful how exactly they want to take up that space to kind of separate these players to isolate these fights.
True enough, KAGENDRA now takes over the entirety of Paradise Resort. Achul is one of the veteran players which I believe have played back in the Talon days as well. But with a very split hold, judging from the minimap, I'm not too sure if they could actually hold out against a full squad of TODAK that have just arrived to the scene. But at least Achul has gotten a whole lot of info on their arrival. Now, let's see if they will be able to spot out Achul. I don't think they have any clue at all that he's hiding in between these terrains. So this could be a really good initial strike if KAGENDRA wants to plot for it.
A lot of silence right now, understandably so. TODAK, with that denial of information, keeps them antsy, keeps them questioning. I think for them, it's just trying to go in, get some loot, see if they can catch anyone off guard. But their positioning is what I'm concerned about. They're quite far out in the open. Their backsides are quite open. I mean, they are watching around, but if another team decides to just breach, they could be in trouble. They could just rush out forward into the compound if they want to, I guess, if that were to happen. But no clue where eArena is as well. So my question is, TODAK, what's your next move here?
Yeah, they're definitely playing very cautiously with Lynx also guarding the back. So at least they have a little bit of a plan B if the other teams were to breach from the southern side. I guess they've received a little bit of that info, which is why they don't really want to fully commit into moving into Paradise City. And understandably so, this circle just shift all the way to the corner of the Oasis. It does favor the members of Alter Ego that have split onto a 3-1 formation, taking south as well as far west for them to at least book those compounds. Those are the only few compounds left available, so perhaps Alter Ego could play to their strength for that. Meanwhile, I think all the other teams who are on the circumference of the circle, they gotta quickly get right in there.
Thought they finally made a decision, but this decision might have came a little bit late here. Lynx nearly taking the L there, barely surviving with his life. A lot of fights happening here as Kage face-to-face with Flash this early. That is rough. That nade beautifully set up there. Achul nearly gets knocked out. Young as well. But Achul is the one to be rescued here. Excuse me. A boy chill. He's aggressive. Big fights, taking out space. Actually managing to knock down one player of TODAK. 10-9 close behind as well as Talon going left, right, and center, going with these sprays. A lot of pressure as well put down by his teammates, but the kills will be secured here. And Talon, despite being stuck between a rock and a hard place, they are still managing to stay alive and get those eliminations.
Yeah, it's just panic situation all across the fields as we are looking at the blue zone closing right in. Team Flash are just by the outskirts. They will have to leave bows behind while they try to approach the rest of CD Alliance as they hold true this fort. 3 members against 3. Young tries to cut from the edges, and they did not to bring down one in the hands of Zeus. There's still no member to go. Jimmy OP over on the back tries to clear the line with Iftar also taking one member down from the side of Team Flash. 2 members left, and 8 did not check the approach. Team Flash still has to rely on Zeus. He's already gotten 4. Can there be more for the final member remaining of Team Flash?
Different Team Flash right now, and I think it must be very devastating for them given the fact that yesterday they had a pretty good run. They managed to survive for quite some time, at least until the end, but this time around their aggression will be punished. They were not in prime position, they weren't able to fight back, and on top of that getting kind of like smushed between 3 different teams. I don't blame them at all. I did look waiting. He hears the vehicles keeping very quiet and he sprays the heck out of Zeus. He can't survive a lot longer and immediately they're eliminated. But before that, 5 eliminations in the bag. I think it's a great round for them.
Absolutely. That was a perfect planned play coming in from Adik while we have the battle over the hill. Strangers Esports tries to hold down the members of RRQ, but they were just too many of them. RRQ still trying to seek out players inside of smoke as they will steer clear away from danger. Unfortunate for Strangers Esports, they kick off round 1 with 0 points after all, but they do receive a little bit of consolation coming from their 10th placement, perhaps with only 1 point to book out. But here comes eArena. They're taking this opportunity, dropping the nades right through, but it misses the mark. It could have been a good chance for Joker, but he still has a couple of nades to actually find one. He lands it perfectly on La Par.
It nearly eclipsed Hazel as well. If it hit Hazel, that would have been the end here. But speaking of the end here, Genfos finds a nice spray onto one member of eArena, giving a lot of space for his teammates to do what they gotta do to just reset, pick each other up right now, and his Boom's in trouble. Tiger X going in aggressive here. He's all alone. As you know, there's 3 members of Boom Esports here. He's not afraid. He goes aggressive. Sem9 is abound. What is this fight? There's so many teams in this area, but somehow Sem9 surviving it, coming up on top. Boom Esports eliminated with only 2 kills in the bag. This is very out of character. And Sem9 coming up on top. This is one of those rare moments that we've seen because Sem9, they're so prone to really rough starts, but this year, they start off real good.
That sure confidence from Sem9 with the Tigers just pouncing to the top of the hill. Nobody expected that form of move coming out of nowhere. And now Sem9, they might actually look to weaken the side of RRQ at the very same time. RRQ's got their troubles of their own as the rest of Alter Ego are pushing through at the very same time. So RRQ, they're pretty much forked into taking either side of the battle. Big nades drop towards the side of Rosemary. Not enough to take him down just yet. Hazel tries to go on that retreat, while the rest of Alter Ego, they're slowly closing in. So sandwich in between, it's all down to RQ, how they play out this fight.
A lot of sprays. This is like, what, 3-way fight right now? And everything is happening toward the northern side of this terrain. And understandably so, everyone wants to fight for that high ground. You go much longer to much more further out south, you're in trouble. RRQ eliminated already, 6th place, but not before they get 7 in the bag, and that's massive. And right now, I'm looking at the Malaysian teams. They are thriving. Look at that. Sem9 with 8. CD Alliance with 10. This is a whole new day and a whole new, I would say, round for me, because usually when I look at the teams that are playing, it's always the Thai players that are going aggressive, the Indonesian players that are going aggressive. This is a breath of fresh air, and I don't know what it is that's going on. The mindsets has definitely changed for every single player in the lobby, and it's really hard to pinpoint which nation is the strongest one right now.
That's right, and I'm just loving what I'm seeing from the Malaysians, as you pointed it out. Today looks phenomenal for both CD Alliance as well as Sem9. And this being Sem9's very first game, can you imagine what could they basically pose out with all these other big maps to be played out? The 5 member remaining from eArena tries to heal up, but this zone is just way too painful, as that will be the demise of their final member remaining. 4 points at the very least for eArena. Now we're only down to 3 teams. 10 points secured for the side of CD Alliance as they secure a top 4 finish.
Whew, Sem9, what a day. Just started, just debuted Alter Ego as well. A bit more quiet from them in the beginning of the game. But I understand they're changing their approach and how they want to play right now, because clearly the firepower is not there. So the name of the game, survived in the end, and then hopefully farm up as the rounds go by here. But it's going to be Sem9 going to go face-to-face here against D Xavier. Firen, Up close and personal nade, he's in trouble all alone. His teammates a bit more far out compared to him, as Levi's just quietly holding down the line, playing at the very, very edge of the circle here, hoping that if someone were to pop their heads, it's gonna be Sem9 first. A beautiful nade toward Liu Hai, but that rock should keep him fairly safe right now. And Firan as well, they're making it rain from above. Nice shot from Parajin, and he's not quite done yet. More nades lobbed, but Sem9, they're saying that's fine! And they take that nade as Firan gets knocked, and Alter Ego slowly make their way forward.
They finally opened a little bit more of that room, and housing for the back gets Alter Ego. They took their opportunity as the rest of Sem9 gets occupied. Rosemary now taking charge, even approaching towards the side of D-Savior as well. They get a glimpse of Parajin, but not enough to take him down just yet. They still have plenty of deflates to throw right at the side of D-Savior as Sem9 crashes into third position. Parajin, it's all down to him. He's been leading the fray for far too long. He needs all that backup coming from Nate T. Nate T tries to seek out Alpha, brings him down low. Tree versus tree. An equal stalemate right now. And here we go! Perfect nade onto Nate T.
That's massive sprays all around, and EX, they're completely collapsing right now, taking full advantage of the cacophony. Still, two more players from Alter Ego alive, and Parajin, he needs to make something happen here. He can make magic happen, he can go aggressive, but does he have time to pick up his teammates? No, instead, he's going to go on the aggressive. He's going to try and take advantage of the smokes, but Alter Ego, they are ready. They kept an eye on him, and they just completely take away Sanhok with a huge winner-winner chicken dinner.
I just love the decision making coming in from Alter Ego, and they have finally found their winning ways yet again. After a disappointing day one, they come back out here to their winning ways, and there can only be better results to come for Alter Ego Aries.
Great round for them. I think a lot of questions were coming from me. Alter Ego, you looked a little bit uncharacteristic like yesterday, given the fact that not only were you ending lobbies with 0 kills, 0 points, because usually, at least for Alter Ego, they would get eliminated early, but they will have 2 to 3 elimination points. That didn't happen yesterday. Perhaps a day is definitely needed for them as they came into this league, but they still have a lot of catching up to do, because today is the final day that they will be playing before the Super Weekend, and there's not a lot of games, 5 left, but this start could be the beginning of their momentum.
Yeah, that wake-up call from day one was absolutely necessary for them to awaken the beast once more. Rosemary definitely had a very high impact into this matchup. You take a look at the eliminations, the damage output, that call to take on Sem9 when they were weakened by D-Savior was that perfect call coming in from the entire squad, and Rosemary wasted no time. You saw he just drove right in, brings out the M4 and just slowly shred them to pieces. But overall, when we take a look at their rotation, they came in from the island and they took some of the best spots possible. But we started off this day here with some really big moments. Let's take a look at the highlights before we elaborate further.
What a day. I mean, what a start of the day if you think about it. Coming into today, Alter Ego, a great start. Hopefully for them, this will be the start for them. Just quickly play catch up for whatever points they had missed out on yesterday. But for the Malaysian teams, This is a statement day. CD Alliance yesterday, I think they did pretty good. They were a little bit more, I wouldn't say they were a lot more quiet. They showed presence, but they weren't, I would say, the most stellar or bombastic. But today, they hit the ground running. Whatever it is, the mindset changed last night, or whatever it is they learned, they understood the assignment and they said, Sanhok is a very aggressive map. Let's do what we do best, which is go aggressive and take these fights. Yeah, some close calls, high risk, high reward, but I think it suits them very, very well. And coming into today, these two teams as well, we had SEM9 as well as D Xavier. What a way to start the day, going aggressive, showing your presence very, very early. And for SEM9, a statement that, hey everyone, we are back. We're no longer the quiet tigers from before. We are looking to be as aggressive as we can, especially with Mika, and looks really, really good.
That's right. And on top of that, we have Rosemary to be the main marksman of our game one with a very high percentage on that headshot. I think I've already sing plenty of songs of this player throughout all these seasons to be one of the biggest hitmen on the block. 5 elimination points, 700 over damage inside of Sanhok is still pretty massive. So that concludes our first game, and that is a big recovery round with 19 points added to the table for Alter Ego. But following them closely has been CELCOMDIGI Alliance with 14, 13 for SEM9, and 12 for D Xavier.
Of eliminations between Alter Ego, SEM9, D Xavier, CD Alliance is incredible, and we saw how aggressive they were. I think for most of those top teams, it wasn't really aggression early. The only team that was really aggressive early was CD Alliance. Yes, they got knocked out a little bit more early than I expected them to, but they have done the job. They're saying, okay, we've gotten 10 eliminations, we've gotten the placement points, we have done our job, let's just whoosh, go back to the lobby. But for the rest, I think we start to see them a lot more active toward the, I think, 3rd to 5th circles, where they were kind of like going in for those rotations, those fights, and a lot of the times these full fights are happening because of the circle shifts as well. And I wouldn't be surprised because this circle is quite heavily shifted toward the northern side. So anyone who was already toward the southern side had to make a beeline to the circle itself. And I'm surprised at the outcome and how many teams are hanging out toward the northern side of the circle instead of coming in from the southern side.
That's right, and on top of that, we see a little bit more of the updates of the overall rankings. And within one round, Alter Ego have moved towards 12th position, and certain teams who are not playing will naturally slide down the list. As you can see, the markers of the pointers pointing down with red. Some matches, of course, will eventually be recovered by some of the teams who are still around. So we definitely want to see how the other Group B teams are coping right now. Still a really slow start for teams like Boom, eArena. D Xavier did manage to get a hefty chunk coming into their first round with 12 points heading into this very first game. And definitely we expect a lot more coming out of D Xavier moving forward. SEM9, we saw those big action moments where they managed to secure 13 points as a start. I think there's just a whole lot more that we have not seen coming from the Malaysians that started things off so strong. And we will now move into our 3 back-to-back rounds of Erangel.
Interessante is coming into today. Honestly, I'm surprised at the outcome, not because Alter Ego was up there, but mostly the performance, but understandably so, especially for the new, especially from the newer teams that are playing today, right? Again, this is going to be, I would say, a moment where they're going to try and find their momentum, find that groove quite yet. Regardless, we do have something happening right now. What is it, Contra?
Well, we are having our grand finals happening in IOI City Mall, and within 2 weeks you guys got to get right there at IOI Grand Exhibition and Convention Center at level 3 East. And tell you guys what, the entry is free, first come first serve for whoever manages to get their tickets. So don't worry about buying tickets, you guys just walk right into the convention hall, and hopefully you guys will be able to see all of your favorite players, teams, coaches, you name it, they'll be right there greeting you guys as well. So make sure you show your support to your favorite teams in the grand finals.
I mean, if you guys can't go, don't worry, because you guys can just hang around at home and check out the Memory of Sand coming out very soon. It's giving Prince of Persia. I'm a big fan of this. It's going to be happening in March on the PUBG Mobile version 3.7. Have a look at what's going on over there. I really like the dagger personally. I think it's really cool. You can see how the visuals look like during the break later on. But regardless, coming back to that venue, I think last year as I hosted PMSL SEA, one of my favorite things about looking at the crowd is seeing everyone, not only just Malaysians coming in to watch, but also the international fans. I was quite surprised at how many Myanmar fans, how many Indonesian fans actually took the time to fly here just to watch those matches live. And I think that playing live and on LAN hits very, very different. You know, especially the Indonesian fans come in with freaking drums. Yeah, I'm not kidding, with drums. And they have a whole chant, some music going on really, really loud. These are the loudest fans I have seen in my life. And I think Malaysians have started to, pick up on that culture as well. And I'm really excited to see how the Indonesians and the Malaysians would yell at each other and just out sing each other at the venue.
Yeah, we just love it when it happens. That just goes to show the passion coming in, not only from the community, but for everybody on board for so many seasons. And this season, the most exciting season yet, we definitely expect that there's plenty of cool stuff that will be happening there, so you don't want to miss it. So before we kickstart our second match, I think we get a little glimpse of what happened last game, and I could see that you're on that 7-9 rally right now.
We don't, no favoritisms, no bias. But coming into right now, I think it's really important, especially for strangers, seeing the fact that they weren't able to get any points in the previous map. I want to see more from them is number one. Number two, I think they are capable of more. It's just that, given the fact that they're just very, very new onto the stage, they want to find a way to just really get into the game, get into the groove. Go up against teams that are a little bit more experienced is not going to be easy. But if they do manage to find that, I would say that, what's the word on that? That recipe to success like OSJA TH did, oh, it's going to be so fun.
Oh yes, it definitely will be fun. And we're having really good spirits coming in from all our players on board. I'll just talk a little bit more on my votes coming into the second match. I do believe that Boop Esports, Flash, DX, these are teams that are traditionally strong when it comes down to bigger maps like Erangel as well as Miramar. I would expect them to do pretty well. And with to have some really good stat numbers coming in from our first round, such as the ones coming in from Rosemary as well as Paragon. Despite the Savior not really finishing up with that chicken dinner, we saw they were holding out just about fine. They did manage to secure a second place finish, so we'll see whether if they could ride on that form of momentum together alongside with Alter Ego moving into this upcoming match.
Ooh, I'm quite surprised seeing this outcome is 7-9. First game already making this much of a splash, and on top of that, Fearin into the team as well, right? I think I was expecting him to be a little bit more quiet. I was expecting the charts to be dominated by Mika and Yuhai, maybe even Dep. But it's Fearin that's been stealing the thunder here compared to the rest of the team, and I'm loving the fact that he's just up here coming to play, just showing us why exactly he was brought into the team.
Yeah, and this is definitely an interesting prospect as Fearin hailed from Indonesia. I definitely want to dig up on certain information on which team was he in prior before, but so far he's definitely putting some really high impact to this star-studded roster of 7-9 so far. Now, who else will be able to step up to the plate right now? Boom Esports, game one, a little shaky. Maybe this could be their proving down once again as we are getting ourselves ready for our next round.
Honestly, I'm not surprised at the outcome for Boom Esports. They are a team that takes a while to really come up on top. So let's see whether or not round 2 is their round or they need a bit more time. Ladies and gentlemen, this is game number 2, day 2 for the PMSL SEA Super League.
Rise and shine as we move into our classic map of Erangel. Now, this will be a flight that is starting all the way from the northern terrain, so this is pretty interesting on how things are going to start off. Well, actually, to correct myself, this is all the way down over Novornoye to be headed into Severny. So, from access into the islands, we're looking at 7-9 dropping out early together with PM Entertainment. So, will there be any form of contest heading into Novo or even Millibase? We'll find out in just a short moment, whereas plenty of space up for grabs. And now with the switch up of groups, I believe that the Group B players would have studied on which locations are currently left open up from the teams of Group A that are not playing today. So it could be a very different plan for a majority of those that have played, 2 days back-to-back, maybe players from Group C. But are there any major adjustments? Not quite for the side of OSJA TH, but for the rest of the pack, I think this is going to be a very stable start. DX traditionally moving into Pachinki, they will get that city all to themselves. But overall to the east corner map, we can see plenty of teams in the mainland.
Okay. Again, there were like 2 circles similar to this yesterday. Oh wow, TODAK and 6ix9ine dropping together. Nice shot by Krypton. ENAM, great opening pick, immediately putting them straight to the lobby, and TODAK finds themselves already 2 players down. Tried to play aggressive on the top side of the house, gets caught immediately. ENAM, they're just not here to play around. They're going aggressive as Krypton will be found. Hulk as well. And then Sky2K goes aggressive, and somehow TODAK wins it in the end despite the very rough start.
Wow, I didn't really expect this outcome because you saw TODAK was late to secure their weapon. ENAM, they got those initial pickoffs, and even despite those heroics coming in from the player that had the DBS, they eventually got shut down. They were running out in the open, and coming from the quick thinking, TODAK managed to eventually recover. So that's good going for another Malaysian squad currently thriving, starting things off with 4 points.
Huge. The cost of only 1 player, actually. I'm quite surprised. I thought that he actually, that the team were able to secure that last pickoff, that last kill in ENAM, but I guess I thought wrong. So this is massive for them, only losing 1. So regardless, coming into this one, having 3, 9, as well as Real as well. I think firepower is still very much intact. But the rest, if you look at, around the map here, you can see there are cars already out in the open, but not a lot of movement as well. I think teams are just waiting to see whether or not they have some time to go a bit more aggressive, take up space, and that's going to be CD Alliance. Why am I not surprised, honestly? There we go. Leon's great opening onto Lynx. As soon as you thought Lynx was safe, as soon as you got that reset, immediately CD Alliance just swoop down and just start saying, okay, no time to rest, no time to reset, because we want to take up the space and we want your heads.
Yeah, and the worst part of this is that in these 2 small compounds, there's no form of bandages or even first aids to be found. So they have to work with very little health. So TODAK, they aren't quite recovered just yet. So this is the best time and opportunity for CELCOMDIGI Alliance to weaken them further and close in to eliminate the entire roster. CD Alliance playing very carefully. 9 here with a double tap. Oh, close but not quite yet.
Dang, CD Alliance. Honestly, these kind of shifted mindsets and plays are always mostly comes to those team talks, what they did the prep the night before. I always get super excited whenever there's those esports commentaries, especially I think Boom Esports does these a lot, Alter Ego as well. They share a bit of the team talk, what exactly the mindset is, especially Boom's coach Kent, right? Whenever it's before a team talk, he has some words of wisdom, and I can really tell that it changes the trajectory and the mindset. I'm wondering, is this something that CD Alliance also does, or are they just vibing and saying, you know what, today we choose violence?
Yeah, and CD Alliance, it seems like they are choosing violence the entire day to here so far from what we're looking at. And also, just a little update as well. Coach Ken is currently in BIGETRON Red Villain, so he was the one to actually bring all these young bloods into the squad. I remember watching a podcast with him as well as Sir Cloud, and he's a guy that always firmly believes in raw talent, that it does not matter sometimes with players that have 7-8 years of play being in the big leagues. If you're going to slack, I'm going to bring in a new blood to replace you at any given point. If you're not performing, you're out. So I love that form of a strict mindset, and that definitely puts a little bit of pressure onto some players back at times, but it ensures that you are following every protocols being set straight, and I guess that's where Kent will definitely implement that and bring home perhaps a trophy by the end of the season. Well, that is, of course, for them to prove throughout the weeks to come. But overall, things are looking rather good, even despite, the absence of the coach inside of Boom right now. Sure, a slow start, but eventually Boom will get there in maybe a few more games to come.
You know, I completely agree with you when it comes to Coach Kent. I think what's really exciting about watching him is the fact that he's not only just a coach, but he's also that mental coach. He has a way of making sure that his teams, start the day with a good mindset. He has a way to make sure that it's just about going next. I think if you listen to his interviews, is where you can really understand the mindset that he brings to the team, how he approaches it. Might not be everyone's cup of tea, the way he does his team. I think he has like a protocol, like you wake up at this time of the day. These are the tests you have to do in order to make sure that you are going to be in the correct mindset. But I think as esports players, a lot of these things also is super important. You shouldn't neglect. It's more than just playing a game. It's more than just kind of making sure you don't tilt. It's making sure that you are always in the mindset that, okay, we go next. How do we reset the game? And how do we not let whatever that happened to us, that happened, not bother us, but at the same time, make sure that we learn from those mistakes as well.
Yeah, mental fortitude absolutely important when you are playing a long league. As much as the league is shortened by 1 week, I think like it definitely is even more intensive on how they need to prepare for all occasions. Especially now they are playing in an offline setting. We've seen player camps where once you have a few members drop, the opponents are already starting out with the mental challenges with all these roars as well as taunts, and you gotta always keep a cool head to turn around certain fights that may or may not be in your favor. So as we go back into what's currently happening, it's still a very early phase. I believe that what we have seen this circle before from yesterday's run, it's becoming pretty much of a trend that a lot of these teams will have to be well adapted to playing around the northeastern region of Erangel overall. But for Tem Entertainment, they're taking a very slow approach. They have yet to cross the bridge as they started over the south side of Sonoska, and they are going on foot. They still have the Dacia. Are they being negated by other teams? Is that the reason why they've been staying so long? I have no clue as they finally make their way across. Should be safe for now.
Slow their rotations. I think I'm seeing quite a lot of teams that are still in the blue zone right now, and I don't blame them. I think this is a very different outcome than yesterday. I think out of yesterday, I think we only saw 1 to 2 teams that are this late into the circle. Very, very few teams. I think Alter Ego was one of those teams. But today, it feels like it's a little bit more different as well. I mean, look at teams like, okay, seeing TEM coming in late is a bit of a surprise to me because yesterday they were pretty much on the ball when it comes to these rotations. But in this situation, I'm not surprised. The circle, not only ping-ponging, kind of pushing all the way to the eastern side. Everyone forced into Lipovka at this point. The only team I think that's pretty much in the middle right now, I believe, is Alter Ego. And they are taking a lot of space already. They have a lot of protocols. But my question to Alter Ego is whether or not you have the firepower to hold on to your compound.
Yeah, that's definitely the big question. They came off hot from that victory from Sanhok. And yesterday, I think they've definitely played a very similar circle. They had the right ideas. Execution, not exactly the cleanest as they were disrupted by the presence of BTR. So without the players of BTR playing in this matchup, maybe they might be having a little bit more leeway on how they would approach the fights that will be coming up in a couple more minutes. But for now, plenty of teams still trying to navigate their way into the areas of play. It's already pretty much congested when we take a look at the minimap early on. Strangers Esports is still the furthest team away from what I last saw. They were still in Georgia Pool. So they are going to go in blind, which is a very big disadvantage to move into some of these territories. And as we take a look at Alter Ego, they're taking the high points, climbing up the roofs, trying to also shut down some players over onto the bottom side of the mansion. So very smart plays. I'm liking it so far for Alter Ego.
It's actually kind of funny looking at CD Alliance and also as well as Sub9. This is 2 maps in a row that they have passed each other in the midst of their rotations. And I think the previous map, it was Sem9 that managed to completely annihilate CD Alliance, in the end. Let's see whether or not it's going to be a different story this time. But coming into how today's starting, oh, okay, it's not going to be CD Alliance that's getting out of here. It's going to be DX. It's going to quickly have their eyes onto Sem9, and I think this is massive because these 3 teams somehow managing to just meet up each other in the midst of these rotations in Sanhok and now onto this map. It does tell a tale for me as well on how exactly they're approaching and how similar they are in terms of how they play this game. And just now you did see a bit of clipping already happening by CD Alliance. I have to say, between Sem9 and CD Alliance, when CD Alliance does see you, their sprays are very nasty.
It definitely is. We saw so many times, whether it's Jimmy, whether it is Adik Luke, they definitely pose a very strong threat when it comes down to long-range battles. But for now, Coast is clear. They managed to at least get a little bit more safety net for the members of 7-9. And just like what you said, they've been rotating all about, and they always end up facing up against each other. You could definitely say great minds do think very alike in that sense. But for Tem Entertainment, the troubles are not over just yet. They just finally arrived into the quarter of the circle. They're not too far off from where CD Alliance is currently at. Strangers Esports about to make their entrance. And over on the north side tends to be a little bit more open, so Strangers is going to be okay. But south side, plenty of teams are going to be locked in for some big battles.
I think that's why Strangers decided to go for a longer rotation. I love that. They're understanding that, okay, we might not have that firepower quite yet, or they don't want to take up too many teams, so they're opting for a longer rotation late to the circle. But right now, I think their guess is very, very correct. No one coming in from northern side means that they have space to work with. Perhaps the terrain they can take over, or even they can, they can take out a compound as well. Over on one end already, one player of Boom Esports knocked down. I would love to see that fight. As 7-9, they have a nice little hold on 2 different compounds as well. So if anyone were to rotate in between them, it would be massive. But surprising to see that KAGENDRA, another Indonesian team, taking this fight against Boom Esports, already knocking one of their players out. I believe it was Yummy that got knocked down very, very early. And Yummy has always been this pivotal player for Boom Esports. Very aggressive, takes up space. He's always in the background and the backside trying to provide that cover fire as well for his teammates to go a bit more aggressive. I'm not sure how this affects their playbook or play style, but the show must go on.
Yeah, it's a little rough that they lost Yummy so early on. He is definitely a core player of the roster. And they brought in Zero as well as Frantesi into this season to play things out. Hopefully they will be able to hold out as more and more teams flock towards the area. They are at the center point of it all. Take a look at the corners. You have KAGENDRA over on the south side, another squad waiting on the wings as well. So they can't afford to even rotate out of position. Not that they need to do so just yet, but if the circle shifts, I think that Boom will be forced into a battle that they don't want to take. So that is definitely a form of a risk. While CD Alliance, they were playing from the south side, and this is where other teams are starting to challenge. It's going to be CD Alliance versus 7-9 again.
I am quite surprised that CD Alliance is just still going at it. This is a very, very aggressive team right now, and I think they've managed to really figure out that 7-9 has done a 2-2 formation. They understand that it's going to only be 2 people inside of the compound, and they're being very safe right now to not move in between these 2 buildings. They're being very, very safe, and it's forced the other 2 members of 7-9 to quickly rotate to come forward to rendezvous with their teammates. But it's hard. It's not easy for them to breach this compound either, with all the members of CD Alliance waiting outside and waiting for them. As soon as they rotate over, they're going to get sprayed the heck onto each other. And Mika's here. He goes for the sprays. A huge start onto Adik Luke. And they're not starting quite yet as Firen. What a spray with Mika. Combining firepowers as well. A beautiful spray. And they just lined up for him. Beautifully done. And TEM over on the other end taking fight against RRQ.
Yeah, that was such a great call. That 2-2 split that you just called out for. And Mika, he was just rotating a bit with a big swing and arrived at the perfect timing to be able to find those angles and bring a little bit more of that wiggle room for 7-9 to eventually dictate the territory once again. That big nade has landed, and Mika so far has been the key player to win out this fight and win that duel against CELCOMDIGI Alliance.
Mika was the big name back in Geek Fam before finally taking a big break, going into the freezer for quite some time, right? And I think that, for a while, there were a lot of whispers about this player transferring into 7-9, but never really making that cut. And now finally he's made it in, and I'm understanding why everyone really wanted to rally for Mika to join this team. It's been so long since I've seen him just completely go and terrorize the other team, go aggressive. And last time people were complaining about his aggression, but this time around it feels like it's more of I would say, a more controlled aggression where he plays with his teammates. Speaking of aggression right now, RRQ in trouble. Their aggression as they're trying to run away from the Xavier will not be tolerated. They're eliminated with only 1 elim at 13th place. This is not the outcome they want, especially on the final day they're playing this week.
Yeah, that was absolutely rough. They were intending to crash onto MEC. They tried to book the lower grounds instead, but they did not notice the presence of DX on the other side of the compounds. This time around, KAGENDRA gets infiltrated as they were pushing over onto the side of Boom Esports. They managed to catch Pombit, but there's still more fishes to fry over the top floor. They managed to steer away those members that tried to invade, and Boom Esports takes the win against KAGENDRA.
Great spray from eArena. Both teams just juking it out, losing 2 members each. Sorry, 1 member each, excuse me. Still have to pick up depth. Micro angles shot there. No bullets actually hitting onto him. Finally they do. Quick reposition. Depth's out. Different game this time around as eArena. Slow start to the day, and they're starting to show us what exactly brought them here to the bigger stages, and this aggression is very controlled. Fearon's around, he wants to go back for Mika. That nade will keep him out, and Fearon says, you know what, you're on your own, buddy. I'm running for my life right now, as Sozip is going to come through. He's trying to run him over. I don't think he spotted him quite yet. Eventually they can. Oh, passed him again. Just a little bit to your left, buddy. Just a little bit to your left.
The charm.
No, clearly not. Okay, he finally got him. All right, that took a while.
Well, at least he still backs the point before other teams start to yoink that away. So, good going for Tem. Slow and steady pace. They did lose 1 member so far throughout that skirmish, but not too troublesome as they would be able to go in for that revival
Fearon.
for them to still have 3 players. Fearon now in trouble. Where does he actually hide?
He's out there in the open. Not the best way to be. MEC just completely devour him. 10th place, but still acceptable 5 elims as well. And I feel really bad for Fearon just now. You could tell that he was just running for his life, trying to survive a little bit longer, perhaps get more placement points. But unfortunately for him, this is just, again, that rotation again from the Malaysian teams, right? It's been very similar.
Yeah, and you take a look at even the teams that got taken out. Look at the amount of eliminations that they have. Seb9 with 5, TODAK with 4, and there's just so much more going on. MEC so far thriving, staying afloat, and are holding in a decent area of play. And they still benefit from the shift of the circle, moving deeper into the central grounds. But D-Savior, I think this is going to be their game to play out. If they can get a good hold against Flash, who are currently on their back, then there's not going to be much of a threat for DX to close out this round. Here comes the arena, though. Charging right through. MEC, can they actually hold out the same spot that they forced eArena into the bowl, which may actually see the Savior once again trying to negate all of their presence and perhaps a few more points to be delivered on the table. And there's just no other way out for the side of eArena. They just have to play defensively for now, while the rest of MEC, they will try to pick off the other teams coming from the far edge of the zone. So MEC, they can hold out very well for now, despite only having 2 players on that hill.
They're using that low ground, but you gotta give it to them, man. Oh, OSJA TH is just completely waiting for them already, and if they were to just move up forward, it's gonna be MEC. They're just stuck here. They cannot move. They cannot go anywhere. With OSJA waiting on the outer side here, and MEC playing that that gatekeeper is not gonna be the easiest of matters for them. But if Tiger can just keep quiet, maybe hide behind a vehicle, he could survive a bit longer. But with TEM coming up forward, I don't know. They smell blood in the water. I think every single team is smelling Tiger's blood right now, and I think he's probably having the biggest heart attack of his life. They're probably just holding his breath, hoping that TM decide not to rotate into them. Yep. He probably heard the vehicles, and TM gonna go for this big rotation as MEC. That's a nice shot from Tom, actually. Chunks him down so low, enough to take right out of the game already. As Sozip as well as Goth3 wants to go a bit more aggressively. They want to try and get some cover in that lower ground. They can, but lower ground means that the nades are gonna roll straight at you. But somehow Sozip will eventually fall, as strangers are the ones to show their presence in this corner of the map.
Yeah, it's so rough for Tem Entertainment. Wherever they rotate, they will still be clipped out. They saw that the other teams were suffering heading into the other side of the foothill, so they tried to wrap their way around, and despite that, there's still coverages coming in from Kim as well as Hasby. Now, Strangers Esports tries to lurk around the outside, slowly sneaking up upon the rest of the members of MEC. Perhaps this could be a good opening if Strangers does find at least 1 member of MEC, but so far, they are uncontested. Gets low. tries to see whether if he could get a catch, and it's going to be Meow that does find one. Not quite enough to go in for a takedown just yet. Tiger so far still standing. Oh,
he ate that. He ate that and he waited with bated breath. That vehicle potentially saved his life as Strangers is here and they say, hello, MEC, your house is now mine. Hasby falls, gets slow with a big opening of Meow getting active here. Kim to fall next here. The members of MEC dwindling down in numbers one by one. Tum and Mikel, the dynamic duo all the way on the outside. Tum out in the open, caught out here, immediately eliminated. And Mikel left to pick up the pieces. And it's not going to be easy. He's stuck between 3 different teams right now. And that terrain is not doing him any favors.
Not at all, but that was such a great call coming from Strangers Esports. They got that not initially coming from Meow, and they say, hey, this spot is vulnerable. Let's crash in with all 4 players and Golf. He tried to wrap the other way around, and Tiger finally gets spotted out. So, unfortunate for Tiger, he was just hoping to not be spotted out, but Tem, they had to swing that way, and eventually they bow out. 8th place finish, so it's not too bad after all. But here comes Mikel. Golf, final member remaining. He's trying to fight back, but how much more can he hold on to? Mikel secures it. Tem is out. 6 more teams remain. At least 3 points are in the favor of Tem Entertainment.
MEC, you gotta give it to Mikel. He's returned to come back here, and he's trying to make every single moment count in that clutch situation. Secret knockdown already so quickly. That nade from D Xavier is lethal, and so does it go for Red Bull. And now he's down to Shopper QQ. He's all alone, but he's making it rain, and nade will eat that nade, and it's massive. The numbers for the players for D Xavier is slowly dwindling, but there is still a lot of hope. Shopper QQ, he's aware that Gilly is close. All they have to do is eliminate Levi's, and maybe they can go for that pickup. Levi's going up top here, trying to go for the pickup, staying relatively safe behind these corners. Decides, okay, now is not the time for me to pick up my teammate. Perhaps it's time to me to get a little bit more active, take up space, find out that info, pinpoint where every single member of OSJA THR, and shoot them in the face before finally Levi's eats that nade, and they're in trouble. Parajin all alone, but Parajin, he does what he does best, putting in that damage, and now they can go for the pickup. Finally, but OSJA TH pays with their life.
That was the most technical fight that we've seen so far. Nades after nades connecting. They were dropping each other left to right. Levi's with a crucial clutch coming from the top end of the roof, getting that double. And now we move on to Team Flash. They managed to find an opening up against Lambo, who was trying to push up ahead. And now, boom, are also prying from their back. This is not going to be a straightforward battle for Team Flash. They are currently beelining with pretty much a scattered formation, but on the other end, they are having pretty much a good terrain to hold out, so it's not going to be too troublesome for Team Flash for the moment. But can they handle the heat? Boom Esports, they are trying to seek them out one after another, but no vision so far. Very tricky place to be, as Boom are only down to 2, but if you could get one target single out, it could still be Boom having good openings here to perhaps take down the rest of Team Flash.
I mean, Team Flash lost one player very early, was Zeus. But, you know what's interesting? I think Flash started the day relatively, quiet. And I think it really set the tempo on how exactly they approached the game today. I think we didn't really see a lot of hero moments from them compared to yesterday. But understandably so, because yesterday, whenever they kind of want the fight, teams would actually go out actively and take these fights against them. But today is very passive. I think the tempo today is definitely a lot more slower. Especially, I think yesterday we started to get active around this time. I think around stage 3 to 6, we started to get a lot of eliminations. You see fights left, right, and center. But this time around, despite the more centralized circle, each team is just playing for survivability. They're not really too interested in taking these fights, apart for a few teams that we saw from yesterday. Because the only team that's getting active today, that is from the newer group that's playing today, I believe is only Sem9.
Yeah, I think that is probably the only outlier amongst the many. And majority of the fights that we're getting so far are forced battles where the circle is hit against them, where they have to move.
Nade.
Big nades coming from
What
Levi's.
a nade.
And we expect a whole lot more out of that, as Levi still got a few more frags in his back pocket. The rest of Strangers Esports so far playing a very steady approach. They've already gotten 4 points, and they are still having a 4-stack. And now
Stranger
they
danger.
are trying to actually rush right towards the rest of the members of Boom Esports. They have not scouted up against Levi's just yet, so he could still be a thorn in the flesh. But what is the next move for Boom Esports? They have been spotted
Zero's in
out.
trouble. Takes a lot of damage as well. And this is so different seeing this less aggressive Boom Esports style play here. And Strangers, they're trying to see if they can take this whole terrain to themselves, because you can see the sheer amount of teams that's actually camping on this side of the map. And I think for Strangers, they're doing a great job of putting this 3-1 formation forward. They have 3 of the players getting active, taking up space, going for these face-to-face fights. And they have 1 player waiting on the western side of the map for those long-range fights. Tops a huge nade onto a member of Boom Esports. Massive. Rentizi in trouble!
Whoa!
And it was a 2-for-1 nade, which gives Boom Esports space to go into the lobby, and now we're to our top 4.
Just like that, they just blasted Team Flash out of the lobby. Team Flash could still pose a huge danger to these members of DX as well as Strangers Esports. Despite having only 2 members available, MEC just lurking around. The final member remaining is currently Mikhail, all the way down over in the southern region, so he has plenty of space for him to work with, while the rest of these squads are getting themselves busy through this tiny little hill with plenty of cover for them to actually hold out for. Tops, he's not going to reveal his position just yet, but the circle has now shifted. This is going to be trouble for some of the members of Team Flash. Meanwhile, the rest of Strangers Esports, they fancy this opportunity to close out the match.
Oh, Mikhail, he's to the most right now. Getting a pickoff already this early onto Levi. The nade's coming. Is he aware right now? It hits him. He's out of util already. He's trying to make sure that he's not only gonna get at least the placement points, but also a little bit few elimination points in the bag. Not happening. There's a lot of eyes onto him, and as the final player, it's not the most easiest moment to be in as well for him. But valiant effort right now as Strangers getting active. They've been pushing the members of Flash out of the map entirely. They have no space to work with. And Mikhail has managed to get a lot of value from that fight. I think they ended the game with 10 eliminations. I have to say, this is a whole different look for that team. But Flash, they're not done quite yet. They still have 2 members alive. And we've seen Flash win these 2v4s. But Strangers, are they aware of this situation? And what are the protocols to avoid this?
Yeah, other than avoiding some of all the dangerous situations, these members of Team Flash, they have been pure, calm and composed to outlast all the other teams that were here before. And Strangers Esports, with their man-versus advantage, they saw one running out in the open. It's only 1 member left as Strangers Esports, the newly promoted team to the PMSL, secures their first victory here in Week 1.
Massive play from Strangers, and I have to say that this team is very, very active, very proactive as well. You saw the way they take up space, and not only in the last circle, and I'm talking about the entirety of this game. Wherever they decide to go, they are very decisive. They take up space, they go aggressive, they take fights as a team. And understanding where the weaker corners are gives them that huge advantage. And on top of that as well, you saw those nasty nades they sent around. You have to give them props for how much awareness they have in terms of player positioning as well. As soon as they spot a player, all eyes are on that corner. They don't let out at all. I think for me personally, Mikhail could have survived a lot longer. He could have gotten at least 2 or 3 pickoffs before the round ended. But I think he was a little bit too hasty in starting off the round. But it's enough. He did get 1 pickoff for himself. And I have to say, valiant effort, good job from him, because this player, quiet for 1 whole year, and now you come back and you bring your team all the way to the finish line is insane.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane on what goes down in this matchup. Strangers Esports, initially we were thinking, wow, such a slow approach from the blue zones in the initial phases. Can they make it out alive? They do much more than that. They went on to secure the chicken dinner, and all the battles that they took were absolutely calculated. The star player added into this roster has been Mela here, with a lot of contribution into the team on how he leads these rotations. But you take a look at Getslow as well as Irv. They are definitely putting in those big numbers out there. Getslow so far, 2nd highest in the form of damage numbers. As we take a look at the highlights before we get right in for the breakdown.
There you have it, guys. Top 4 Strangers starting off the day very, very strong. And honestly, the addition of Mela to the team, I think, provides a different idea on how exactly this team would come into this game. I think Mela is a very, very, I would say, seasoned player. And I wouldn't be surprised if the decision-making, part of it at least, has been done by him.
Yeah, I certainly would agree with that. This player has played back in the glory days of the Infinity, that has played in World Championships and even receiving titles. I'm very sure that he's got a lot of playbook moving into so many more games to come. MEC so far have definitely showed us a lot of pleasant surprises starting from day 1 and still not stopping with their onslaught moving into day 2. But the player to watch has definitely been GetSlow, as he's been able to hit all these targets perfectly. I think the biggest decision making in this match for Strangers Esports is to push towards MEC. You saw how many teams were trying to flush MEC. They did not prevail, but it was Strangers Esports that got that knock coming from Meow Meow, and then they just call for that full push in order to secure it. And also, fun fact, Meow Meow is actually Mela.
Oh, yeah, it caught me off guard there for Meow Meow. And you can actually see the way that he's moving around there. And I think even though in terms of stats, you didn't really see him up there, it's his positioning that has really determined how exactly the teams move around. I think it's really exciting when you see these things, how you kind of corral players to each other to make sure that you have a nice crossfire going on, where you can double swing together to make sure that you don't get traded out. Strangers seems to have that in the bag, despite being a team that's newly promoted. I have to say they look really good on this big stage with 18 points so far ahead. And for MEC, they had a devastating start, right? Losing 3 members super early. But the fact that Mikyal was able to clutch it out, bring them up to a top 4, top 5, I believe, and still being able to get some pickups left, right, and center says a lot about how his individual prowess is as a player. I've been watching him for quite some time, was quite surprised he wasn't picked up. I'm so happy that people finally can see him and what he can bring to a team.
That's right, and now we get an update on the overall rankings. The Alliance are currently holding on to the top position. These are teams that have played for 2 days in a row. OSJA coming in closely with 57 points, just need a couple more to be able to overtake CD Alliance. Meanwhile, very steady climb coming from D Savior, and within 2 games they have already racked up a total of 24 points. That is without a chicken dinner. So eventually, once they have figured things out, DX could easily be one of the best teams to come out of Group B so far. Other than that, I think that there's still plenty of room for teams to still look for improvements out there. But the Malaysian squad, oof, they have been super fun to watch.
Yeah, this is a very different style of play. I think Malaysia teams, I mean, when we talk about our region, I think we always think that, okay, Malaysia plays very aggressive. They bring in the same identity as what Indonesia has, but it felt like whenever we saw Malaysian teams play previously, they didn't really have an idea on how to control this aggression. But I think this year, this has changed a lot. I'm not too sure what's changed. Maybe the off-season gave them some time to really figure out what went wrong last year. And I'm loving the fact that what we're seeing right now, because Sem9 usually, maybe toward the middle side to the bottom side of the ladder, this is a statement play coming from them. It's a big change as well. Perhaps it might just be better team chemistry compared to last year, because this year they are on fire starting off really, really soon. MEC as well, despite being their first time on big stage, they look really clean. And I think also the dynamic duo Mikyal and Tom's chemistry as well really helped a lot, I think, when we look at all of these team fights. But for me personally, Xavier is still doing Xavier things, but Strangers, they look amazing right now. They look phenomenal. And I wish to see more of this, I would say, momentum go on from them.
Yeah, I definitely look forward to what else will there be left in the tank as we dive into our second map of Erangel. That will be match 3 here in day 2. While a lot of all the other teams are also slowly getting adjusted to the tempo, I think that the pacing so far has been decent, and we definitely will up the ante later on. And we do have something special in store for you guys here with more updates for our 7th anniversary.
It's really exciting when you look at these collaborations. I think every single collaboration from PUBG Mobile has been really fun. You know, and it always ends up in my playlist, if I'm being honest.
And this time, it is a very familiar friend, so I'm pretty sure that you will definitely add this one to your playlist as well. It's coming in 7th of March, so it's not going to take too long. Just a little bit more of a wait for a week plus, and then you will find out who exactly will be the artist that will be making his way back into PUBG Mobile. So we have already gotten 2 games off of our way, and I believe that other teams who have not yet received that chicken dinner, they're definitely hungry enough to really push themselves to the limit for this upcoming game.
I think it's really fun looking at this game today. I think it's a very slower pace than yesterday. Yesterday, we were so excited about how fast the games are, how aggressive these teams are, especially toward the 3rd to 6th circles. But today, it feels like it's a lot more slower in terms of fights. Yeah, we see skirmishes. Yeah, we see some one-on-ones. But it's never really full-on 2-way, 3-way fights until the last circle. Regardless, let's see whether or not this will change, given the fact it's the 3rd Erangel, sorry, second Erangel for today. And I think for me personally, I still haven't seen Boom. Hello, Boom? Where's the Boom? Where's the Boom? I'm putting my predictions here. Gary, are you watching the game? I hope you're watching. Give the Boom to me. Hello?
Well, I'm pretty sure that he will be keeping his eyes peeled out for what's going to be offered by his own players, but if not, I'm pretty sure that he's gonna prepare a long lecture by the end of the day. But for me, I'm seeing KAGENDRA to be a very hopeful team as they are newly promoted into this series, and overall so far showing decent prospects. OSJA, if they did not lose out on that close battle of grenade galores against the Savior, I think OSJA could have actually gone for a deeper run. Now this race between CD Alliance as well as OSJA TH is on to see who takes the top spot by the end of the day between these 2 groups. But oh boy, Boom. Yeah, I really do miss that flair, the kind of ferocity that we are not really getting just yet, but I cut them a little bit slack since, you know, their first day here, trying to get accustomed to all these feistiness coming from all the other teams. I think that eventually they will show their thanks once more.
I think for Boom Esports, I think I always forgot. I think out of everything, I forgot the biggest rule about Boom Esports. Never count them out. They're gonna come back randomly out of the blue, go from like lower brackets, all lower rungs of the ladder, all the way to the top side, and you're just gonna be like, what the heck happened? And that's the Boom that we want to see. Regardless, it hasn't happened quite yet, so let's put that aside, because right now, what I'm really excited to see is Strangers. And you know, everyone was so excited. I think I was talking to Sir Cloud, and he was like, oh my god, Tash, you have to look at Strangers. Mela is my idol player is in that team right now. Pay attention to them. But it's not Mela that's catching all of the attention, it's Get Slow that's, you know, really rising up to the top, going aggressive, putting in the damage. Mela is just there, you know, playing as a teammate, providing that support, the cover fire, and he feels, and I think it's exciting to see him play on this team because he doesn't have to really step up and be that aggressive superstar player that he has to be every single time he plays on his previous roster. Because for this, in this particular roster, everyone is stepping up, everyone is, you know, is contributing to the pie, and I think this is what makes it this particular roster look really good, at least this early. Now for Flash, yesterday was a great day for them, but you know what, while today's a bit more quiet, you know what is not quiet? Tops, because every time he throws a grenade, it lands perfectly. How many players has Tops managed to just knock down just throwing nades and it just lands perfectly on their heads? It's scary, it's disgusting, it's terrifying.
It definitely is, and we definitely want to see a whole lot more coming in from Tops and the rest of Team Flash. Same could be said about D Saber. No chicken dinners just yet. Maybe this might be the chance, a brand new opportunity for all these 16 teams on board to get a big win. Let's get it on. And here we go into our second matchup of Erangel as we will begin our journey coming in from the corners of Lipovka, headed into the very edge of the southwest of Primas. This is a different passage in terms of a flight, but certainly we've seen too many of all these circles ending up over onto the northeastern plain. I want something spicy, something more interesting.
Give me a Primas circle.
Primas circle? Yeah. That will be something special. I really do hope to actually see that. It's been like maybe a couple seasons since we've got a pre-MOS ending, it is always super fun to watch.
Yeah, Georgia Paul should be fun as well. It's quite, I think Georgia Paul is quite complicated when you think about, you know, the ending. There is that bridge. I mean, we've seen water circles for quite some time. We've seen bridge fights, which is going to be very exciting. Georgia Paul, I think, provides the best of both worlds, especially with the urban ending as well. And also, if the circle does pull toward Georgia Paul, you know it's going to be hell for these teams to go for those rotations.
Speaking of Georgia Paul,
oh my god! Oh my god!
Are we getting what we asked for? Perhaps that's going to be pretty much the case here.
Please, if it happens, you can just call me a psychic Tash.
Psychic Tash.
Yeah.
Wow. Could you predict when am I gonna get a girlfriend?
It's quite blurry. It's kind of dark. You gotta pay another $10 to find out to remove the veil.
$10?
You know? $10.
Okay. Give me that QR at the end of the match. I'm signing up for it. Well, of course, we still got to get this show underway.
No way Casper is chasing, right? No.
Hopefully not. This could still be a little bit risky, but they managed to secure that vehicle. KAGENDRA managing to at least get all their vehicles to eventually rotate. KAGENDRA, a brand new team to be promoted into the Super League so far. Starting things off pretty alright so far with only 3 points. Overall, I think that the core player that they are playing on is still very, very promising with names like Acho that has played a couple of seasons already back in the TALON days. But the rest of the faces are absolutely fresh to all of us, so definitely a whole lot to prove for all these new prodigies coming from KAGENDRA. But I would say otherwise for Boom Esports, where they have been around since the very beginning of PMSL.
Looking at the fact that we're seeing a lot of movement here, I think I'm quite surprised at KAGENDRA and ENAM Sembilan, you know, performance today. Same goes for TODAK and EA. I mean, I know we're only about like, say, I think what, 3 maps in. And, you know, I see them all over the map. I see them on the kill feeds. I see them get active. But I'm surprised at the outcome for where they are in terms of points right now. Because while they are all over the place, I was expecting more eliminations.
Yeah, I would say so myself, because the way that TODAK played looks very, very
aggressive,
solid.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess like they were dealt a little bit of a bad card overall. That last match, we see them actually win out the trade. I believe it was against ENAM Sembilan.
It was.
And after that, see the Alliance just swoop right in. They couldn't even find any form of advantages to go into recover. If they did, maybe they can stand a decent chance against CELCOMDIGI Alliance. But that was just the early game. I guess at least they walk away with massive points out of that side of the skirmish. If you give more space for TODAK to work with, maybe they can bring more wonders onto what's about to come heading into this matchup.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think so too. I think for TODAK, I think in a lot of times, I was quite surprised. Again, these Malaysian teams just meeting each other in the midst of rotations. It's kind of heartbreaking to see players from the same region or same country just eliminate each other out. I understand it's a battle royale. You don't really know who you're running into. But at the same time, it's just more of like, I would love to see teams from the same country not eliminate each other very, very early.
Yeah, that adds up to, you know, the region narratives on who's really stronger or who's really performing or so. But sometimes the best enemies to go up against is the ones that you know best. Like, okay, they usually rotate like this. This player is the weakness point out of that squad. You kind of want to pry up against them and hopefully win out that trade. So I get the notion overall that sometimes you just gotta ensure that you eliminate some of all these guys before you take on other top dogs from the rest of the region. Overall, I guess either approach, by the time that you move into an international play, as much as you're friends with all of your allies back in your own region, like, everyone is still an enemy. They can stop you on your tracks as well if you give them any form of a chance.
Shots, drive-bys. I don't think Levi's actually wants to take these fight. Just gonna leave, I think. Oh, nasty shot from Boychill. Going aggressive here. I think it's gonna get stopped. What a shot, Levi's. What the heck is that? Makes it expensive, makes it aggressive. He hasn't moved. I think the swarms of players on Talon want to push up here. Misery is already taking up space. A nice long lurk from the backside here to give a little bit more an idea where the Xavier are. But the Xavier, the cavalry is here. They are in trouble. Misery with the first blood. It's huge. But Parajin, he answers back. They're not done quite yet. Look at how far away Lamborghini is going all the way to the top side of the area, scouting all the way back to see if anyone is lurking around. Finds nothing. And now, okay, we have the information. We have the play. Now it's just up to us to find where the other two members of Talon are. And I have to say, Talon, despite that good start, that great opening from them, they didn't get... They only got what? One pick out of that initial fight, a 2-for-1 pick. I think for this particular skirmish, it's Xavier that came out on top.
Yeah, the Saber absolutely calls it where you saw Levi's. He was stuck in that position. We didn't really expect him to still manage an exchange at the very least. And the Saber, they wasted no time. They called for the backup, and just like that, it paid dividend. 2 points in, Talon now loses 2. That's pretty rough because Talon initially wanted to hold that hill just to establish a little bit more of a dominance around this southwestern end of the plane. But that plan sort of backfired. They were all over the place, whereas D-Saver, they were so swift to eventually go in for that big wraparound. So I love what they did. D-Saver, so far, looking to still be on the right track with those 2 points to be gained. Right now, looking over on the side of Very Pure, is there going to be any form of altercation so far? Looks like it's not going to be the case for now, but RRQ can call this a stronghold. As we last checked, the first initial phase is going to drive a lot of teams towards the southwestern quarter of the map along the regions of Primos, Quarry, which is why we are seeing plenty of these teams starting to make their way into these current areas.
We have a quiet day for RQ as well. I think I'm really liking the fact that for RQ, I think yesterday my comments for them was that they're very patient. They like to do this wait and see situation. But today I feel like they haven't really been given the space to play that way. Mostly getting stuck in between 2 to 3 teams and rotations, meeting other Indonesian teams as well. And number 2, every time you think of them, like, you know, kind of like setting up base or trying to initial fights like this right now, they go for that rotation, they move around, and suddenly there's another team up forward, and they want to go aggressive. It's always Lapar with the initial fights. Nate cooked up already. I think that Linux is already very aware that they're close. The footsteps around, and Nate, that's so nasty, nearly takes out Lapar. And Link said, okay, I've done the damage, I'm moving out of the way. I don't think I take a 2v3 right now as Hazel, a bit too foolish to walk out in the open with a nade in hand. Gets knocked down. TODAK ready. Gonna just try to cook Hazel to his death if he can. Quick reposition, a jump peek forward here. The nade barely misses him. The play zone about to move already. They need to move and fast. Lynx hasn't been found quite yet. Real is close by here. And TODAK, if you understand right now, his teammates are completely close by right now as they just run Hazel over. Lapar close, managing to find one knock, but Real as well. As he drops down, they were completely spraying up to him. Are they aware that Gen Force Ryu is close? No, not quite. Now they do, though. Lynx staying alive right now. Nerpeko keeping very quiet, but is he aware? But somehow, that first contact fight, Nerpeko wins it. Lynx not done quite yet, hoping for a shot to the face, but that disgusting shot will seal the deal. Excitement all around, and somehow TODAK did not win that.
Wow, I think that they over-aggressed a little bit, but can we just commend on how well RQ defended their ground, just like how they did yesterday in Erangel. Now OSJA TH goes in for that push, takes down one member of the side of Talon Esports, only left with one player. And this is not going to be an easy task for Misery to hold on through the warehouse. The full squad of OSJA TH are ready to take him on. It's going to be a 1v1 for now between Misery as well as Secret. Now the cavalry has arrived. Quick taps coming in. Misery looking for his double. Yes, he does. Is it going to be a full stack that will be wiped away by Misery? He brings out that QBZ, but he can only be good for 2 knocks. And that will be only 2 points for Talon. Here comes Lambo.
You gotta give it to D-Xavier. Always so eager to take these fights. Lamborghini all alone here. His teammates somewhat close by here. Ring around the rosy. But it's Lamborghini to come up on top in that initial skirmish. They're not done yet here. So the teammates are just completely gonna take over this warehouse. Quick position of the guns, aware that Num Sembilan is close by. They have the high ground as well. OSJA forced to reset here. Sundara coming up close. Slowly but surely, I think they want to try and see whether or not they can either pick them off before they reset or go for OSJA TH. But OSJA, they've been remaining very quiet right now. The information denial is the one keeping them alive. But my question is, for how long?
Yeah, and for now, we're only in stage 2. It really feels like we're already on the end game phase where there's so many battles taking shape in the areas of Quarry. And we start to understand why, because in these terrains, with such little room to play, some spots of the circle is also covered by water, which really pit all these teams into all these tight regions. And speaking of which, it will move deeper into the regions of Quarry. Some spots inside Primos is still pretty playable, so it's a lot of teams that will have to journey their way from the northern plains. Alter Ego, Team Flash, they're starting to make their advancement coming from the outskirts. Same goes to the rest of Strangers Esports. So, is there going to be more teams joining into Quarry? Oh, it's going to be a big party later on.
I mean, Quarry is a very, very hard terrain to work with, yeah, because it's like high-lows, there's a lot of corners to play with. You don't want to be inside of the Quarry because it's so hard to get out of it, but if the circle pushes that way and you're late, getting into it is also a problem in itself. So you really got to figure out what you want here, what to prioritize. And Boom Esports getting active here this time. We wanted to see that earlier. And then taking out space here against ENAM Milan. Great opening against one player. But ENAM Milan, they answer back. They fight back as well. The members of Boom Esports, they're just losing members left, right, and center. And the same could be said about ENAM Milan. They lost 10 Sky already. But the rest of Boom Esports still waiting here. Hulk going aggressive. He's so low right now, but somehow he wins it on the end. Gonna confirm that kill. Go for the reset. Kryptonite all alone here. But he's getting knocked down already. Sundara getting caught with the utility in hand will be punished here. And Pon Bit, that is a very long range kill. With that weapon, how are you making this work? Now it's down to Hulk 2K. He's not done quite yet. He has to try and survive this. Does he know Pon Bit is close? He has to try and confirm this pick off so he can reset and pick up his teammate. But Pon Bit, there's a reason why you're a long-standing player in Boom Esports.
He only stood for a couple more seconds before the rest of SEMBILAN strikes him down, but what a fight that was! You saw the rest of ENAM Milan, they were trying to close the gap and just sandwich them in between, and just look at all these boxes. It was just an absolute bloodbath coming from both of these Indonesian squad, but that was perfectly played out by Pon Bit. He snatches 3 of these players in such a tight angle of play. Once again, that was explosive. What we wanted to see coming from Boom. Unfortunately, there was no room for them to reset. But for now, SEM9, they're also being crept up by the rest of TEM Entertainment. But MEC is also following suit. How many members left for the side of MEC? It looks like they still have a decent members remaining to be able to eventually go in for the challenge. But for the rest of TEM Entertainment, they're starting to try to make a breach into the deeper areas of play because Primos might not be available to play out for long. So it's a little bit of a offshore battle for now from long range. Mikhail, one of the best players from the last round, might still have a whole lot of impact to offer up against TEM. And a hovercraft trying to climb up a hill? That's going to take forever, man.
I was not expecting that. I'll bring out the Ledger contract. Can we add a hovercraft on the side of the hill? Because it's getting more insane this year. Okay, I might be getting out of my Fairy Pier Primos. I'm sure the players are very happy that, you know, the circle is pulling away from the Quarry. But getting out of the Quarry is going to be annoying. We saw, what, 4 teams there? And I think they're going to be fighting over each other just in the midst of that rotations as well. So it's not going to be an easy task for those who are already in there. But those who gamble toward the southern side, it's a big W right now.
Yeah, very, very big gamble that has been won right there for some of these guys like TEM Entertainment. But the only problem by playing on the shorelines is that you don't really have the best of cover. So we'll see what the rest of the flock of the crowd from the north is going to offer later on. We see the rival of Alter Ego as they just duck under corners of MEC. They're playing by the small, little, tiny bowls. Big nades to be dropped right in. Alva definitely managed to dodge that one completely. Hasby as well as Tom. Now we'll have to dance with the rest of Alter Ego.
Look at how many nades are going to Hasby! Oh my god!
Oh,
Make
that's
it rain.
terrifying. That is terrifying. I feel so bad for Hasbi. Probably got the shock of his life seeing 3 nades flying at him. And this is the typical Indonesian style play. One gets knocked down, immediately they take out space. Tom's all alone here. He's just skedaddling for his life as he's driving away. My concern is that his car is going to explode. It's exactly that what happened. Hunts for you, showing us the damage, showing us the firepower, and so is Rosemary, as expected. And immediately they pivot their attention straight to RQ.
It's just crazy on how Alter Ego coordinates, right? Like, you saw the hill of nades, and then after that, another hill of nades to deny that movement coming in from that MEC member. Now, all that left is 2, but this time around, I believe that to be a little bit of an extension before any nades could actually drop towards Kim or any other member of MAQNA Esports. So they just have to slowly whittle them down throughout the course of the fight. While the Quarry members are now pretty much congregated into this small little compound where CELCOMDIGI Alliance is just trying to slowly lift up ahead. They managed to spot one coming from Team Flash, and since the shots are being fired, they do notice that there is one around the corner. Tom's managing to out-trade Jimmy through the walls.
Massive. Flash finally changing the way they're playing today, but it's a bit more quiet, but still the explosiveness is there. Adit Look taking a big chunk of damage already. They try to push through here, but Adit Look somehow is just dodging every single bullet right now, putting in the damage, but finally going down. Flash, they're very careful right now, making sure that they're pushing in as a team to not get isolated, understanding and giving so much respect to Adit Look. But meanwhile, for Strangers, here comes Mela putting in the damage and the pain. Lobby taking in so much damage right now as EAC, they're in trouble. NC2 already knocked down as well, but Sakura answers back. They fight back, but now the hail of bullets, not bullets, but rather nades coming through here. Earths nearly gets knocked down. Mela in tribal, just trying to prone through that smoke, but EA, they're looking to push through, going aggressive here, getting active. The vehicles coming up forward here. Get slow, safe, and all alone here. I don't think Mela will be taken out here. Get slow, sprays, perfectly finds Joker, but his teammate is there to make sure he remains alive.
He gets one over, and that was such an immense battle.
Here too.
Yeah, and then this is going to be pretty bad for the rest of eArena and SEM9 as they are locking horns by the edge of the zone. They have to make themselves into the areas of play, and Yuhai, he will have to ditch some of his members right now just to get into the buggy. But do they have just about enough time to even go in for the reset? Seems like they have just about enough wiggle room, and the next one on the chopping block might just be TEM Entertainment. He's just out there seeking for a little bit more intel. Now, the rest of SEM9 can go for a big reset before they journey on.
I love the way SEM9 approached this. I think today has been a great day for SEM9 in terms of how they approach fights. It's been mostly third parties, or rather, they get so lucky to catch teams in between these fights. No hesitation, just rush through. I think Feared has always been that first contact that goes a little bit more aggressive, taking out space. You always see his name on that kill feed. This hovercraft has been here for quite some time, don't you think so? It's been a while.
I guess they're using it as a bunker as well, but nobody has been springing onto this hovercraft, so this will still remain to be an extra added advantage for a little bit more defensive cover on that shore where you don't really have any form of a cover to begin with. So I guess that is part of the game plan for the side of TEM Entertainment, whereas a little bit of standstill for the side of Team Flash after negating that pressure coming in from CELCOMDIGI Alliance. So a little bit more space created. Now the problem for SEM9 is how on earth are they getting into some of the shoreline bowls where they have to challenge TEM Entertainment? Well, you gotta also remember, on the far end of the shore, there is also Alter Ego Ares that can also snipe them from quite a far.
Late rotations from SEM9 here. They have to take this fight against TEM. They have this cover fire. They have a shack. Oh, they're just going straight in. Rushes someone over. Goth 3 gets completely run over. That's the second player Feared has run over today. That is disgusting. Hops out the way and somehow manages to use that vehicle to his advantage. Wow, talk about making a bad situation into a good one here. As Bright, he's rendered so low right now. Only a third of his HP left. And somehow in that mix, OSJA is out and eliminated already. But now for TEM, it's just Noah left, and he is eating so much damage from all these nades. Yuhai knocked down. Depp, he wants to end what he started here, throws out the smokes and putting in more pressure, but Bright is also replying back in kind. He also has nades to throw out, but somehow his nades not really meeting the mark. And with that molly, it just kind of stops him from being able to push up, keeps him inside of that shack, allows Sem9 to just really go for this reset undisturbed.
Yeah, Yuhai now claims that hovercraft for his own. Well, Sem9, what a proactive approach. They know that they need to force a play to happen, and they made the right decisions. Yuhai have been able to receive that info. At this time, the final member of Temp Entertainment will have to defend for his own life. 2 shots is all it takes coming from Parajin for DX to clear that compound, but Nate T now under pressure, getting knocked down from the outskirts. Kim shooting shots over on the side of Fear and Magic to get that knock as well. So this is going to be a very, very tight battle between all these teams over onto the shorelines. Meanwhile, up north, we still have 2 teams absolutely safe. Those nades flying right in. And DX, they might find more than they asked for.
This is massive because Sem9 actually got sandwiched here just now as they're fighting. MEC is around. Sem9 also is beside D Xavier as well. Furen's in trouble. MEC is pushing their usual kind of spray and pray, kind of going aggressive side of play. And Yuhai somehow managing to get these pickups through these smokes. Mikiel to fall next here. Yuhai going huge right now and eliminating MEC this early. Heartbreaking. But D Xavier understanding that the team is completely crippled right now and they take full advantage of their situation. Eliminated already Sem9, but with 9 kills in the bag, it's looking great for them. But D Xavier to come up on top out of this 3-way.
Pounces upon pounces, MEC took that leverage, knowing that Sem9 is weakened up, but they did not know where Yuhai was. Yuhai managed to shut them down completely, and then that was all that was left out of Yuhai, where he could not afford to even take even more blows, and that's where DX just swooped right in. Perfect timing coming from D Xavier, one of the best teams to ever come out of the Vietnamese region. Now gets a total of 6 points. Still have 2 players to play things out, and we're only down to 5 teams. Now, I would say that the northern teams are still on board. It will be a big fight between KAGENDRA and Team Flash to see who takes over control over in the north.
Still wait right now. D Xavier trying to be a little bit more passive, taking their time to get into this circle. But you know what's not slow? It's Flash right now. Miniga against KAGENDRA. KAGENDRA getting active, super aggressive right now. But Flash, they're very much prepped, primed, and ready for this. They thrive on chaos. But whether or not they can thrive on KAGENDRA's chaos is the question I have today. Because we cannot see anything. All these smokes covering up every single corner. And somehow in this side here, Bao's gonna find Casper in the end. Runs him over, actually. And Lamborghini against RRQ, completely out of the game as well. I cannot keep up with the kill feed. These fights are getting more intense the more we watch.
Yeah, KAGENDRA just dancing around while the rest of Team Flash tries to run them over. They miss completely, and KAGENDRA still stays intact. 3 members strong. And just like that, the 4 members of Team Flash, that depleted to only 1 remaining. That is going to be Tops to try to hold out. So KAGENDRA gives them a little bit of taste of their own medicine while the nades are being flurried upon him. There's only so much that he can do as Tops will crumble and be defeated by the rest of KAGENDRA.
Very quiet right now, already on the top 4. Quite surprised at this outcome with 3 teams still fairly healthy. The only team that's struggling right now is D Xavier. But the thing is about D Xavier, they've been very, very aggressive this game. They're taking fights left, right, and center, and understandably so. Their late rotations means that they get forced to fight their way inside, and somehow they've survived. And Alter Ego this time meeting up with their fellow Indonesian teammates, which is going to be RRQ here. The nades onto Octa. That is nasty. He's still alive. He's still standing. But Rosemary is the one to open it up. Finds one. Lapar gonna answer back. They fight, but the sprays from Lapar. Disgusting. Nasty, huge, goes up here, spots one of his own, left, right, and center. He wins this. The pre-fires are massive. Lapar is definitely hungry for more, looking for blood like sharks in the water.
They definitely are super hungry to actually take on the rest of Alter Ego. Rosemary try to at least stay afloat. He might actually spot out Parajin as he tries to cut across. He's been absolutely quiet, and I believe he found the pixel over back. Oh, close enough, but Parajin is still alive. He's going to go in for that full push, but he's being spotted out by the rest of KAGENDRA up the hillside. Achu tries to land that perfect blow, and they will shut down Alter Ego completely.
Unfortunately for Alter Ego, they're the one who tried to kind of breach the area. They're the one to fall, and I have to give it to them. I mean, RRQ was very much ready for this initial push, this initial skirmish. But KAGENDRA, wow, already the big Terminator this game, taking up so much space, putting in so much damage. And now RRQ, they're looking to hunt. Last player standing is going to be Parajin, forced to move out the way, eats a lot of damage from that molly here. The nades are chasing the heck out of him. He's so low right now, no time to reset, and Nerpeko just swings out. Hello and goodbye, good night. And that's the end of the Xavier as we are down to our final 2 teams.
It's going to be the civil war between RRQ versus KAGENDRA, the New Bloods versus the legacy team of RRQ, the King of Kings, now finding their winning ways yet again as we saw them surgically tear through their opponents back in the rounds of yesterday's Miramar, and now finding another opportunity to eventually strike gold with a chicken dinner. KAGENDRA only has 1 member to be lost in those battles initially up against the rest of Team Flash, but they do have the high ground. It's all down to stage 8. Where does it close? Who does it favor? If it goes deeper into the streets, then this will be a very bloody battle between the 2 sides of the Indonesians.
Just waiting for that final circle to push through here. Only initial sprays all around, and the only thing separating these 2 teams is that road here. And I have to say, KAGENDRA, wow! I was about to say that the team has been ready here. They have a bit of a high ground to play with as well as tree cover, but I have to say that spray from RRQ, disgusting. Achil needs to be picked up here. He's not necessarily in the safest place to get picked up as well. Gonna rotate to him is gonna be a problem because RRQ, their sprays have been really terrifying to watch. Exactly, look at that. All these little tiny micro angles to work with, and as soon as he moves out the way to get closer to his teammate, immediately eliminated. RRQ also has a knock to their name as well. They wouldn't be a problem to pick them up. I think for GenForce and the rest of RRQ, they're looking to just get active here, go aggressive, capitalize on this momentum and this pressure they have already.
Yeah, what also impressed me about RRQ is that they started off things inside very pure. They didn't really have to move all too much. And look at their defense so far. Teams have tried to test them from MEC to Alter Ego. And now, just like that, slow pickoffs are slowly deterring the likes of KAGENDRA. The final stand, he tries to rush upon the members of RRQ, but that is no way that they will get this game in their hands as RRQ, the King of Kings, are back in action.
Viva la RRQ, homies. Wow, what a way to end it. And I have to say, RRQ, again, the way they've been playing has just been the same theme over and over this season. It's very chill, it's very slow, they take their time and understand that they don't have to push and get aggressive. KAGENDRA just now, behind the tree line, not a lot of space to work with, not a lot of cover. Yes, there's a bit of a high ground to play with, but it's not much to work with. And on top of that, it felt like a desperation play. And the more desperate they play, the more aggressive they go, the more RRQ thrives in this situation. Really gotta give it to them. Viva la RRQ, they're back, baby.
Yeah, I just love how they've actually played out this fight. Let's also take a look at some of all these initial phases where RRQ have been able to deny those entry points, and when Alter Ego tries to shove them within their compounds, you saw how Lapar just sift through all these dangers and eventually shut them out completely. I think he has to be definitely the MVP of RRQ's side.
Man, I really gotta give it to them today. You could tell how much Lapar really wanted this round. The way he's been moving, the way he aggresses, and in those situations, I wouldn't really say it's more of his teammates giving him that cover fire or even the support, because a lot of times I've seen his Lapar, I think 2 to 3 eliminations in one go, has always been him and his individual prowess. You could really tell that he was riding on that high, riding on the momentum. He sees one going, he goes aggressive, he goes forward, and also it's because he's understanding that if he were to fall, his teammates are very much close by. They can just come by and shoot back or pick him up eventually. Also, big shout out to Nerpeko as well, because these corners that are very CQC, it's mostly him that's been clearing it and getting away scot-free to keep his team alive. There you have
Well,
it, top 4 teams. Oh, sorry about that, Contra. We're on the
Go
same
ahead and
wavelength
have
today. I wanted to say just now that our top 4 teams today is going to be RQ, Kage, Sem9, and D Xavier top 4. And I have to say, out of all these 4 teams, the 2 teams have been really, really consistent throughout these last 2 Erangel matches. It's Sem9 and D Xavier. I have to say, looking at these teams, they look very exciting to watch. Right? It's not necessarily on the spectrum of super aggressive, but it's all about that wait and see. D Xavier as well as Sem9 a little bit more active, I feel. D Xavier moving around the map, they take fights, they lose out members left, right, and center. But because of the individual brilliance, especially from players like Parajin as well as Lamborghini, they're able to go up a little bit further than expected. For Sem9, it's all about a third party waiting for the right time to strike. They've been doing just that, and I think on top of that as well, having teammates like Yuhai as well as Mika really helped them secure those unwinnable fights as well. So that's also very exciting to watch.
That's right, and don't we just love seeing the kind of contrast of different teams' playstyle? And overall, RQ, we see a very defensive stance that have worked very well on how they love to play the game. But when push comes to shove, we saw Lapar on those CQCs. He's been deteriorating even teams like Alter Ego Ares, where I thought it was the rise of Alter Ego for today, but they just completely shut them down. Well, overall, Lapar definitely is one of the players to watch. Yesterday, maybe not too much coming out of Lapar, but today it seems to be their brightest day just yet. That was a massive 23-pointer. And just look at even the second place finish. Kagendra, they got 6 points, but not even anywhere close to what RQ has achieved here in the battles.
Whew. I mean, looking at how this week has been going, it's so hard for me to say, like, okay, you know, you start going into the season, I'm like, okay, we're gonna be seeing the same storylines, the same style play, but I've been pleasantly surprised these last 2 days. Super exciting thing to see. Boom Esports, we saw some, I would say, flashes of, I would say, moments from them, but it just really kind of falls short, right? The only, I think, big moment was from Pondit, but it's not enough to really bring them toward the end of the game quite yet. Regardless, coming into the end of the day right now, that particular match right now is quite surprising because the last 2 rungs is actually inhabited by our 2 Malaysian teams. It's TODAK as well as CD Alliance, and I'm quite surprised at this outcome, especially since CD Alliance has been going very aggressive and consistently getting points every single game. But it's all right. They've put quite a big lead for themselves, only dropping, I think, two rungs below, kind of tying up with the OSJA TH, so not a big deal. But for Flash, quiet day, a bit more slow in the beginning. They figured it out already. I have to say, this team adapts really fast to put them in the first spot.
Yeah, despite them not even scoring a chicken dinner so far within the span of 2 days, they have consistently put in at least 5 to 7 corners per round to upkeep their results. Now that they are finding themselves at number 1, hopefully it will be enough for them to secure the Super Weekend. Whereas those who are only playing 3 games thus far, DX seem to be the biggest winner, and that kind of aggression that we are seeing from all these Erangel rounds have worked out. So it's just about having a cleaner play to secure a chicken dinner for them to really establish a little bit more of a good spot when it comes down to how they would secure the final day in order to move up to the Super Weekend. Whereas KAGENDRA, they are on the up and up, so they are definitely having the right formulas to eventually make their mark onto more top 4 finishes.
Yes, right. I think despite playing already, 3 matches already, I'm quite surprised at the outcome for our last 2 in the ladder as well. They didn't even breach, I think, not even 10 points. So it is a cause for concern as well. I mean, if we go through Sanhok and the first map, I would totally, okay, I would say it's a warm-up time. You're trying to figure out, trying to get, acquainted with the bigger stages. But the thing is, because we only have 3 days of play before we go into that Super Weekend, and you need to get that top 16, I think the stakes are higher than ever. I think we want to say, okay, cut them some slack because they are very, very new to the bigger stage. I think that this is something that I cannot kind of agree with, given the fact that once you miss that Super Weekend, we only have 2 Super Weekends before we go into the Grand Finals. Once you miss even one, playing catch-up feels nigh impossible, especially against teams that play both Super Weekends, are very, very comfortable ahead.
Yeah, I certainly agree, especially with the new introduction of Smash rules. That is going to be even more grueling when it comes down to week 2. If they don't really find that footing here in week 1, oh, it's going to be a world of hurt for them, judging from how some teams have not been activated just yet, right? But overall, I think that this Group B versus Group C matchup has been rather exciting. You see stark contrasts. Some teams would rather play on a very defensive stance or even try to play a little bit smarter, and sometimes they do get outsmarted by certain super aggressive teams like the Savior, who loves to third party. Sem9 today third partying everybody on the block to score huge in every single round. It seems like these kind of teams, they don't really need a formula of a chicken dinner. They're just saying, we go in maximum points of eliminations, and maybe that is a way to actually book the top 16. But I guess we will take a long break before we get back in. So Tash, any words before we go for dinner?
No, we're gonna go for dinner. Do not go anywhere. We're gonna have a long one. When we come back, the last 3 maps of the day. Do not go anywhere.
What is it that stirs fear within you? Is it danger? Or the weight of failing teammates?
Maybe it's the feeling of being trapped. Perhaps the uncertainty of what lies ahead.
We're in the midst of facing threats alone. We always standing already. But we have always been here by your side. Now, rise. Embrace our strength and let your courage lead the way.
"2024 is history, but the fire of battle have just ignited in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. The chapter of the 2025 PMSL SEA Spring begins now, right here, right this moment." Hello, PUBG Mobile Esports fans. Get ready for the ultimate showdown as the 2025 PMSL SEA kicks off. For 3 intense weeks in Kuala Lumpur, from February 26 to March 16, 24 teams will battle for the coveted Southeast Asian crown, and a $200,000 prize pool awaits the victor. This season, the battleground is set for the most intense fights yet, with exciting new formats shaping the action. Week 1 kicks off with 2 stages. In the group stage, 24 teams are divided into 3 groups and compete over 3 days. The top 16 teams will advance to the Super Weekend. Yes, say goodbye to Super Sunday. Now, 12 matches over 2 days will decide the Week 1 standings. Week 2 raises the stakes with a game-changing twist, Smash Rule. Once again, the top 16 teams advance to the Super Weekend after 3 days group stage. Before Sunday's matches begin, the match point will be set, determined by taking Saturday's first place team score and adding 10 points as the target score. On day 2, the battle will continue until team secures a winner-winner chicken dinner after reaching the match point, or until all 8 matches are played. It's also worth noting that on day 2, under the Smash Rule, matches will rotate between Erangel and Miramar. Based on each week's Super Weekend ranking, teams will earn league rank points to secure final slots. And finally, the finals, the culmination of all the action. The top 16 teams, based on their league rank points from the league stage, will face off in 3 electrifying days to decide who will take the crown. Now, let's cheer for these 24 teams from Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam. Rivals clash, legends rise. Only one will claim the throne and take the C slot for PMGO main event. The battle for glory starts now. Let the games begin!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. You're tuning in to the official live stream of the 2025 PMSL Southeast Asia Spring Group Stage. Still in the first week and currently in day number 2. And of course, the first half of the day has concluded and we're about to begin with our second half of the day. But before that, we do have a special interview just for you. Joining me here on the main stage is none other than, looking to my right, is none other than we have Mikael from MAQNA Esports. And of course, at the other end, yes, we have a translator. And on my left, I have none other than that from SEM9. So we're going to start with you first. So, Mikael, how are you doing today?
Apa khabar?
Khabar baik.
Yeah, I'm doing good.
I think he knows that translation. Just that part. Okay. And of course, Mikael, I have to ask this. What do you think so far of SEM9's performance based on your observation?
Okay, so untuk Mikael, soalan dia adalah apa pendapat Mikael tentang performance SEM9?
Performance orang saya tak fokus sangat sebab saya fokus kat tim saya sendiri je, tak tengok tim lain.
So basically, I don't really focus on SEM9 performance, especially SEM9. I mean, we don't really care about other team. We're just gonna focus on ourselves.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the right mindset they should be having and coming into the competition. And of course, we have to add this. Now, yesterday was a bit rough for you and the team. Now, but today you came back with a statement, especially with that 10 elimination game. What changed overnight? Did you had any special conversations among your teammates together with the management? What happened?
Okay, so semalam kalau kita tengok performance MAQNA taklah begitu bagus. Tapi hari ni korang menunjukkan satu comeback yang sangat-sangat bagus dengan korang dapatkan 10 kill daripada satu match tu. Apa yang berubah dalam satu malam? Apakah korang ada lakukan postmortem ke dengan coach, dengan management?
Sebenarnya tak ada perubahan pun, macam biasa je. Just kurangkan mistake dan tengok rotation tim-tim lain je. Main macam biasa je.
So basically we just play like normal. We just play like how we used to play. We don't really change anything. We just focus on the rotation. We make less mistake, and yeah, I think that's the only thing that we did.
I think that's a great answer, and of course it does work and it reflects upon how you guys played. And of course, last but not least, sorry, I do have 2 more on this. Now, it's been a very long time since you actually played on PMSL. Now, how do you feel coming back into this Southeast Asia tournament?
Okay, Mikael, boleh dikatakan awak dah lama rehat daripada scene PMSL lah. Macam mana perasaan Mikael sendiri setelah comeback balik dekat scene PMSL?
Rasanya rasa biasa je sebab kalau dah scene profesional kena ready je lah. Bila masa kita dapat main PMSL kena main juga, kena ready.
So basically, I don't feel any special moment for me, because for me my mindset is basically if you are a pro player, you need to be ready if you get a chance to play in PMSL. So yeah, I just feeling pretty good.
Very professional response over there. And of course, last but not least, now your team kind of lost to SEM9 in that final match number 3. Now, do you think that was luck for SEM9, or do you think it was a different factor? And do you have any words to SEM9 and the whole team?
Okay, kita boleh nampak lah di match ketiga tadi korang ada sedikit pertelingkahan dengan SEM9 and tak begitu bagus. Adakah tu luck untuk SEM9 ataupun apa yang jadi waktu tu? And apa yang kau nak sampaikan kepada SEM9?
Sebenarnya kita orang dah tak boleh masuk circle. Just bawa SEM9 mati untuk sekali mati dengan kita orang. So tu je. And untuk ucapan kepada SEM9, Kenny daripada kau duk sub tu baik main dengan kita orang je lah.
Okay, so basically on the last match just now, we can't really get into the circle. So we just force the fight and make SEM9 cannot get into the circle as well. And things that I want to say to SEM9, basically I want to say specifically into Kenny. So Kenny, if you just gonna be on sub, just play with us.
Ooh, feisty. Thank you very much, Mikael. Great answers from this interview. But of course, just remind you guys, you do have another special individual joining next to me over here. Now, Dap, here's a question for you. Now, looking at MAQNA's performance so far, what do you think about them?
Okay, Dap, menurut Dap pula, apa pendapat Dap tentang performance MAQNA?
Jawapan saya pun tak tahu. sebab saya fokus tim saya sendiri.
Same goes to me. I don't really care about other teams' performance. We're just gonna focus on ourselves.
I think that's very fair. Of course, now first day in PMSL Spring has been very, very solid. And of course, now what are some of the biggest differences that you feel between your team now and the one that actually finished 10th last season?
Okay, performance korang pada hari pertama ni sangat-sangat bagus. Apa yang membezakan line up korang yang sekarang dengan line up yang sebelum ni dapat nombor 10?
Belum jumpa lagi sebab kita orang pun baru 3 game, kita orang belum perfect lagi.
Yeah, I don't think there's a different, but then yeah, it's still early to judge because we just play only 3 match. So we just gonna wait and see what's the outcome for us.
I think that probably we'll have an interview somewhere at the later part here in the group stage, and we'll see. Probably we'll get a better response coming out from that. Now, of course, I have to ask this. Now, with Mika and Yuhai, they've proven their chemistry in the past championship. Now, do you think that connection will be the key to pushing SEM9 to the top this season?
Okay, kita tak boleh nafikan lah dengan chemistry Mika dan juga Yuhai. Kita boleh nampak dengan performance yang sangat-sangat baik. Adakah dua pemain ini menjadi faktor utama ataupun kunci utama pasukan SEM9 untuk berjaya duduk di tahta teratas?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's our key.
Okay, I think yes was I think he answered. Yeah. So yes is the answer for that. And of course, now of course we want to ask this. Now we know you and Miguel were good friends and teammate previously. They even played PMGC together. Now, any words to Miguel and the whole team in case both of you guys do meet up again in the upcoming matches?
Okay, so seperti semua orang tahulah, awak dan Miguel juga boleh katakan kawan baik dan bekas rakan sepasukan yang dah main sampai PMGC. Apa sedikit kata-kata yang nak sampaikan kepada Miguel ataupun satu tim MAQNA Esports?
Buat terbaik je lah, banggakan Malaysia.
And yeah, I just gonna give you all the best, like pray you all the best and just make Malaysia proud.
So as much as they are competitors here in the competition itself, they do see each other and wish the best of luck to their opponents here from MAQNA. And so I guess that's good sportsmanship coming from them. And all the best to both teams. Thank you very much, Dap. Thank you so much, Big Dal. All the best to you. And of course, thank you so much, Junks, for that amazing translation. Ladies and gentlemen, in a few short moments, we're going to be kickstarting our 4th match of the day. Don't go away because the second half of day number 2 here at week 1 of 2025 PMSL Southeast Asia Spring is about to begin. And we're going to be passing it over back to our casters.
And that was a fun interview with both SEM9 as well as MEC on stage. And I guess the spiciest question was dropped right here. And Mikhail just said, Kenny, if you're going to be sitting on that bench, you might as well just join us.
Dang, I mean, I was not expecting that, but you know what? It is what it is, and you know, MEC really showed us today. I think, you know, the question about him clutching in that elimination match was a very interesting one. That was the particular match, if you guys were watching earlier, that was the match where MEC lost 3 players early. Mikiel managing to survive from, I think, the first circle all the way till the end. Stealing kills left, right, and center, making it to the top 5 and ending the game strong. So it is very exciting. Now for SEM9, I do agree with what Flava said. Usually they always have a 9th, 10th place finish, but this season they're starting off hot. No quiet days, immediately on fire. Third party is also a strat, and they embrace that.
That's right, and of course, with the addition of Mika into the roster, it really amplifies what they can actually offer. As we can see on the screen, Yuhai was really trailblazing his journey throughout that past round he just played out. Of course, they were stopped by DX, but overall, SEM9, they come out with every single round with plenty of points, and they're definitely not stopping anytime soon. Last round, RQ did manage to secure their very own chicken dinner, and we will now kickstart our second half of day 2 to see what has changed so far. And we did actually get a little bit of the updates on certain teams actually making some swaps in their roster, as we are currently looking at the top 4 performers throughout the past couple of rounds.
I'm not surprised looking at RRQ, Flash, MEC, and OSJA TH. I mean, if you look at all of these teams, these are teams that are actually getting active. Now, I think RRQ, okay, the definition of active here, I mean, it's just moving around the map and taking these precautions of how exactly you want to take these fights. But for me, the teams who are super aggressive and taking a space and want to play that first contact play, it's Flash, it's MEC, it's OSJA. RRQ, wait and see method, but they still do respond in a very, very timely manner. Now, as we go into the final 3 maps of the day, as you mentioned before, as Contra mentioned before, we do have some player updates coming out. We do have some player shuffles. We have subs coming in and some players coming out here, starting with Sem9. We have Def out with Trexie joining in, and Yuhai is out. Now, I am concerned about this particular moment because for Yuhai in particular, the firepower is high. I'm wondering if Kenny can actually fill in those boots. But enough about that conversation, because once again, reminding you guys one more time, the grand final is happening in 2 weeks of the PMSL SEA Spring. Is going to be happening at IOI City Mall all the way in Malaysia. You guys get to see us, the casters, as well as the hosts over there in person, meet your favorite players, and most importantly, cheer for your favorite teams.
That's right, and most of it all, it is free entry, first come, first serve, so you gotta get your way to IOI City Mall. 3 days of grand finals action to see who will be the brand new champions of the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia. So you can already plan your flights if you guys are not in Malaysia yet. There's still 2 weeks for you guys to reach over here. And not only that, if you guys just want to chill, want to watch from home, you guys can also enjoy a whole lot of great time with your friends as we got a brand new update in PUBG Mobile version 3.7. It is the Memory of Sen coming March 2025.
Of course, there's more stuff happening as well, but if you guys are not coming by, you guys can just check out this this particular update. I'm super excited for this. Now, coming back to our conversations about players, right? We also are looking at changes for other teams as well, other than Sem9. We also have Talon. Axel will be changed out, and I'm kind of surprised at this outcome because Axel has been playing for 2 days now, 1.5 if you think about it. And now with the last 3 maps happening, they're gonna change out Axel for Yoru. I think it's the other way around. Yoru started off playing yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. You know what? Never mind. Don't quote me on this. Because right now we have to talk about our sponsor, TECNO. Stop at nothing.
That's right, this event is proudly brought to you by TECNO, a brand that understands the need of hardcore gamers like you guys, and with the POVA 6 Pro 5G, powered by a fast processor and 120Hz ultra smooth display, your gaming experience is now more responsive and lag-free. So make sure you check out all these latest deals coming in from TECNO. And I do agree with you, you know, like certain changes are absolutely necessary. I believe what you said was right. Yoru did play yesterday. I was also surprised that they kind of put him pretty much on the back seat, and now they are taking Axel off the list just to add your back to have a little bit more firepower. But we go into our predictions. I do expect some of these names that we listed here to do pretty well.
I mean, personally, for me, coming in as well, okay, before we finish off this thing, we have for CD Alliance, Leons is out, Olio in. I think Olio is a very, I would say, experienced player. I don't really see an issue whenever Leon's out or Olio in, because I think in terms of consistency is very, very much there. But for OSJA TH, with Secret out and Richard X in, this is a question mark for me. Because personally, I have no clue, nor have I seen Richard X play. So these question marks can also very well be something other players can have in mind as well, because you don't know what to expect in terms of firepower, in terms of strats, in terms of rotation, in terms of takes as well, because the whole dynamic of OSJA TH might just change.
Yeah, I certainly agree with you. I've not seen a single game coming in from Richard X just yet, but I guess we're bound for some surprises out there. And for the fact that Secret, he's been a key player inside of OSJA TH for the past day, I think we're definitely going to get some major updates onto the tempo of play of all these teams that are going on board for the final 3 games.
Regardless, ladies and gentlemen, last 3 games of the night, starting off with the final Erangel of the night. Here, some teams been a bit more quiet, some teams need to play catch up, but all that's important is, if this is your best map, you better be stepping up.
Here we go into match 4 of week 1, day 2, as we do have some interesting stats on board. VOIN so far has been the top damage dealer out of the past couple rounds, and he's got some high average elimination numbers to also book out each respective map. Together with Yuhai, who are from SEMBILAN, who's currently placed at number 4. DX so far today has been on the lookout to really be on the sharpshooting, where they have not secured themselves a chicken dinner, but those stats, they don't lie. They are always up there, waiting to really strike down players within sight. So this time around, with the flight starting off from the southwestern corner map, heading into the eArena, it does allow a lot of all these teams from the mainland to get to where they need to be. A little stretch into the island, we'll see whether or not Temp Entertainment will go in for that deep dive, as we have yet to see any form of an island finish that does favor the side of TEM. So far, coast is clear. With this kind of flight path, I don't really expect those initial hot drops to happen at all, so it will be a smooth journey ahead.
Yeah. I mean, I think what today, how has our circles been contra today? One toward the southern side toward Quarry, one toward central, right? Oh, maybe I think, you know what? Give me an SMB circle. Why not? It's been a while.
It's definitely been a while, and I was just talking about Tem maybe having a little bit of that leverage of getting themselves into the island, but pulling across, it's also TODAK, so perhaps this is going to be an initial challenge. We'll see whether Tem can actually get through from this initial phase. KAGENDRA, they definitely had a really solid run. Past round, they managed to secure a top 2 finish, but it was RRQ that has bested them, and this is the first horse ride that we're actually getting here in 2025.
I'm not sure if I've ever seen this during a game I've casted in my life. I love it. What we said, bring up the ledger, Contra, bring it up. Add hovercraft and horse.
What about the gliders? When are we gonna get our gliders?
I saw my gliders already. I'm good. I'm safe.
But not for this season yet. But oopsie daisy, TODAK getting run over just like that. DX, they're still going on a goose chase up against TODAK, and they managed to find another member. Ooh, perfect shots coming out of Lambo.
Nah, man, I think today we've seen a lot of roadkill. I think 3, 4 in total, and I think Lamborghini had 2 out of them. Oh no, that is heartbreaking. That is rough. Losing 3 of your teammates this early, trying to fight for vehicles. I don't want to be in their shoes right now. Oh man, unlucky.
Not at all. TODAK so far having such a rough start to their tournament run, and just like that, one by one, getting picked off. So far, it's only been 5 points for TODAK. I mean, sure, this is their very first day, but I think that they need to always be on their toes. Dropping in the middle of nowhere, they don't really have much loot. Sure, they got themselves a couple of vehicles, but losing 3 members, this is kind of game over. I mean, it just started right here. They just had the dinner break, and DX not even showing any signs of slop so far. They are just booking themselves that entry into Sanaska, while Temp Entertainment have spotted them out. So I wonder if they will just trail deeper into the territories. Well, Nate is just going to make a pit stop. So DX, if they really want to fight for more, they absolutely could against TEM.
Oh, so that's how it looks like on water. When we saw it online, I don't think it's meant to be used this way, guys. Hello?
It's not too shabby, you know, like...
Oh, hey! We have 2 horses! Take it. Yeah! 1 each!
You know, like, I love that everything that we mentioned, it just happens just like that. We were talking about hovercrafts, we were talking about horses, we talked about SMB circle. As we receive, and there you go. If you guys missed out on what we were talking about, we have new updates into who goes in, who goes out. Kenny now playing while they take out Yuhai. You know, it's definitely a surprise to both me and you, because Yuhai has done so much throughout the past round. Now he's taking a little bit of rest, but judging from the performance factor of the couple of seasons that they played with Kenny, I think Kenny does offer just about as immense of a firepower. So it's not too bad of an idea to get those fresh hands on board.
I think for Kenny, it's a whole different style of play, in my opinion. Is less about being in your face and more about long range. And I think Kenny, in terms of how he calls and makes decisions, is also a different way as well. I think he's always 3 steps ahead. He's understanding his game awareness is something else as well. Is very different than the dynamic you would see from, say, Mika as well as Yuhai, who are more about aggression, who are more about gap closing, taking up space, being very much in your face. They are very ballsy. Kenny is a different. I would say it changes dynamic dynamic of the team, but also just as explosive. And speaking of explosive, right now, here's Olio, just came in to play today after, I think, half a day not being on board. And I think he's very much warmed up. He looks very excited. That was a great call as well as answer for him and his team, because I think for CD Alliance, what's great about watching them is the fact that whenever anyone crosses their peripheral, it's an immediately response. And I think this is one of the rare situations where, you know, a team crosses by and they're not able to fully clip them before they move away.
Yeah, and I also do like the adaptation coming with CD Alliance. Like, they saw that initial circle appearing on SMB. You see how fast they actually get into the island, not really wasting much of the time. And for the fact that you also highlighted that Kenny is a long-range maestro, I guess they are also setting up for those long-range battles later on when we do move into Miramar. So good call coming from the coaching staffs of SEM9 to get themselves ready before that challenge. Meanwhile, of course, Secret out while Richard X comes in. That's the biggest unknown factor that we were trying to figure out. What does Richard bring to the table? We see him carrying a shotgun. Probably he might consider exchanging it. But from this setup, he's probably going to play pretty much close range and many altercations to come. So far, so good. Teams are still trying to figure out how to move into the island very early. And here comes ENAM SEMBILAN. Just arriving by the port. Last we saw, SEM9 did cut around this area, and Kenny, the new kid added to the roster in this very matchup, he's got to prove himself right now to try to take on the rest of ENAM SEMBILAN.
It's actually so funny how these two teams have been meeting today. It just so happened that they're meeting in a very similar fashion as well. Both teams on the hovercrafts, and now both teams fighting for this warehouse. Tensky, 2K, alone here with his teammates. Kenny gonna get caught out, hands in his pockets, on his util, excuse me, as immediately he gets sprayed down here. None of his teammates can actually follow up. None of his teammates can actually play off each other here. Mika on the other side throwing a nade, but he's in trouble now. 2 nades running out him. He manages to juke it, and quite surprised he's managing to get to become the distraction as his teammate Firen. These long-range pickoffs is disgusting. 1 knockdown already, 3 more to worry about.
That was a really good pick, though, coming from Firen on an off angle. Yummy does connect the nade. There was another fight happening on this small little screen towards the bottom left, right. While we will still focus onto SEM9. Despite losing that 1 member, Firen tries to even out the trade, but they are not closing it just yet. Firen once again striking from afar, finding Sundara, and immediately takes him off the list. So it's an equal 3v3, but they gotta recover in time. ENAM SEMBILAN kind of stuck inside of this warehouse, so it's really down to how SEM9 dictates the pace of this battle.
Man, the circle is not forgiving at all.
What?
It's pulling toward the western side of SMB, toward Ferry Pier as well. I can already anticipate this might just be either a northwestern circle or even a bridge circle. But enough speculation right now because ENAM SEMBILAN is still in trouble. This fight has been very much prolonged here as SEM9 is still taking up that space. They're just slowly playing off each other. Look at Firen. This is the longest rotations I've seen here. His timing has to be a lot faster, a lot better. Mika and his teammate can only buy so much time here. Both players just hunker down behind these boxes. Enough cover fire, enough answers back here. But Trexy, he decides to go a bit more aggressive. Takes out space, finds 1, and now it's a 2-on-1 in the front end. That's a lot of damage done here, but Mika does what Mika does best, which is putting in the damage, getting up close and personal, and completely annihilating the 2 players of ENAM SEMBILAN in the top of their faces. And now it's just Hulk all alone in a 1v3.
It's just crazy that Firen has been positioning so drastically, and just like that, the tag team duo of Trexy as well as Mika shuts them all off completely, while Firen tags them from afar. And just like that, you see, Firen was from the opposite end. Now he's on top of those railings. I don't know where this guy could actually end up later on, but that was a clean fight taken by the side of SEM9. Unfortunate for Kenny, sure, he was the first contact, and he had to actually hold down line before the rest of SEM9 actually closes in. But the way that they navigate through that battle was just perfect in tactical standpoints.
Bit more of a silent start here for Kage. Flash as well, actually, though. Coming back to that fight here, it was very interesting to see how Firen was able to have these long-range fights. I think long-range players usually typically go for supports, right? But it was very exciting to see how Firen played off their teammates here. Kenny was out early. Fine, whatever. Kenny does the calls anyway, so it's okay. but the other two players are very proactive in taking that space, very proactive in becoming the main distraction to allow Firen that positioning as well as the opportunity to put in these shots that he does best, which is to take them down, pop some hits, and then go for that late rotation. Yeah, the timing wasn't quite there, but in these situations when you have players like Trexy, like Mika, who have insane firepower as well as balls of steel, you don't really have to worry too much about losing your players when they play that aggressively.
Exactly that. Now they get to quickly recover. More and more teams are going to flock the area of play. The only good news is that SEMBILAN is not too far off from the edge of the circle, so they can still close in with plenty of space left for them to book out. And also for the fact that they were taking that hovercraft, they came in from the same passage, so they should know if there's going to be any inbound teams who have already booked their way across those corners. While RRQ, they're swarming around these corners just to ensure that the coast is clear. They have already arrived towards the corner and now trying to negate the rest of SEMBILAN from cutting in. A little bit tricky for SEMBILAN this time around if they were to even move deeper in. There's also DX that's going to be waiting out. While OSJA is taking themselves
It's the longest rotation ever for OSJA.
Right? I honestly don't know where did they start. Oh, just to recall, they always drop inside Milta Power. And yes, indeed, that was a really tough rotation that they're taking. But here we go. Team Flash, they're onto something up against Alter Ego.
Nice sprays from Young as expected. He does what he does best here, playing this blue zone. Both teams need to take this fight so that they can just rotate off. Rosemary finally knocked down, took a prolonged fight there. But Alter Ego not done quite yet. I think they're looking to just brush off the players of Flash, just pass through here. But it's not going to be easy, definitely. And hoping if they can just go and pick up Rosemary here. What a nade there from Zeus. Enough to clip a lot of Octa's HP. Nalva, big answer back, but for some reason, managing to just completely disregard Zeus at all.
Yeah, both sides playing in the blue zone. They can't afford to take too long, or else they just deplete all their resources. And sometimes, like, this is the best case scenario. You just pick up a fight if you can't really enter the island. Zeus goes ahead to just knock out Hans for you, secures the point. First one in for the side of Team Flash, while Octa, he has been trying to seek out the flanker coming in from afar. Alva, so far, going for that long-range duel, while Team Flash tries to close in upon some of these members, and they're already opting to book the bridge already. Still a long stretch for either side to actually move into the island, but Team Flash definitely has gotten their priorities right. So, Alter Ego, it's going to be a tough recovery. They need to eventually hop on wheels, as this fight pretty much could be called a truce. But for now, Alpha still trying to hold out while OSJA, they crash the gates, and they do not seem to be able to win out the trade up against the rest of SEMBILAN.
It's like every single person that comes through just gets shredded in the meat grinder. Both teams taking heavy losses, but heavier towards SEM9 since both of the players who actually just got caught there immediately got lobbied. One finally knocked out of the way, and it's Lapar that's just getting really active and stealing these kills. He's been very aware right now, and Firen is taking note of that. All eyes on him, but Firen as well as his teammate Trexy, they're okay to play a little bit more passive. Don't want to just breach the compound. They have no clue how many members of OSJA is there that has already reset. And somehow on the other end of this map here, Strangers going very active. Sakura getting knocked down already. Two members of EA even down and out. Now Bobby is the only one left, and he needs to win this fight if he wants to be able to recover his teammates, and he just might do that. Still, Tiger to worry about, as well as another member of EA, Joker as well. A long-range fight. His head pops out. They go down, but it's not gonna be easy here. The members of EA, they're looking to push into lobby, and if he's not able to isolate, it could mean death right now, and that's exactly what happened.
What a sharp shot from down under. It is going to be eArena that will win out that trade. And overall, they can still go in for recovery. Tiger slowly limping. It should be just about fine for eArena to quickly go in for that reset and immediately book for the islands instead. This match so far has been the fastest match that we are seeing. Players dropping out of the lobby. Overall, we only have 40 over players still intact. Well, Tem Entertainment, they have been pretty much well-versed on how to play out inside of the island, as they've always dropped into this vicinity. but we haven't really seen them get a little bit more active while they've given over some space towards the side of OSJA, TH, as well as SEM9. Both sides, or should I say 3 of them, have called for a little bit of a truce where we saw that initial fight erupt coming from the side of SEM9. But understandably so, they lost out Mika from that trade, and after that, they just really have to play for position. Meanwhile, JT driving side by side, not really getting any form of a clip so far, connecting over on the side of Lynx, as Talon have just arrived to the scene, but this is not going to be an easy task for the rest of Talon to even find that space to call home.
My question is, do they really have to drive like that in order to shoot at each other? You had so much space, buddy. What happened there? It's fine. Anyways, gonna go quickly for this package, but I think Talon's not done quite yet. They want to go on the aggressive. And the thing is, there's 2 players for Xavier inside the vehicle. If, say, Talon can get active and blow it up, both of them at the same time, that's a 2-for-1. That's a buy one, free one moment right there, but opportunity pass. Xavier finally out of the vehicle, possibly realizing the risks right now. As the rest of Talon, okay, we've already crossed the bridge, and now we can look into how we want to breach more into this area.
Yeah, it's also great that they did not actually falter in this exchange, because this is going to be a very important hill for them to secure for that late game run. That's the reason why DX is not willing to budge. They are sticking all together with a 2-2 split at this very moment. And up till now, I thought that one of them coming in from Talon would have actually retrieved that package, but they're keeping their hands pretty busy right now. Same could be said about the rest of Team Flash. Now dealing up against the rest of the members of Alter Ego, who are trying to just gatekeep the rest of Flash from coming right inbound. Octa just driving right through, somehow surpasses some of the members of Team Flash. Playing by the edge, this is gonna be a little tough for the side of Team Flash to deal with, but here comes up close and personal.
Oh my
Ripple
god!
with the double shots, secures Fury.
Fury was supposed to have gotten that first contact. He was hidden very out there. Unfortunately for him, he whiffed, and Red Bull took full control of that situation and turned it into his favor. Track's still alone here. Only thing is a hovercraft in hand, drops out, and just falls straight into Gewi's crosshair. That's a very unusual and very unfortunate predicament, but for Sem9, this is going to be, I think, a pretty good round. Honestly, 13th place for Elims. We'll take that.
Yeah, I guess like their hands are pretty forced as well. Everywhere they turn, they have to meet somebody else. Like at the very least, they kind of know that OSJA is very close by, so they just tried their best to try to eventually pick up that fight, but they don't really have the right positions. And Red Bull really stopped them on the tracks. If that duel was won, it could very well be a very different story for the side of Sem9. While Alva and the rest of Alter Ego are slowly getting tagged from across the hill, it is going to be Team Flash continuously piling on that pressure. They're not clear just yet, as that buggy is about to explode. They are forced to put in a couple more utilities to hang in onto that spot. While Team Flash, they close it up the fight up against Alter Ego. This time, 0 points for AE.
Lot of aggression, everyone just rushing into the circle right now. Everyone just rushing to find that perfect spot. And speaking of spots right now, Boom and Talon, they're fighting for control of this area. Zero Nocta, so is Misery. Winix is so low right now, but Bao's, his position is so far back, and he's trying to go in for some action. Perhaps go for a pick-off, perhaps go for some skills. Hell, even go for a third party, why not? And now you get, what, 4, 6 players in the bag? Chill fall. And now this Esports being very sneaky, and they have to worry about all the other members of Flash, as well as Blue Esports on the other side of the map. Renzi as well as Yami get 1 each, and just like that, Talon completely annihilated, get eliminated, no kills, and despite all that cacophony, they got nothing out of this round.
Yeah, that was a big surprise to me. I thought Talon would at least go for a little bit more of an equal trade. But here comes the rest of CD Alliance trying to breach upon the members of MEC. They do have a couple of crates that they are hunkering down towards. Oh, that's a bad lob coming from Olio, which he has to dodge. Almost self-naded, but just a little bit of oopsie. But Olio seeked out by the nades coming from Tam and Hasby. But look at Iftar. He's drawing in close. They heard those footsteps, and it clips onto Oniklu instead. But here comes the rest of Team Flash. They are here to take on both sides of the Malaysians.
That is disgusting, but Flash doing what Flash does best. Just take advantage of chaos. And CD Alliance as well as MEC, this is the third time they've met together today. And usually, in these situations, Sem9 has come up on top. But this time around, no one is coming up on top. Because in this situation, Flash has completely annihilated them. MEC is also going to fall as well. And at the same time, now there is still Iftar to come out for that reset. I'm surprised that MEC was the only team to have gone out in that situation.
Yeah, I thought even CD Alliance would have actually crashed out. In essence, that kind of aided the members of CD Alliance with the help coming in from the side of Team Flash. Speaking of which, Team Flash still keeping themselves busy. Only Lapar to deal with some of all these blows to a weakened side of Young. Here comes Minapeko, driving right through with his buggy. That might just actually clear some great angles, but here comes Boom. They do spot out the rest of RQ as they try to shred them all apart. Bows now trying to get a little bit more of a line of sight, but RQ, they're driving right through.
Oh
trying
my
to run them
god,
over, but
what
they
is
swerve.
that? That's aggressive driving at its finest. As Young barely holding on for life. Lafar putting in a lot of hurt, a lot of pain as well onto him. The Peko is going to be falling next. Rose has done a great job of just keeping the other members off guard here. And he's just kind of juking them left, right, and center through the smokes, jumping back in, jumping back out. He's gotten 2 members of RRQ already. Now Lafar is here to provide a bit more cover fire, keep his teammates alive, prolong their survival. But the sprays are a bit much. The micro angles are a lot to deal with. And somehow Bose just juking every single shot sent out by Lafar. But here comes the big guns right now. It's hard for Bose to push up forward. It's hard for Bose to play ring around the rosy. You never know when a jump shot's about to happen.
And here comes OSJA TH at the very same time. These two teams have to wrap up the battle, and it will still be Bose! He just outclassed the entirety of the members of RRQ. Nate's now being sent right in. He has done what he needed to do to secure those points. 8 points in for Team Flash, but OSJA Talon says, that's enough, buddy. It's time to take over. 9 points in for the side of OSJA Esports, as they are now within the top 6.
Man, OSJA, opportunist, but it looks good. Rough start, but they make it work. We were questioning what Richard Alex brought to the table, and he brought stability. He brings support. He brings a different style of play to this team, because just now OSJA TH had a different kind of aggression, but this time around it's a little bit more controlled. The pacing's a little bit more slow, but it's still the same OSJA regardless.
True enough, and overall, I believe with that form of support, it does activate Red Bull for a little bit more, as he's currently traveling with 6 eliminations under his belt. CD Alliance, after that recovery, they have not really moved too much from that position, but they are definitely hurling nades after nades. Here comes Tem Entertainment Exozip. He is trying to stick his nose up to the side of CELCOMDIGI Alliance, and it's going to be Richard that falls instead. Tem Entertainment, another great response. But can they actually find an opening to take out the rest of OSJA TH? Rick Nate's drop right in. Oleo does get a catch onto Noah. And this has been a great defense overall for CD Alliance to still try to make it into the top 4 cut.
Great nade by Oleo, Iftar as well. They've been staying fairly hidden, staying a bit more quiet. But it doesn't mean they're out quite yet. They're understanding the advantages they have and how exactly they want to use it. But here comes Goff 3, so if he were to push up this hill, especially with that vehicle, they can potentially just run CD Alliance over. But I think there's a lot of question marks as to how many teams are watching them. Are they going to be sandwiched? And you don't want that to happen, especially in situations where there's so many third-party situations happening.
Yeah, it's pretty smart of some of these teams to really leverage by the spine of the hill to get that natural cover so that they could just single out their targets or whoever they really want to take on. A little bit quiet coming from Boom, though. They're still hunkering down inside of those compounds. But on the other side, DX hasn't exactly been those noisy neighbors. I wonder when exactly will they actually call for the queue to actually go in and try to pick up that fight. So far, it's been a little bit of a standstill between the two, but for now, there's also the entry of KAGENDRA coming in from the outskirts, playing over on the southwestern corner of the map. Now, this is going to be the shift that will dictate the pace of the next battle. And oh boy, DX, they gotta start moving.
Lower southern side, no one in sight, so it's a little bit more wriggle room if anyone wants to decide to go aggressive or need some space to work with. But every single team and player just playing on the hunkering on down on the side of this circle. Right. Dangerous game right now. Gonna try go for a jump peek outside in the open. No replies quite yet. But TM, look how close they are to the members of CD Alliance. Can take up the space. In fact, they can go a bit more aggressive if they want to. I think the only thing that's keeping them kind of like at bay right now is that hesitance. They don't want to get, they don't want to lose any of the members a bit too early. The possibility of being 1v2 is definitely there, especially in that 1-1 formation that CD Alliance is going for. But this time around, Boom Esports feels like they're very much alive. The way they collapse, the aggression they play, it's very different than what we saw from them in the beginning of the day.
Yeah, and they also do notice that the compound is still within the circle, so they can actually hold still and not really give that position away. Flushing these teams to actually take up the battle. KAGENDRA swerves over back to take up the fight against him, and here comes Bright, tries to trade right back, but it's only going to be Golf left, standing over on the edge, and he is eventually going to be seeked out, but the rest of KAGENDRA gets struck down by the members of CELCOMDIGI Alliance.
TM going on with no eliminations is something a little bit more different to me, but they are known for that. I think they've done it on yesterday as well in one of the games. When push comes to shove, the second, I would say the next plan they have is to just go for placement points, and that's exactly what they've been doing here. Nades lobbed from both different angles here, barely missing Iftar. He's cooking up his own nade as well. They want to take this fight to OSJA, hoping that they can get crippled just a little bit by those nades so they can collapse over onto that. But at the same time, there is that concern, right? You take these fights and then suddenly behind you is gonna be Kage as well. One knockdown already. They are aware that they're close. But Casper, he is taking a fate into his own hands. Throwing down those nades, smokes to work with as well. Just proning through some big sprays as well. Iftar takes some bit of damage, but not enough to knock them out quite yet. Ooh, Olio, ouch.
That's definitely going to hurt for a little bit, and it seems like they form a new allegiance, a pact between OSJA as well as KAGENDRA to try to take out the two members of CD Alliance. They've been having that defensive hold for such a long time, and they could afford to stay as long as they want with the circumference of the circle still favoring the side of CELCOMDIGI Alliance. So far, it's all about who's going to be the next competitor up the block. It's going to be DX that rushes up the hill to take out the rest of OSJA Esports, but Nate gets caught out. The rest of Boom, they took it slow, and they finally found an opening.
Huge round already from CD Alliance. Despite already losing 2 players, they still bring in the firepower. They still bring in the pain. Very patient. They take out space. Olio knocked down already, and I don't think there's any chance to revive him. So right now, his teammate Iftar is all on his own, and the pickoff is gonna go straight to Lily Boy. Now, Yume eating a huge damage from that nade, but Yume, you really gotta give it to him. Despite being low HP, despite being so weak right now, he still answers back. He still puts in a bit more pressure for his teammates to rush up forward. But Lamborghini's not done quite yet. He still has a few minute nades to work with. One final one thrown out here couldn't actually give him that value he wants. Not quite, but Iftar finally eliminated now, so CD Alliance, they're almost done, I think. Pretty sure they're almost out of the game. But for now, Xavier, this is a different round for them. Despite not having the full squad, they still maintain the aggression, they still maintain that firepower. They just slowly but surely walking through the circle, hoping to just find someone, spray them out. That's exactly what happened to Red Bull, and they move back. Now, these smokes are the only thing separating this team as well as Boom Esports. So now they're trying to say, okay, we have the advantage, we have the high ground, we have some smokes to play with. Do not allow Boom Esports to encroach into our area, but that nade will be the game changer.
And it's also coming in from KAGENDRA at the very same time. Both sides of the Intermission working in tandem to crash out the rest of DX. Now, once again, it is going to be the Brethrens, Boom Esports versus KAGENDRA. KAGENDRA has taken a lot of the space over the south side. Boom, they need to recover. 2 members are being knocked out, but Casper gets seeked out, but it is not enough. It will be KAGENDRA to be rewarded handsomely at the end of the battle in Samnaska.
Honestly, look at this team. They look so good right now. A lot of control, a lot of holds. And I think that what's really exciting about seeing them is the fact that they were actually the team that has been sandwiched. They were in between 2-3 different teams. And despite it's a 2v4 or a 2v2, they didn't even bother to really join in on these smaller fights against those teams because they understand the risks. They're looking at the bigger picture right now, which is surviving with 4 members, at least for a situation where you can have a man advantage over the rest of the teams.
Yeah, and they also made some big calls to actually take on their opponents. So the big crash towards Temp Entertainment allowed them that space to hold down. And you can see majority of these teams, they were not playing on the open side of the hill. Everyone were being forced towards the back end of the hill to get a little bit more of that defensive cover. The X thought there's even more space to play out, but once they actually got funneled into that space, KAGENDRA, boom, they waste no time, they drop those grenades, and boom, kind of have their backs exposed as well. So great work from KAGENDRA. They have managed to finish off pretty clean with all 4 members still alive at the very end of that battle, which is so hard to do in a Sonosco military base ending.
Man, what a way to start here for Kage, a team that's just been, promoted to the Tier 1 series and giving us this kind of firepower, this kind of play. I think this is the most competitive I see the newer teams come up on top. I think we had this conversation, I believe it was last year, Contra, when some teams just got promoted up and we were saying, okay, it's fine, they're not getting used to this, getting onto this league yet. And these teams felt like they were like the weakest among the rest. But this year is a whole different tune. And I'm really questioning, why is this a thing?
KAGENDRA, the hungry young bloods from Indonesia, have finally secured a chicken dinner of their own, and they were fighting tooth and nail. A game before we got ourselves that break up against RQ. They did manage to finish second. At this time, they made damn sure they secured that win. And yeah, we were talking about how all these newly promoted teams, how well will they fare against the teams that have been veterans in the PMSL. We get ourselves the answer. From Malaysia, we had some of all these names like MEC. KAGENDRA looks like the hottest team out of the list from Indonesia.
Wow. You remember we talked about this yesterday, right? About how many sharpshooters, how many teams are just so terrifying in Indonesia. I'm happy to see that KAGENDRA is just showing us how high this bar is from this Indonesia squad. Excuse me. Now coming into this one, I think Achul OK is actually one of those players I had my eye on, given the fact that in terms of how he plays, well, he's not necessarily, I think, the highest sharpshooter or the highest in terms of putting in the damage. He still tries. You can see him always in the front line, providing that support to his teammates to give them a little bit more space. But most of the time, in terms of how KAGENDRA plays, it's been less about those fights, but more about getting the right positions. They will fight to get the right position. They will fight to get the right, I would say, terrain or even area to hold. And then it's all about just the weight. And the weight, despite it being very, very long, it's one thing that they're very, very adept at. So I love seeing that for them. But regardless of the outcome, that match was very, very competitive. Because look at the score here. 15, 14, 13, and 12 from Kage, Boom Esports, OSJA TH, and DX. And for Boom Esports, this is exactly what I was talking about. They cook and they take a long time to heat up. But once they do, you get something like this.
chef's kiss, I would offer to all of them to have been able to cook up a chicken dinner just like that. And like you pointed out, this has been one of the aggressive maps to be played out by this entire group of B versus C, where everybody got involved from even the early game. Certain teams have realized, hey, we can't exactly get that easy access to the island. Let's fight our way in. Despite Alter Ego eventually even getting there, they did manage to get all too much because Flash was blocking their entry point, and after they reached into the island, they didn't manage to get much. Talon was also challenging some of the members of Boom Esports, and we saw the results. Boom just defended perfectly, and this is one of the big rounds coming from Boom Esports as we see a lot of the Indonesian teams thriving. OSJA is now hold over onto the top spot together alongside Team Flash as they tie in the number of points, but OSJA, they do have that one extra chicken dinner to be able to sit on top of the podium.
I think now it's more important than ever to really realize that the number of chicken dinners can actually really help out, especially in those time breaker situations. Now, I think coming into this one, I'm really glad to see Kage and Boom Esports finally guys climbing those ranks after being at the bottom for quite some time now. And the same could be said about the other teams. Alter Ego finally making it to the middle of the ladder as well, which is something I'm very excited to see. Because granted, I think they started the day with what? I think 6 points only. So now they're slowly making their way up, leaving a lot of space up for themselves from the bottom of the ladder. But there's still that concern, right? Because most of the players who are at the bottom, the last page right now, have only played today. They still have one more day to go.
Yeah, the ones that have played 6 matches or so who are currently dormant, HB, FaZe Clan, New Era, I guess tomorrow they will start to worry on how to catch up against this really stacked side of Group B. So we now move over on to Miramar, and we still have more players to be brought in to play the rough terrains of this desert dune. So we'll definitely get a little bit of an update on that. I believe we will see a couple of changes coming from some teams, but before we even get to that, we have a lot for you guys to check out in PUBG Mobile, where this year we are celebrating the 7th anniversary together alongside with a familiar friend for a music collaboration coming 7th of March.
I wonder how the song sounds like. It's not really about who is making the song, it's more about like how the song's gonna sound like. Is it gonna be catchy? Is it gonna pop? Is it gonna be a rock song? Is it gonna be EDM? I hope it's a rock song.
Ooh. Yeah, it definitely will be a bop no matter what it releases. Yeah, I'll definitely hit bang with you, and I hope that maybe for the 7th anniversary concert is under the way. I don't know, giving some of the people behind the scenes some ideas that, you know, the fans definitely do want to look forward to that. But, you know, not only are the songs but bangers throughout the course of the year, I think the matches continuously excite all of us. So we got 2 more games to go. So before we get there, I guess we will go into the prediction. But we do have an update. It's going to be some changes coming in from AE, STES, as well as Talon. But I'm hoping in this final few games, AE, they got to step up, and this time they understand how important it is. So they are taking Octa out, they're bringing Rocky in to see if anything improves for the final 2 matches.
Hard to say. It's really, I mean, you put it that way, it's hard to say. Right? I mean, Rocky did come in yesterday as well. Personally, for me, regardless of the subs coming in or not, it didn't really feel like it was a big impact or a game changer in my opinion, regardless how they take their team fights. Especially, it's very stock standard when you think about how Alter Ego takes these fights. It's always you know, Rosemary in the front line putting in a lot of damage, a lot of pain. Half the time I do question though, when Rosemary is so far in the front here, are we going to be seeing a bit more of a follow-up, because they do have Rosemary and then the rest doing these long range fights, and I would love to see a little bit less space between them so they're able to just really kind of like collapse and play off each other. Regardless, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that, and you definitely put up some really good notes on that. The dynamics of how Alter Ego is working this season looks a little bit jarring, don't you think? Compared to all the other previous seasons. I don't know if this recipe is gonna do them justice if they continuously use this formula.
I don't know. I mean, it's hard for me to say, like, if to justify, like, you know, like for Boom Esports, we understand they're the slow cooker team. They will take a few rounds, but they will still eventually make it in. We can rely on them on that. But when you look at Alter Ego, you think, okay, consistency is key. They don't necessarily get the chicken dinner, but they're constantly maybe in the top 8, top 10. They have some points. They have placement points. They have eliminations. But seeing them, like yesterday's game, a bit dismal. I'm like, okay, perhaps this pressure is why they need to just really kind of launch them forward. We saw sparks of it, but it's still not really enough to bring them on top because there's a lot of catch-ups for them to do. Because regardless whether or not, they need some time to really push forward, the fact of the matter is they're running out of time. This is their final game, their final stand to just make sure that they can, end up in the top 16 to make sure that they can make it to the Super Weekend. I understand getting 1, 2, 3 is just a bonus here, at least for this normal day week games, right? Because making it to top 16 is what the goal is. So you could catch more points to get into that grand finals next week. Regardless, there's also some more changes as well. I think Strangers. We're gonna have Earth's PH out and KNS in. What can you tell me about this player?
Well, so far, Earth has been a very stable player, but for the side of KNS, this is a brand new name that we have not seen so far.
So it's a Richard X, technically.
Yeah, he's pretty much a Richard X, if that's going to be the case. Maybe he is a little bit more fine-tuned towards playing the big maps of Miramar. We will have to see if it does supplement on what Strangers Esports have to offer. They did show us a little bit of a big moments heading into the initial few Erangel rounds that has been run through. So hopefully KNS will be able to show up huge. And other than that, Talon Esports, they take out Linux, they bring Axel back. So it was only like, what, a one game break for Axel?
Yeah, it was a one break. Yeah, but they still maintain having Yoru in that lineup, so it's now Linux out. And I think there were some times before I did talk to some of the teams, right? Like say Sem9. I think last season Sem9 was doing also a rotation sort of moment when Man Parang was still on the roster, and I asked them, what is your idea with bringing Man Parang this late into the day? Like, what do you want to do here? What's your game plan? Does it change the dynamics of how exactly you approach the game? And I said, not really. But we want to make sure that all our subs also get a chance to play and to kind of keep things fresh in the roster. But that was Sem9's answer last year.
True enough, and I think it's fair to say that if you have a roster with 6 players or 5 players even, you gotta give everybody a fair shot. And speaking of a fair shot, this is another grand opportunity. Final 2 games to be played out by the players coming in from Group C, and will they make it worthwhile? It's time to find out here as we go into the penultimate round of Day 2.
Okay, a more complicated map. Stakes are high, especially for those who are almost done for the day here. Teams that played yesterday, today is their final day playing as well. So I'm talking about OSJA, I'm talking about RRQ, TEM, MEC, what do you call that? Alter Ego. CD Alliance, Talon. This is their last 2 maps here today. And the flight path is kind of unkind in my opinion. This is a very, very southern flight path.
Yeah, it's so skewered down south as well as the eastern corner map that it really renders a lot of all these cities to be pretty much left up for grabs. So we are either seeing a lot of fights to take shape in the early game, or they will just try their best stretch all the way to places like St. Martin, El Pozo. But for the moment, I think a lot of players would consider, hey, is Los Leones going to be okay for us to at least snag a couple of haul of items and then find a vehicle to rotate out? As you can see, it's pretty much clustered up for those who are dropping far down south. Meanwhile, Chumachera, we have Talon to be taking the upper side of the hill. TEM, not too far off from that Chumachera sector. But over here, that circle
rough.
appears all the way northeast. Yeah, this is going to be so tough, Tash.
Why didn't you tell me today is opposites day, Contra?
Well, if I could tell you, then I could also predict, maybe our love lives and stuff like that, but I have no answers to that, unfortunately.
Oh man, this rotation is gonna be a pain in the butt for all these players. I think only 3 teams had managed to just land a little bit more northern side. But if I were these teams that are already northern side, I would just kind of like, you know, loot whenever I can and then just slowly make my way toward the middle side or northern side of the circle. That means I have to worry about less corners, less areas to watch out for in terms of lurks and flanks. So that's just me though.
Yeah, overall, I guess like there's still plenty of all these space to play around inside Miramar, and here we go. Updates. If you guys missed out on what we were yapping about, then yep, it's gonna be Rocky this time to be taking the place of Octa for Alter Ego. It's gonna be 2 games of play for Rocky to ensure that the rest of Alter Ego stays afloat. 34 points currently held by Alter Ego. Do you think that's realistically enough? Judging for the fact that, you know, some of the teams here in Group B, they played these couple of rounds. TODAK still with 6 points. Announced Milan with 7. But, you know, the big winners like DX, one day, it's already 47 points within 4 rounds.
I mean, it's DX, right? You know, for a while now, it's just honestly, that's what I talk about in terms of DX. They're not flashy. They're more of like a silent killer. At one moment, you think, oh, they're very at the bottom. They're just consistently going through rounds without getting those chicken dinners. But then suddenly you blink and then you look at the score. What the heck? It's day 1 and they already have 47. They're beating out teams that played yesterday. What on earth is happening? How are they this good? How are they quickly going through this? And it's because of how quiet they are. They're able to silently just kind of work their way around the maps unknown. But I have to say, I also want to say that this is also a half-truth because today, players like Lamborghini especially has been very loud with the jump shots, with taking up space, with kind of prowling down the map. How many games already have we seen DX play with a disadvantage in terms of 1 to 2 players? Because they always go into these early fights, right?
And like you said, when they do make those noise, it's always a big bang. We saw all those rounds inside of Erangel. How many times when they see that opportunity to third party, they go ahead and just crush the lobby. And even last round, we saw them finishing top 3 in the Sanhok round. They were amongst the top 4 as well. So consistency has been the key for these players, but they didn't just achieve consistency out of doing absolutely nothing. They know that those fights that they were pivot points, they usually will try to draw it to a close into their favor for most part. Whether if they give their bodies up, they always walk away with like what, 6-7 points of eliminations, and that is just sufficient for them to consistently claw all these points by the end of their run to have so much by the end of 4 games. And now game 5, DX, they have always been known for their strength when it comes down to playing long range, mid range in Miramar. So I do fancy their chances, which is why I dropped my votes to this team that has been one of the best in Vietnam.
Kage as well surprised me today, hasn't they? Like, it's just more of like, okay, Kage is around, Kage is in the fight. You expect, you know, when it comes to these newer teams, I think, okay, they're super aggressive, they're raw. We've seen it already. We've seen maybe passive, right? More passive teams, especially from newer teams. I thought, okay, they're gonna be passive, they're gonna stay quiet. But somehow Kage, they've just comfortably kind of made their way into this tier 1 tournament. They look like they've been playing this for so long. They have good reads, they have good timings. And I have to say that out of all the teams that are new so far in this, I would say this tournament, them and OSJA has really kind of like really put, you know, a standard on what I can expect from these newer teams that just been promoted up here. Because out of the many years that you and I have been here, Contra, I can safely and confidently say this is the most competitive I've seen this tournament to be in a long time, whether it be from the old timers, the veterans, or even the newer players.
Yeah, I certainly agree. You know, certain past seasons where we see, oh, new prospects, new promoted teams, and eventually, sad to say, but it is the truth that some of these names seem to be filler names to the point that, oh, they come in, they just barely score enough results to even make it into a top 16 cup. But this season, it's drastically different. You have MBC, you have KAGENDRA. If you look at the trajectory for KAGENDRA, this is their first day of play. They already got 30 points. They can possibly achieve even up to 50 over points to close off this day 2 on their first action. And you can only imagine how much better this team can become in these upcoming seasons if you give them more and more opportunities. Speaking of which, right now, I believe that there is a drive-by happening, as Strangers Esports might have actually spotted Young inside the building, which is why they're going in, double-checking, sending all 4 members to try to infiltrate. Shots being fired now, as they also managed to spot one player up top the hill.
Young saying feel quiet right now, probably shaking his boots. For Strangers, my question is, how long do you want to stay out here? Because, yeah, these blue zone fights, they're fine. They don't really hurt as much, but do you want to finish off so much of your util this early here? Young gonna try and take a crack at it, gonna jump out the window, surprisingly survives, running away, slipping away like the eel he is. But his teammates are still around, gonna throw out that nade. It drops straight up inside there. Milla moving away, on fire already, and Young takes full advantage of their misfortune right now. But not for long though. Young knocked down already, but his teammates are ready to just collapse into it and take up that space that they have lost. But it's not going to be easy though. KNS going aggressive here, trying to isolate the fights one by one. Zeus does find get slow in the end. And how on earth this fight going wrong so fast for Strangers? Because the ones that were hunting earlier was Strangers and not Flash. Strangers out, 0 elims, and who's coming up on top? It's Flash, and they're happy for this, I would say, this opportunity to fall into their laps, and they ran away with it.
The hunter becomes a hunted, like you said, and it really was down to Young to really set up that trap. They thought that he was all single out. That definitely was true, but you saw how well he just slipped through those windows and eventually got them all shackled up inside of that compound, and the rest of Team Flash, they slowly tear them all apart. We do have another close-range battle, I would say, or mid-range battle between some of the members of CD Alliance as well as Talon Esports, but they quickly steer clear away. This is still very early into stage 2 where you don't want to commit. Sometimes beggars can't be choosers. You even take horses into Miramar. Well, this suddenly feels like Cowboy Town to me.
Yeehaw.
Let's see, RRQ. Good day for them as well. I mean, and the fact that they're just more of a reactive team, I like the fact that they're kind of like finding that identity of what they want. But on the other end, again, Malaysian teams have been duking it up against each other. Olio knocked out already very early. Lynx is the one who to get that pick off very early alongside Clean. So they're gonna be very happy with that. Not in the circle quite yet, but all they've been doing is just kind of holding down, hoping to find anyone in the midst of a rotation, the scouting, and that's what I'm guessing happened to Olio.
Oh boy. The rest of KAGENDRA driving right in and immediately gets seeked out by the rest of OSJA TH. Really tough space to actually play out, especially in the city of Al Azhar, where you have a lot of open space as well as walls that are broken up. So it is tough to navigate, especially when KAGENDRA is currently being split up. They do know for the fact that the rest of OSJA is on that 2-2 formation, though. Trying to lob a couple of nades towards the side of Yui, unable to connect for now. The rest of KAGENDRA might actually find themselves to reposition eventually, but look at this current standpoint, it seems like they are going to be locked into place for a longer time, but at the very least, it's still going to be them being within the area of the circle. So if they really want to extend this battle, they absolutely could. But resources, do they have aplenty? I definitely want to question, because for KAGENDRA on the split formation, whatever they can scavenge here definitely will be essential for them to actually last out on those trades.
Mexican standoff here between these two players. Both teams just gonna amicably part ways. No, not quite. Bright is just not letting it go here. He wants to go for the aggressive kind of pushes. A lot of sprays onto EA over on this end. Not finding anything quite yet. He does have a high ground to play with, but right now, right at the end of the blue zone, I think for him, maybe perhaps they're just hoping to go for these late rotations and become the gatekeepers. That seemed to be the plan right now, because look at how much space TEM is covering.
Yeah, plenty of it overall, as they are also making sure that nothing's going to be stopping them from that north point.
Look at how many teams are on the western side. My god.
Wow. I didn't really notice that there's actually that plenty of teams actually coming in from the west. So truck stop is going to be a very busy spot to be at. So we'll expect a lot of battles to be taking shape over onto that southern end, the west end. But over in the north, TEM kind of find themselves into this sticky decision making where if they want to drive into Al Azhar or not. While
Okay,
Mikhail,
pause, Contra. What is up with Malaysian teams meeting each other today? Is this been happening throughout the entirety of the day? Do we have some hidden beef that we didn't hear about? Because low-key, someone share it to me. It's been happening 3-4 rounds in a row here. I'm tired of it.
Honestly, I'm not that tired of it because we heard those spicy conversations during the interviews. Like, yeah, they're putting jabs at each other. Even in-game, they're gonna do so. But this time, it's Malaysia versus Thailand. Sakura now being lopped with the nade coming in from the side of Kenny. This is going to be pretty difficult to breach as M9 tries to hurl down Tiger. They say, we are the bigger Tigers on the block. Going chase now. It's going to be Mika to also nail one more member down from the side of eArena. This is looking rather rough as they will have to ditch this position eventually. Plenty of smokes now being popped right there just to cover some grounds. But the rest of the Tigers from M9 are giving chase. Joker, though, she's still staying put. Is that going to be a big surprise factor for Sem9? We will take a look. But Alter Ego, they crash out. No points at all.
Oh no, it's looking from bad to worse for that Indonesian team. And the same could be said about RRQ right now. TEM going aggressive. They take up this space here. Gen Force, Hazel, as well as Lapar all knocked down already. Now Peko is the one in charge of going for these resets. I think he does have some time here and he might go for that here. All the sounds of the vehicles, of the nades come out. Now Peko barely has enough time to bring Lapar out. He's knocked down already. Hazel about to be barbecued to death. Bright H just completely below Lapar to smithereens. They're not done. There's nowhere to go, nowhere to move. Genfos is outside, but I don't think he's going to be holding on for much longer. He's out and about there. Noah with the sprays. Huge plays right about now. And Napeko, we've seen him do magic before. He does have the magic hands here. The nades are prepped and primed and ready. And somehow TEM, they're keeping out very safe. They're so aware of the plays, of the ideas of what Napeko has. That wall between the two rooms keeps Napeko alive for quite some time here. Another nade comes forward. But as Napeko jump out, he jumps into the nade! Ah, lucky situation for RQ.
So crazy, right? The happenstance was absolutely real, and Napeko, I guess he's really had his backs against the wall. He tried to steer clear away from all these pressure, but eventually it was TM. We're seeing an absolute different side from the Thai squad to now be activated in this Miramar matchup. Now, plenty of teams over on the south side still need to navigate their way through, but it's not going to be too far of a journey. Boom Esports, they're up the hillside. They are trying to defend up against the rest of Team Flash right underneath their noses, while OSJA might face off against the rest of eArena. But here comes TH, or should I say, ENAM SEMBILAN versus the rest of TODAK.
To see if anyone were to just push this side of the hill. Oh, perfectly played in those corners here. Kryptonite is about to fall right now. Real took a big risk playing that way, but Cleon will be the one to pay for his sins. But Sondara, these long-range pickoffs are the ones that will show his hand over to someone other than their team. Is going to be DX that steals away that pickoff. Toda still very much alive. ENAM SEMBILAN out of the game, as well as Levi's will be the one to steal it away. These fights are getting more intense as the amount of space between these areas are just slowly dwindling down. Over on this side, OSJA TH going to find themselves face to face against Kage once again.
This has been a really long lockdown inside the city of El Azhar. They didn't seem to have settled the scores just yet, but it seems like they are not willing to wait much longer than that. Nades are now slowly being popped towards the side of Casper. Red Bull, he's still got 5 frags to be put into good use. 3 against 2 if they were to try to cut across that road, but you can see Lele Boy, he's absolutely ready to take them on while we go back into Flash versus Boom Esports. Initial lobs not really connecting, but on that lower ground, Tops understands that it is going to be a risky push if he were to go in for the assault. Gathering enough space so far. Boom Esports don't want to give any more room for the rest of Team Flash, so they are going to hunker down over onto this spot. Trexie does spot one member off the side of the Savior for the time being. 12 teams still left on the block, and the rest of Team Flash, they say, this is not working. Don't take that fight up against Boom Esports. Look for an alternative spot. And here comes the rest of Sem9 also driving by. This might just be a challenge towards the side of D-Savior, but at the very least, for now, Sem9 they're gonna at least cement themselves on that lower ground just to get the cover from the natural surroundings.
EX. Bit of rotation coming forward. I think they want to take a little bit more space on the top of the terrain. I think it's good because that corner should give them a little bit more vantage point in terms of how they want to look around the map, and also allows them a little bit of a lower ground and upper ground to play with as well. But TODAK, surprisingly, the amount of times they've been knocked is quite a lot if you think about it. But somehow they've managed to reset time and time again. I hate that word, but yeah. And now they're going to find themselves toe-to-toe against SEM9. SEM9 still hasn't found an answer here to get to that circle. Take that fight against TODAK. Yet they want to do that. But these two situations already, TODAK has managed to overwhelm them, which caused them to go for that reset and then move away and rotate over. But at this point, I think they're starting to understand that, like it or not, they need to take this fight. And I think Kenny was the one to get knocked out very, very early, late in that rotation, out there in the open, on a buggy too. That is the wrong call to play.
Yeah, and that was also a great catch coming from TODAK as well. You can see that they were taking separate side of the bowl to just get themselves enough cover so that they could actually set up some of all these ambushes, which Kenny kind of fall prey towards. So Simba now understands that is not going to be an easy task for them to cut over, and they have to force their way. Either it's up against TODAK or DX. Pick your pick, it's not going to be easy. But Lambo has arrived to the scene to take on the rest of TODAK. Oh, what a nade that was! Paragen secures them too, clearing that space for the side of Lamborghini. Now the rest of TODAK has been weakened up. Lynx hiding right behind, but he's not offering any form of trades just yet. But 9 did manage to eventually get a catch onto a member of DX. Spots up here for the same time. He's gonna go for a whole lot more. It's the 6 points. Kenny at 7 to the table, and
oh my god!
7. He gets the knock, but not quite enough just yet. Now it's only down to 1 member left for the side of TODAK.
What a reaction time! 9 nearly gets caught out there. The nade's gonna come out. It's gonna be true right now. Lynx at 9 now out. So they will be eliminated with no points here. So unlucky. The same could be said about MEC as well. Regardless, we are seeing a different side of SEM9 just now. They weren't able to win these initial fights before, but now they've proven it everyone wrong already. With sprays to just secure the kill onto Levi's, great. Mika still not eager to give out space and will be punished for it. His teammates are not even close by here. eArena wants to take advantage of the situation. Parajin and eArena playing ring around the rosy around the trees right now. Got 1 knock already to Sakura. NC2 is close. Sakura out and down already. Parajin, what is this movement? The same could be said about Nade. All these nades cooked up, thrown onto the players of NC2. They could not even breathe a sigh of relief, or even catch their breath as SEM9 hunkering down and saying, okay, we got the reset. Time for us to skedaddle, cut noise, and hopefully we don't get found out.
DX with their Iron Fist just held true throughout that spot. Meanwhile, Zeus, he was trying to actually get the little cover right behind the vehicle, but will be seeked out by Yummy May. Boom Esports so far still remaining to be very healthy and alive. Despite that form of exchange, it could have proven to be a lot more devastating. Now they do know Team Flash is around the corner. And man, DX early on with their Iron Fist, they managed to stop the tracks of eArena, who's hoping to actually push up against them. And try as it may, it didn't seem like it was going to be falling to their favor. Anyways, we saw what happened to the side of TODAK. DX, they can go on the aggression, they can go on the defense, and it still works perfectly fine. And Labo still knocks 1. Trexie's gonna be down, and TEM is on the approach, looking for something up against the rest of Boom Esports.
Wait, still on. TM has a nice 2-2 formation. One at the bottom side and one at the top. Provides a lot of cover fire, crossfires as well. Can provide some intel and info. They can, I guess, kind of move back if they need to. But for Flash, found themselves at this lower ground. I think it's a great position, actually. A bit more hidden, a bit more further away than everyone else. Don't have the advantage, but also not forced to kind of move out of the way. So I think it works out so well, especially granted how many teams are just so packed in the side of the circle right now. As the circle shrinks, TM finds themselves in trouble here. Forced to move past Boom Esports, the sprays can be quite deadly, but this time around, OSJA gonna find themselves toe-to-toe against DX. What the heck is that nade? It's disgusting. Richard X somehow knocks himself out, and Casper takes full control of the situation, steals away that pickoff, but despite that boo-boo, OSJA, look at Gailey, look at Shop for QQ. They're going aggressive. They have slowly found their way to the top side of the compound of the area, managing to overwhelm DX slowly but surely. They can't even answer back.
Wow, that was so clean from the members of OSJA TH. 6 points racked right in. And D-Savior, they try to actually hold the line, but we saw how many battles they were taking early on. I believe that they also were depleted in a little bit of their resources, but the way that OSJA really struck were super calculated on the ways that they've been able to have every member positioned perfectly to really take on the rest of DX. Still a very respectable round for DX to walk away with that 6 points. TEM Entertainment versus Boom Esports, though. Both sides on opposite ends of the hill, but they gotta keep in mind, there's still Fanteezy who have to be going in for the flank position and have not been scouted out by the rest of TEM. That could be the thorn in their flesh while Zero tries to zoom right in for close proximity fight. He does get the catch on the Bright.
So well around these corners and the terrain as well. A lot of pressure coming through. Boom Esports find themselves ping-ponging left, right, and center. But somehow the team that's losing right now is TM. Ponbit somehow accidentally blew himself out here. So it's an unlucky situation. Can still be picked up here. Noah in trouble. Knocked down already. As Yomi, he's doing what he does best. Taking out space, going up close and center in your face. And somehow survives this skirmish. Look how low he is. This is the definition of a ballsy play.
It definitely is, and boom, once again, showing their strengths here in Miramar. The way that they've been able to navigate that fight, Fanteezy, sure, I talked about the flank, but they just went for that direct approach and still walk up without any form of a casualty. That was super impressive, but here goes, final blow to the last member of 7-9. The rest of CD Alliance have finally made their mark, moving into another top 5 finish to try to catch up against OJTH. It's been already 7 points. They've got to also keep up to the pace of the Thai squad. Well, if they're finding the mark, if they're trying to actually stop these rotations coming from the side of OJTH.
Tiny angle that caused that slow HP to happen on the top, but the same could be said about Young. What the heck is that spray control? That is perfect! Quickly finding him in the midst of trying to just rotate off that high ground, and that is the risk of being on top of the high ground. If the circle were to push down, you have no space to work with. You're gonna get completely chunked down here. Now Yummy, he wants to steal this kill away if he wants to get the point down, but Young has done a pretty good job of keeping quite hidden, using the train to his advantage here. And somewhere across the map, the CD Alliance is in trouble. Young finally flushed out, is down to the final member of Flash. And just see whether or not they can prolong this. But Adit Look is not done quite yet. Talon will fall. Both of them down and out here. That's just Adit Look in a 1v2. How on earth is he making this work? Wow.
And that's crazy, right? He's taking this DBS out in the open here in Miramar with those spray and pray taps. He clips the entirety of Talon. That was absolutely ridiculous. Just like that, 8 points in for the side of CD Alliance, making their way into the top 4. And this is an interesting top 4. Yui, he survives! Oh my word! How did he get off scot-free just like that, catching out Iftar? And if we were to look at the discrepancy of score lines between OJTH and Team Flash, they're neck and neck battling for that #1 position. While you have CD Alliance also fighting tooth and nail, Boom Esports claws their way here to ensure that this final 2 battle is going to be worth the wait.
Big sprays onto Boom Esports here. A lot of pressure coming in from Adit Look, despite the fact that they don't really have, he doesn't have a lot of support, doesn't have a lot of pressure coming in from his teammates. He's still going in aggressive, he's still showing his hand here. And getting 1 knock means that he's still gonna try and rush in. He's gonna take this fight face to face against Friend Z. He knows Friend Z is low and they have to go for that reset here. And he's gonna be using their own smoke to his advantage. While some nice little blind shots into the smokes, but because of that, his hand has been shown, and Yummy will just quickly flush him out here.
That's the end for CD Alliance here on the penultimate round, but they still have 1 more game to go. Top so far playing very, very cautiously. We last saw him playing by the foothill. He's still pretty much there. He's just gonna wait out for all these fights to happen, and this time it's the Titans here, OJTH versus the rest of Boom. Plenty of nades now haul towards the side of Zero as they will hold true. Yui now soaking some shots coming from Pombit as they try to close right in. They will now respond. Boom Esports dropping those grenades, not really flushing their positions, but they barely have enough room. The bulldoze's closing upon them. Yui has to make his move, and Zero, he just goes in, blind sprays with the M4 as they will secure the rest of OJTH.
Just feels like a formality now. I mean, there's only 1 member to worry about. It's gonna be Flash. Boom Esports started the day slow. We were questioning what the heck happened to Boom. Big change in coach, a big change in plays, but we forgot the one big, I would say, moment or one big, play from them, which is the Boom Esports always start slow, top tries. But Boom Esports, again, just making sure to tie up those loose ends, giving themselves a chicken dinner on Game 5. Slow start, but they always end big. That is Boom Esports.
Change may be uncomfortable, but change is absolutely good. Not only do they have, changes of rosters as well as players, even from the management of the entire organization, but look at where they are by the end of this round. They even brought in a sub in this matchup for Miramar, and it has paid out as they've secured themselves the big win here on their first day of play.
Huge for Boom Esports. I think last year was such a great year for Boom Esports, but unfortunately for them, they fumbled when it mattered the most, up toward the grand finals toward the end of the year, right? And now they've come back here. Big changes in rosters, big change in coaching staff as well. And we know that Boom Esports is not a team to do that. And we question, okay, how would this affect the team? How would this affect the mindsets of all these players as well? But so far, Boom Esports seem undeterred. They're still doing what they do best. They're playing how they know best as well. They take their time, and there's a lot of faith into themselves. It may be slow starts here, but as they say, progress is still progress, and Boom Esports start off real good right now. Especially, in my opinion, Yummy and Pombit are two players you have to constantly, put your eye on. Pombit will just quietly come out of a smoke and get 2 pickoffs, and you don't even realize it from happening. Yummy is the player to just really take up the space. When you think that you're safe and you're out of the way, there's gonna be some long-range pickoffs, and the sprays are just gonna completely annihilate you.
Yeah, and you also add the prowess of Zero hitting into this matchup. You saw how devastating of a blow that he's dealt towards even the members of OJTH overall. And Boom Esports, they are looking hella good to actually dominate inside the map of Miramar. Let's take a look at the highlights as we will be prepared for our final game.
Great start for Boom Esports, at least. Not really a start, but I think finally they're just warmed up here. Look at the amount of damage they've done as well. That's almost 2k total damage coming in from that team itself. And I have to say, looking from them, I think it did take a while for them to really warm up. I was kind of concerned that we're going to see an alter ego moment for them. But I think at a day, Boom Esports can be rest assured that Boom Esports, Raja Comeback will always be their title.
That's right, they are the beast of the East after all, and I believe that they have definitely searched through the list of names out there, even from that grueling round where they were playing inside of Samnoska military base. They have also held on for super long to secure at that top 2 finish, as Boom are making that strong, steady climb. And you did talk about Yummy May to be the main man in this roster. Once again, he delivers 703 damage, 4 elimination points. What more can we ask out of this gentleman?
Whew, I don't know. We need to ask him for therapy, maybe, for all the players he's scarred. Because his presence in the server is terrifying. It honestly is terrifying. And I am really shocked whenever I see him play, because it almost feels very rock solid, right? It's almost not really a lot of whiffs. It's very, very solid. It's very decisive, and that's what makes this team very scary. Regardless, for them, 21 points, putting them so far ahead, given the fact that it's the first day of them playing and they only really came online toward the second half. This is a great start from them, at least coming into day number 1. Now, OSJA TH still maintaining momentum, and the same could be said about Flash as well. And CD Alliance, despite everything, right? Despite the fact that, I thought that it's going to be a lot harder for them this round. They were knocked out a little bit too early. They lost 2 players, I think, relatively early as well. They still managed to make it up to the top side of the rankings.
Yeah, I'm pleasantly surprised with their performance overall. Especially, it's been such a long 2-day run for the side of CD Alliance, and they still have the right tempo of play, the right mindset to still go in aggressing certain teams, and when they need to actually hold back, they still have to have the right protocols set into place. 11 matches to be played out by our current top 4 in the standings, where we might not actually see game time for maybe half of these players by the end of the run. But overall, the battle between OJTH as well as Team Flash will see OJTH currently plays about 4 points up ahead Team Flash for this current moment. But look at the Savior. First day of play, only 5 matches in, they're in the top 7. Absolutely impressive.
Wow. Looking at this as well, I mean, a lot of the teams that are going down right now are teams that are not playing, right? VPE, BTR, I'm excited to see how they perform tomorrow. Alter Ego, it's a heartbreaker looking at them, because I thought, okay, Miramar might be something that they might be able to thrive on. I think from what I've seen before, they do pretty decently on this map. They're not necessarily the Raja or the Kings of Miramar, but they tend to at least go out with a respectable score. I was expecting between 5 and 10 points at least at the end of the round, but they got eliminated early. They were one of the earliest teams eliminated. They did not get a single elimination point, and this comes back to my question on day number 1. Is it going to be a 1-game pop-off and then a dry spell for these certain teams? Because there's a lot of concern from me right now, especially for Alter Ego. When was the last time that we don't see Alter Ego make it to a super weekend? Because the last time I remembered, it's been a long time.
Yeah, almost never, to be honest, if we think about it. Like, it's so tough to even swallow the fact that they're honestly not really performing up to the standards, but you gotta say the competition just gets so much stiffer in this brand new season. While we take a look at the top 4 strategists, it's pretty interesting on how teams have basically put utility into great usage, where CD Alliance has been the one to throw the highest average smokes in many of all these battles to turn the tides in their favor.
Honestly, I love the way CD Alliance kind of takes advantage of smokes. It's almost disgusting, because it doesn't matter whether it's their smokes or any other person's smoke. Once they come in there, they play this game where they have a DBS in hand, they jump out, put out these like blind shots onto someone, jump back into the smoke, and sort of play like a ninja. You get sprayed through the smokes, but it's really hard to get that clip onto these last few players. Regardless, we still have one more map. One more chance for these players to prove themselves and see whether or not they can set the bar to qualify, excuse me, for the Super Weekend this weekend. But enough about Super Weekends, because the finals is happening in 2 weeks, the grand finals. This is the tournament you do not want to miss, because every year when it's PMSL SEA Spring, it's gonna be hype, and it's gonna be over at IOI City Mall.
That's right. You gotta make your way to IOI City Mall in Putrajaya if you guys are in Malaysia. If you guys are planning to fly in from all across Southeast Asia or beyond, you have 2 weeks to do so. Entry is free, first come, first serve, and you're gonna have a whole lot of good time with the people that have been making it happen the community, as well as you can get to meet all the players, the coaches, all the people that have made PMSL super exciting. So other than that, you can also check out what's in store for you guys when you log in to PUBG Mobile. We have version 3.7 coming up very, very soon in March 2025, where you can explore all the land of mystery, and I definitely want to log in to see what kind of cool stuff have they added to this brand new update.
Ooh, sparkles, glow, super cool Prince of Persia effects. I want them to add levitation.
Levitation. What
Yes.
about a genie in a bottle? That could be a thing.
No, I want to levitate.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. I think that's pretty cool though, if you can levitate in game and just fly wherever you want. But you know what's gonna fly right here? Maybe my predictions. I don't know. I have some hits, I have some misses. I've seen a lot of Indonesian teams thrive. RRQ did manage to win today, but I want to see how well will they play this Miramar.
Okay, wait, hold on.
Like yesterday.
I'm sorry. Two of the teams you put on there, right, are brand new teams. There's a lot of expectation here.
Oh, yeah. Well, and I think for very good reasons, right? I think Mela and the rest of Strangers proved themselves. eArena, I've seen their PC counterpart, how well they play. I'm hoping that they can achieve that same sort of momentum. That's my kind of hopium.
Okay, so it's a bias then.
A little bit.
No, it's a lot, right?
Okay, I'll be honest. Yeah. Pretty much.
Okay, mine are just purely off stats if I'm being honest. I mean, look at the Vietnamese teams. They're on a whole other level. I love seeing them. Usually back then we would see one Vietnamese team really thrive. The rest kind of like remain at the bottom. Not the bottom, excuse me, in the middle of the pack, right? But this time around, this is the first time I've actually seen two Vietnamese teams going hot right now, and it's making me super excited.
Yeah, me too. We have Team Flash really trailblazing their way into many of these matches. And D-Saver, no chicken dinner, no problem. Is this the place that they will score in the final game of day 2? We shall see as we hit right in to our final match for tonight.
Final match, final stand, final moment to make sure that teams who are from Group B can see whether or not they can make it to the Super Weekend, this upcoming weekend. Wow, how many times can I say weekend in one line?
This weekend, we are going to say a whole lot more weekends, I guess. So we'll keep a counter. Maybe we get a penny every single time.
We have the ledger, we have a counter. What else, Contra? We have a lot of stuff going on here.
Yeah, maybe a little too much perhaps. But oh boy, look at this flight. This is skewed a little too far over the western plane. I don't know. I've always wished for that oasis ending. You see all the way up north, that water rain. It's never happening, I guess, but I can only hope that we get to see that one day. But overall, I believe it's Group C that's going to have the final play here in this final game of the night. Since they played yesterday, and Alter Ego absolutely pressured. And I think the other team that we kind of let off the hook was TALON Esports, where they haven't really had the best opening rounds throughout their first day, and today they're not shining bright either.
Okay. Maybe you get an opposites day again. Cruz Dilla. Oh, okay, never mind. El Pozo Circle. I'll take it.
Not too shabby, but oh, what do we have here? STE versus the rest of these other players. Is that OSJA TH that I'm looking at? I gotta get a double confirmation onto this point. As these two are just trying to maul at each other inside of the apartment buildings of Picado. Oh, it's 6-9 instead.
Surprised that ENAM Milan is actually in the same place as Strangers. Wow, great opening by Tensky. And immediately just putting Lobby back in the lobby, like his name. So, massive here right now. I think for ENAM Sembilan, they're not done quite yet. They've just become like sort of like apartment partners here, just renting 2 buildings side by side. But I have to give it to ENAM Sembilan. They've been very proactive. They are very opportunistic. Hulk went up, shot someone in the face, walked back to reconvene with his teammates, and that's what I want to see here. I don't want to see these full all-out fights very early because that's very, very risky. I want to see these sneaky plays, get opportunistic, get a pick, turn things into your favor, and then finally, when the push comes to shove, then only collapse.
Yeah, and I guess like it's going to be a long run for either side of the team. How much resources are they willing to pull up against another when it comes down to this duel that they have? A little bit of disadvantage for the rest of Strangers Esports, and maybe the rest of ENAM Sembilan just want to rain on my parade, right? Since I just dropped this massive expectation of them scoring a chicken dinner for Strangers Esports, it's like, nah, Contra, you're never going to get it. So, I mean, jokes aside, it's a good feel for Mela, though. He spots out Hulk. What more information can they gather from here? Even despite all this information, where are the rest of the members of STES? They don't really have the right angles to even pick up the fight, other than Mela getting a little bit more of that intel. KNS gets low, still inside the building, unwilling to step out, because the rest of the other players from the side of ENAM Sembilan, they have one taking the arena, to still be able to look out for some of the back windows of this building.
Need to open things up. Doesn't clip anyone quite yet. Strangers being very cautious, understanding the disadvantage they have. Nice little spray by here as KNS comes up forward. Mela making sure to be the one who changed the tides, but Kryptonite says, I don't care if you have the high ground or not. All I have to do is just walk up, spray you in the face, and Strangers, suddenly, they lose a majority of their teammates. Only one member left is Mela, the most veteran player in the team right now, and he's just running for his life.
Man, this guy's got no business hanging around Picado anymore, but at least that's just about enough space to still keep the rest of Strangers Esports afloat. And that was what I was like wondering, even with that information, how much can STES actually play out of it? Apparently nothing at all. So Mela is going to start the engines and turn his tail and look for another spot to call home for now. So rough. This has just been the beginning of Miramar. You're already down to 1 member remaining. Krypton has already tracked it. Unfortunately, that's just a red dot site for Krypton on that UMP. So Krypton's been doing a really massive job. You saw how clean that take was when he was moving up the apartments, barely receiving any form of damage at all. So, ENAM Sembilan, this is one of the biggest victories so far in the tournament.
Yeah, and I think they really need this coming from the fact that they are at the very bottom of the scoreboard right now because they only have 7 points. And they have played, around like 5 maps already. And honestly, it's been so unlucky for them. They've been in a lot of fights already. It's been a lot of, a lot of fights, a lot of kills around the map. We see them skirmishing. And the thing is, out of all of these fights here, it hasn't really been fruitful. It hasn't really been in their favor. They get one, they don't really get to secure those kills. I'm loving the fact that this time around, they go aggressive, they get a pick off, and they're quick to put the point into their pocket, which is what I want to really highlight here the most, because they got 3 already, which puts them at 10. And if this game continues to go in their favor, they should be primed to overtake TODAK and EA, given the fact that they're able to survive till the end.
Yeah, that's pretty true. Now it comes to think of it, where some of these teams who are having a little bit of stagnation, ENAM Sembilan got a little bit of that confidence from that fight, and it could very well prep them for the day ahead when they will have to take on some of the players coming in from Group A. Now, another team that I believe to have found a little bit more momentum today has been TEM Entertainment. And it came at the very right time, right? TEM Entertainment played the previous day and have got healthy enough of a number right now, as they have their names pretty much highlighted in red. I believe that is going to be the top 16 cut, perhaps. I definitely want to get confirmation on to what that actually means later on. But overall, TEM so far having a very steady pace. I do like that when it comes down to how they play out the top 4 finishes. They have definitely had a very good formula to at least score plenty of points. But for now, OSJA has been brought in and they take out Rosemary. What's your take on this? Because Rosemary, we know him as the star player of the entire AE roster.
hard to say, right? I think at this point, I think they just want to see how the dynamic will be like without Rosemary kind of really taking that spearhead. And I think that it is understandable if you think about it, because you know the way that they play is like, okay, Rosemary goes aggressive, he goes in the front line, gets those pickoffs, and he puts in all the damage as he puts in all the pressure onto the other teams. But now Rosemary is out. That means the team has to adapt and play for themselves, which changes the way they want to approach these fights, these skirmishes, and even these rotations and takes.
True enough, and also I was just checking out the leaderboards while we were having this conversation. Have you ever imagined a day where KAGENDRA could potentially overtake both Talon and Alter Ego within the span of a day? That thought kind of runs pretty well in my head right now, come to think of it, for a newly promoted team challenging some of the top seasoned players coming from Indonesia. That just goes to show how strong the whole region of Indonesia really is.
I think what's really exciting is the fact that how they adapted as well, right? I think that looking at Talon today and yesterday is very different. Yesterday, it felt like they had a confidence issue. They had full advantage in a 4v3, 4v2, and they lost it because of their hesitation, because they don't really want to play proactively. And, you know, in situations where they had to be reactive, it took, I don't know, a good 30 seconds for them to really figure out whether or not they want to collapse into a fight or not. Today, they're really on the ball. They figured out what they want. Their momentum is in their hands. They look a lot more comfortable today than yesterday.
That I certainly agree. And now, speaking of Talon, they have already made their way to the edge of the eastern quarter of the new updated circle. So they can optimally negate all the other teams, try to gatekeep names like Alter Ego from approaching, coming in from the southeast corner. Now, that is going to be a very painful fight for Indonesian fans out there. It's like, if these two teams collapse, do you root for Alter Ego? Do you root for Talon? Because this is going to be their very final game of the night.
You have to understand one thing. You see 4 teams of Indonesia in the top 4, right?
Yeah,
and you're like, you know what? At least one Indonesian team will be confirmed the chicken dinner, and you're not wrong.
Yeah, and chop
You're
one
not
out.
wrong.
Chop one out if you can, right? Like, if you can negate that
Hashtag
competition,
done
make it
claim.
less. I love that idea, and of course, we shall see how this one plays out. While MEC has spotted out Yoru, he just got subbed into this round, and things are looking pretty interesting as coming back from Tam, trying to break open that vehicle, was you forced to get some cover coming in from that compound. MEC, I love their position, taking all these high hills, elevated angles, just to try to see if they can pry open this fight. But Talon, I guess they got just about enough of a defensive hole for them to last out this round.
Oh man, this M9 in trouble right now, getting kind of stopped and just crunched from left, right, and center. But the thing is, I'm not stuck with you, you're stuck with me, says Sem9. Mika taking up so much space already. Drive-by shot all around. Kenny barely surviving by the skin of his teeth here. But long-range shot here. It's gonna be Mela just really step in and steal some kills there. Dabs and out. But Sem9 completely overwhelmed the Indonesian squad. What on earth was that? Because they were the ones who were crunched. They were the ones who should have really dwindled down in numbers. But they were the ones who just drop out, go aggressive, overwhelm the bottom side, and just sort of go for this reset. As Mela did steal a kill, doesn't really matter. They're okay. They're happy with the outcome.
Yeah, absolutely ecstatic with that. I mean, Sem9, that was absolutely ridiculous on how well they preemptively naded the entry points, absolutely stopped the onslaught coming in from the rest of KAGENDRA. So they pretty much getting summed up with 32 points for KAGENDRA. For the first day performance, I would say that is super respectable for this newly promoted team. Well, Boom Esports, they're on that up and up. 50 points so far. Still looking for a whole lot more. MEC now climbs up the kill, going up against OSJA, and the facts are pretty much exposed to the members of the Savior as they slowly attack them from afar.
What's your next move, OSJA? Where are you gonna go from there? Stuck between a rock and a hard place, hard to rotate, forced to go for the reset as well. Finally, Olio does find the final member, Mela, all alone here. I'm not too sure how CD Alliance managed to find him. He was there camping for so long. I guess he didn't show his hand he did show his presence there. So they actually marked him, and now CD Alliance moved their attention to Sem9. But the same could be said about RQ here. Two Indonesian teams meeting up here in the middle as Nerpeko will be knocked out and immediately sent down to the lobby. No, it's actually Flash that finds them, and Flash is just looking at both these Indonesian teams at the same time. They are ravenous and they are looking very aggressive right now.
They definitely are, and also I want to highlight how dangerous this area of play is for a majority of all these teams. You can see that there is a lack of compound heading into these final few zones. This is only stage 3, and there's barely enough places for them to go in for restock, which is why if you do win those trades to get a little bit more of that reset and regain more of these utility, it will prove to be very vital for that long run. Well, I took a look at the minimap at the very same time. eArena, they're in a really good spot. There was probably half the map right now unplayable because of the terrains that is not going to offer any form of a playable area for them. But they are definitely going to be able to hold out for a long time. But they got to watch out for their resources. Meanwhile, speaking of which, it is DX that spotted another rotator in the form of TALON Esports. Now climbing up the hill. They lose that vehicle very early on. Axel gets picked off at the same time. Lambo, spot on, takes him out.
Nasty shots here. Levi, you can always count on him to just really go for these long-range pickoffs. Out of the blue, you're just going to see someone just get knocked down. It's like, oh wait, where the heck is this Xavier coming from? Oh, he's in the compound all the way on the other side of the map. What? Question mark? Kiel, knocked down already here. Kryptonate, really got to give it to him today. Very proactive, very aggressive as well. Keem, he's been spotted out already. Cooks his own nade here. Hulk and Ten Sky 2K. Side by side, Tom is to be the next one to eat up all that damage as well. Keem tries his best to just really buy some time, keep the other players at bay here, but there's not a lot of space he can work with. They're all out in the open.
Yeah, such a dangerous approach coming in. The rest of Team Flash tries to crack this case open wide up against Alter Ego. Both sides are on their final remaining round. And it's going to be up there with Wish forward, but he kind of holded himself through the staircase. That gives opportunity for Rocky to go in for that quick tap. Alter Ego now with those solid 3 points. They can't close it out up against Team Flash. What is going to be the verdict here as Zeus goes and shreds apart Rocky as he steps foot outwards. Now it's down to Octa trying to kill a couple of mates. And with the Molotov, they secure it perfectly to shut them all completely.
What is this? What is this team? I've never seen them play this aggressively before. But here comes Keem. One spray is all he needs. But SEMBILAN was very much ready for him. Your 10 Sky moving left, right, and center. But Keem, with the firepower, with the blind shots, with the pre-fires, will be the one to come up on top here. But regardless of this win, he's all alone.
Yeah, that was a very bloodthirsty fight coming from both ends of the newly promoted PMNC squads from Indonesia and Malaysia. And he just survived with the skin of his teeth. Down to 1 player left. I guess at least there is a little bit of room to play out. But OSJA TH is not too far off. And take a look at this. RQ so close. Alpha tries to go in for a save. Not quite enough as the rest of RQ have been able to actually spot that maneuver. Hazel goes ahead to heal himself up. And look at how dry of a utility do they actually have in the bag. Only 1 last first aid kit for Hazel. And I'm not too sure if they were to have completely depleted their stocks eventually, it's going to look pretty rough from here on. Talon now arrives to the scene, challenging the rest of OSJA TH. I don't think they have enough members. Chopper tries to play Ring Around the Rosie as he runs foot forward. Chopper gets knocked down. Perfectly primed nades coming from the side of Yoru to supplement alongside with Boysil to slowly take them all completely. Now they are trying to turn Fizzle and run. Yui, he knows this is going to be a lost cause as he drives towards a different side of the trap. Been spotted out by the final member, MEC, takes them out cold.
Talon, a different look right now for them. Very patient as well. Now it's time for them to just kind of move and rotate into that circle. Like it or not, I need to take this fight against Xavier. You know how aggressive, how ferocious this team can be. MEC with only 1 player left. Look at these shots already. Look how aggressive they're going right now. You can always expect that from Lamborghini. But no, actually, it's going to be Talon as well, jumping off the vehicle, falling straight into DX's crosshairs right now. In trouble already. Tries to play Ring Around the Rosie. He does have a DBS in hand here, but none of the shots are actually hitting right now. A lot of space has been made. The nades are going to come through here. Misery going to try and just dodge it. Cannot do more than that. And DX somehow gonna make this work in their favor.
Yeah, I guess you could say that Misery does not love company this time around. That will be the end for Talon Esports. They are 1 point shy behind Alter Eagle after finishing the run. Even Alter Eagle have lost out already. They have a total of 40 points to book out of their 2 days of play. Meanwhile, as the fight continues, boom, they spotted the members of EX as they made plenty of noise, but it's too far of a jump to actually connect. They do have terrains to actually cover grounds for the moment. And look at how long Kim survived being the Lone Ranger for MEC, but Yummy May is about to change that. He's got this nade primed up, but oh, DX! They've just shown themselves on the perfect time to steer away the rest of Yummy May as he has to fall back.
Wait their time now. Every single team trying to go up this high ground. I remember there were a few iconic moments here where teams just hanging around the lower side, and the team at the very top just sort of got a win for free, a chicken dinner for free, just because they had the advantage in terms of high ground here. But it doesn't seem like TODAK can climb up quite yet here, with Real already knocked down. Cleon is just so low already, forced to move out the way, forced to go for a reset. He's going to set up those smokes, but for Tem, I think they're going to deny them that space and that breathing room. The nades come through here, Real just slowly getting chunked down bit by bit. Blind sprays into the smokes, MEC down and out, but they have gotten 6 eliminations. That's an insane start from them, insane snap from them, think about it, excuse me. But SO Zip, blind sprays into the smokes, Cleon tries to keep them at bay, but there's nowhere to go. They're in trouble, cornered like rats right now, and TEM will run away with the points.
My SOC just cleaves them all apart. They really had no place to run or even hide. Meanwhile, the Savior, they just got annihilated by the rest of Boom Esports as they took that lower ground. Palmbit with the flank have spotted the entirety of the EX, only having one member to still play things out. Levi's is on top. No revivals to even follow suit with. While the rest of Boom Esports, they are on that lower ground. Levi still tries his best to lob a couple of grenades, hoping to get a little bit lucky. And Palmbit, he does soak a little bit of damage coming from Levi's. This is going to be a tough fight for Levi's to take, but he will take his chances since this is going to be the last match of the night. And that is a perfect one, lob towards Yummy May.
Levi is trying to see if he can crunch in from the other side, keeping very quiet. I'm not sure if Palmbit is aware of his presence. I think he might be. He is sort of marking his general direction right now, and he's making sure to not really pop out his head too much because we know what happens when you get too aggressive. But they do get that reset, they do get into those cars, they can move into a different situation. And Levi's already low. I think there were some blind shots coming through here, and somehow, what the heck happened to Noah?
I got no clue. That happened in a different sector.
Wait, Palmbit's down! And
Wait a minute.
they're out! RRQ is somewhere close by here, and that's in the midst of that rotation.
Where exactly is RRQ? I really do wonder because we don't even get to see any of their bodies in the map at all, while Bright continues on a push. They found the final member remaining coming from TODAK, and the coast is clear over on the eastern corner of the map. eArena, they have gotten the best spot possible, but they haven't gotten active so far. Paragin has eventually been secured by the members of Boom Esports while they are playing inside of smoke. Look at where Frantizi's at. He's trying to find Levi's on the street, and they will secure it. 7 points for the Indonesian Titans who have secured that previous chicken dinner.
They're going very aggressive right now, primed and ready already. Boom Esports, despite only having one player left, they still have a lot of impact, making a lot of noise throughout the entirety of this map. TEM, they've really managed to just chase out any single team that's been trying to play off the side of this terrain. They've managed to find TODAK, they cleared them out. I believe they managed to get Talon as well. Quote me if I'm wrong. But now they're looking to play into a different situation. They can go a little bit more aggressive. They can go on a higher ground. But I don't think they want to quite yet. They want to just see if anyone were to cross, and they just spray the heck out of them as they go into that circle. But you know what? Hold that thought, because it's going to be Joker that puts in that pressure onto Noah, onto SO Zip right now. But he's all alone here. His teammates are so way far out. If he gets knocked down here, that will be the end. Bye-bye. He goes to the lobby, and his teammates have to go on without him.
Yeah, I have no clue how some of these players even end up so high up over onto the high grounds. But like I said, if that is going to be a knock onto Joker, then eArena will have to say goodbye to him. take a look at the update of the shrinkage of the circle. It still favors the rest of eArena. They've been here from the get-go. They have not really moved too much. As a matter of fact, haven't secured a single point at all, which is why they are sending Noah to at least get a little bit of something in return. So he's got to be on that lookout point. Sem9 under threat. They can't afford to actually move too far off because of the presence of both TEM as well as the other Thai squad, eArena.
I like how eArena is playing this. It just made me realize that eArena has a nice compound on the lower side of the terrain. And you have one player on the higher side. And this kind of like works out in their favor. If say that the circle does shrink toward the high ground, okay, great. His teammates are gonna be in trouble. Rotation is gonna be a pain. But if they do go down, at least the one player on the top side of the terrain can either survive or provide some cover fire as they're rotating into the circle.
Yeah, speaking of rotation as well, Boom Esports now left with one member will have to cut over onto the streets and slowly look in towards the members of eArena. I think they should be able to at least squeeze through it safely for now. eArena, they do have some areas blocked over from the line of sight because of how they've been hunkering down on that compound. Meanwhile, an interesting attempt coming from TM. They are trying to lob that nade towards Joker, which is on the long side of the hill. Now, it's going to be that final member of Boom Esports spotted out by Genfos. Oh, he's trading back! That's insane! Can he actually take Genfos from the high hills? Wait, we'll have to wait and see. But that is going to be the final tap from Genfos with that Mini 14.
Still tried though. You're going to give it to him. Still put in quite a significant amount of damage onto Genfos. Look at how much damage his tier 2 vest has taken as well. Now we're down to our top 4. And relatively, everyone is very healthy except for 2 teams here. Talking about Sem9, talking about RRQ. I wouldn't kind of count out Sem9 quite yet. They've done 2v4s before. We've seen how I think was it earlier today, Yuhai was able to do a 1v2, 1v3 just playing inside the smokes as well. So there's just still a lot of surprise factors, especially with how this meta is. You know what? Never mind. I may have just jinxed them right here as Bright gonna find a knock onto one of the members of Sem9. They can safely go for a reset, but like it or not here, the big vast area with no cover where they are, it's gonna be a pain in the butt to go for those rotations.
That's right. There's also some pressure over onto Noah. He knows that Joker is around the vicinity, closing in at the very same time. Sem9 managing to go in for the pickup as now Noah has to deal with this pressure coming in from Joker. But once again, he's all alone. How much further is he willing to go? While eArena starting to get a little bit more pressure coming from down south as Sem9 also goes on the approach. They are now playing prime right in SOZIP, unloads that clip. Unable to find anything in return, Sem9 eventually gets scouted out as SOZIP does eliminate the members of the Malaysian team. That nade does connect! Joker! He's onto it! Now, it's a 1v1 between him as well as SOZIP. Can he still go in for the revive? That is the only hope coming in from the players that are playing over at the top. They're still Bright that can still supplement on their approach, but this is a very risky play. Take a look at Tem. Bright, he might not afford to even cut across, but if there's any chance at all, there's still a vehicle for him to take that big nosedive.
The circle is kind of pushing down toward the southern side now, so every single member TM has to get active here, and it's not going to be easy because right now eArena is comfortable as heck. They're the team that's hanging out on the bottom side. They have a compound in front of them. They're not really in a rush to get into the circle quite yet. Yes, the circle is pushing through, but they can take their time. Now TM forced to take this fight here. Joker just being so happy and just to take down this fight. He does get knocked down eventually, but it does put a lot of pressure as well as damage into their resources. Joker falls, denying that point at the very least, so they can take some solace in that. But for the rest of TM, getting down that terrain, not the easiest way to go, as Golf3 will be completely annihilated and pushed down by 2 members of eArena. They can go for the isolates, it's not going to be easy, but eArena going to deny that.
Yeah, and this time, the pressure is on TM. They can't afford to climb down because the rest of eArena have already taken off the area of play on the bottom ground. And there's honestly not enough room to play out, but for some reason, RRQ, with that Lone Ranger hiding in the back, still remains to be safe, somewhat having the center of the circle as well. So if it draws down to stage 9, I wonder if RRQ can actually stand tall up against the rest of these squads from Thailand.
I mean, they have a buggy to play with, one singular buggy. You don't want to put 2 players on there. Oh, they have 2 buggies, excuse me. So they can actually just rush out forward, maybe put one player in the backside to provide that cover fire. I mean, Associate can do that. I mean, Noah has done some pretty long range fights as well. But for GenFoss, I'm not sure if they've actually remembered that he's around. Yes, he showed his hand. The last time he showed his hand was that 1v1 against Yummy. But he hasn't moved and it's just been so quiet.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And for the fact that Tem as well as eArena, they're just locking horns, just making sure that they don't cut past each other or just trying to stay afloat at the meantime. I guess for the moment, RQ isn't exactly the biggest of concern just yet. But what Tem can do is to really send one member towards that direction. Even so, you can see from this bird's eye view, it is kind of difficult to even spot out where RQ is. So I think GenFoss, he's gonna have some tricks up his sleeve later on. A possible top 2 finish at the very least.
Yeah, shouldn't be an issue. Waiting right now, no one really having control of the circle except for GenFoss. He's been tagged up already. Look at his shields, look at his helmet. Strength is so low, but he has quite a number of throwables to work with. 3 smokes, 5 nades. And throw 1. The rest of TM are just kind of like hunkered down together, but whether or not it actually clips them is the question. Comes out here, goes straight, but I don't think it's going to clip onto the members of TEM. So that smoke does keep him at bay for the time being. TEM is just being very quiet right now, and I think the idea is to kind of isolate the members of eArena from playing with each other, but that spray from GenFoss, what an opportune moment. It breaks everything, it ruins their rotation, ruins their timing as well. They can't take up more space. And now Estos is forced to move back, forced to go for that reset as well, leaving Bright all alone here. But honestly, for me, it's gonna be eArena with the most space to work with. They're just chilling right now at the bottom side.
Yeah, they're just lying in wait to see who climbs out from the high hills and what goes up has to fall. But Tiger, he's getting pepper sprayed by the members of RQ. I say member, just to correct myself, GenFoss. At least he's gotten the full intel of what he needs to do. Whoever he spots from Tem, he will have to definitely put that pressure first and foremost upon them, and also have to look out for Tiger X, who's supported on the bottom. Right, he found something from the bottom side.
Tiger as well, about to get completely punished as well. They had so much space, but unfortunately for them, out there in the open is not the play here. Only NC2, the final man left standing here. 1v1 v3. TM making sure to play together, making sure that trade potentials are there, making sure to not get isolated.
Can we just say that eArena kind of botched that? They had all the opportunity to actually secure all that area, and now it's TEM on the driver's seat, hunting out for GenFoss. As much as they can't really close up that distance, they are slowly on that approach. But how many nades does GenFoss has? I'm surprised he still has frags in his sleeves, while he still cooks up another one in the back. If he drops a big one, he might find the rest of TEM, but that's gonna fall real short. Tem Entertainment will just have to focus on RRQ. NC2 still on that lower ground. Another nade being primed up. It might just find something in return. Close enough. No cigar.
GenFoss waiting. A good spray to the face here, but that's just 3 gun barrels right at him. It's not going to be hard. It's not going to be easy for him to do that. Now the high ground. They have to jump down here. No space to work with. And they do. Take a lot of damage there as he goes through. NC2 waiting for the right opportunity moment. He can go for the isolated fights here, but he's so aware there's someone right on top of him here. As soon as he moves, he's going to be out there in the open. That's exactly what's happening here. He's staying alive right now, but 3 barrels to the face to work with is a bit much. And just like that, TEM going to end the day with a massive, massive W. A winner-winner chicken dinner.
The final match to be played out by this team, hailing in from Group C, and they have done it in great fashion, taking a leap of faith and turning the tides against eArena. All the opportunities were in the hands of eArena. They kind of had that slipped away by the prowess of how Tem isolate their targets and eventually close up that fight. We definitely want to see the highlights yet again to see how they turn this fight around, because this match was outstanding on how Tem have been able to hold out from that high ground.
Tem was very patient. It's very different the way they want to do it. I mean, I think personally for me, I think they could have like closed the game a lot earlier, but I think that there's a lot of a lot of questions, a lot of disinformation rather that I don't have. Where exactly is just Genpos holding? Because Genpos was also kind of like question marking a lot as well. Because a lot of the names that he threw out was toward the smokes area, because he was suspecting that the members of TEM were inside of the smokes instead of a little bit more far back. There's a lot of respect given by TEM to all the members despite it being only one member each. But I have to say, because of this thoroughness, because of this slower pace, it further concretes their lead into getting that chicken dinner.
That's right. I love that we also got that final money shot where Bright was taking that big leap in order to secure the final member MC2 off of the block. And that is going to be plenty full of points now secured in TEM's pack. So a total of 11 points included with chicken dinner. That should solidify themselves for a top 16. Therefore, it's really down to some of the remaining groups to play out for tomorrow. But TEM, they definitely have made their mark so far, and it's all boiling down to the final 6 games to see whether if we will get TEM in our Super Weekend.
Ooh, we might actually. I think it's looking really good for them right now. SO Zip and Bright, I think, has been phenomenal to watch. They're very aggressive. They're not afraid to go aggressive, just take up space. And on top of that, I think what's really cool is the fact that they're not afraid to just get up close and personal, just spray people in the face. How many jump shots have we seen from them? How many times have they really pushed forward? And I'm like, are you sure you want to do that? But somehow it worked out in their favor. And I think that's aura, honestly.
It definitely is, and overall, you know, we catch a little bit of breather, and we come back for more, as this has been a phenomenal day here in day 2. So keep your eyes on the highlights. And that was the perfect play to end the night from TEM Entertainment, as they have climbed up the hills and remain to be the kings of it all. And they should have just about enough points to eventually lead their way into the Super Weekend. But other than them, we have Sem9, RRQ, as well as Boom that have thrived throughout the course of this day 2 action, with plenty of points to book out and also plenty of destruction that they left along the way.
You know, I thought to myself that this final map is just gonna be a little bit less complicated, but that map was so hard, because if you think about how the circle was going, that high ground was toward the corner of the map, the very northern side. The lower side was completely open. One shack is the only cover that you can have if you're late to that circle. eArena had that advantage. Unfortunate for them, out there in the open, caught off guard, and they botched that. And somehow it still turned out to be a battle in just one side of the map, because if you were to jump down, you will will lose advantage, you will take a lot of damage, and you just be peppered sprayed to oblivion. And that's exactly what happened to Toda as well, to Toda in the beginning as well. But we're going to be looking at Zip here as the MVP for this match, and honestly, I'm not surprised. Zip, I mentioned already before the highlights, he's the kind of guy to take up space, he's the type of guy to just really go for this very aggressive plays, and he is not afraid to play very, very high risk, which is why we are seeing the amount of damage he puts out in these very risky situations. And regardless of that, the stats don't lie. 21 points with 11 eliminations and 10 rankings, which show that for TEM, despite them being very quiet, not having eliminations, they rely so much on getting to that last final circle and just farming the last few eliminations there.
Yeah, and I also want to highlight that what you've mentioned was true. TEM, they might have actually gambled by staying over on the top side, and eArena top that thing on the bottom of the stage until they realized that once it all closes up, they don't really have much cover for themselves once even RQ have seeked out a couple of all these straggling members down over onto the foot kill, and then things were starting to break apart. But when we add all these points together, the biggest victors today has been Team Flash as well as OJTH as they conclude 2 days of action after 12 matches of play. And look at how close they are. Just 1 point separating each other, and Team Flash still came up ahead despite not even scoring a single chicken dinner. Temp Entertainment, they also conclude their run, and they managed to make it a top 5 after all the commotion that they've been put through. But in the middle of the table, take a look at how many teams from Indonesia there is. We have VOIN Donkey, Alter Ego, BTR, Talon, and KAGENDRA. Some of them have concluded, so I think the cutoff point right now is 39 points. Talon, they are at risk. Same could be said about Alter Ego.
It's actually kind of insane, right? Because I think Alter Ego started the day with, I don't remember whether it was even 10 points they had. They still managed to jump up to 40, which is honestly insane given the fact that they got knocked out early twice today. We showed that the maps that they really thrived in, they really were able to thrive. Maps that they were unlucky, they were super, super unlucky. And being at the middle of this rung is really scary for them because right now they're out of games. They have no more games to play. It's a bit more there's no more games for them to play. And right now there's teams at the bottom that I believe will be able to catch up. I'm talking about Strangers, I'm talking about FaZe, I'm talking about New Era, the Vikings. They look very terrifying right now, despite the fact that they're at the bottom of the ladders.
Yeah, as much as it's terrifying, they just gotta ensure that, okay, you make a list of cutoff points, right? Like, you got to now aim for at least 20 points or 15 points in order to be secured. But today, I think SEMBILAN has been on fire. And who brought the fire? It has to be Firen here, as he has done so much. We highlighted Yuhai, Mika, but it was actually Firen that's been the one that's been putting them on the map.
It's really exciting looking how Firen played. The other two members will go a little bit more up close personal, take up space, and over on the outside, Firen is the one to be the scout, watching out for his teammates, making sure no one's flanking, making sure if anyone is going to be approaching the third party. And somehow, through the cacophony, as his teammates get knocked down, he gets these insane long-range pickoffs and just secures the kill for them, which is going to be very, very exciting to watch. I love the fact that SEM9 has gone for this player because it looked like it really suits the style of play that this team has to offer. And for me personally, I'm really hoping that we get an interview with this particular player very, very soon. I don't think we're going to be seeing it today because he didn't manage to get the chicken dinner, but I really want to know what is the mindset behind bringing Firen onto this stage. Regardless, as we prepare to go for the interview contract, who do you think is going to be on stage?
Well, we'll find out.
What an amazing day it has been, and we concluded our final game for the day over here, and we're here back again at the main stage with yet another interview. And joining me at this time is none other than Young T666, which prefers to actually be called Young T here on main stage from Team Flash. And joining me at the other end is none other than Viola, who's going to be doing translation for this interview. So Young T, amazing day. So how's the energy going on with you and your team right now?
Chào Giang Ti, thì hôm nay các bạn đã có một ngày thi đấu rất là tuyệt vời. Vậy không biết là hiện tại cảm xúc của các bạn, bạn và đội của bạn như thế nào?
Cảm xúc của bọn em thì khá là vui vì trên đội top 2 1 điểm ạ.
We are quite happy because we left the second team behind by 1 point.
Oh, wow. Right. Very specific on that. And of course, we have to ask this. Now, in 2024, that's not really been a successful year for Team Flash. But this time about you guys are back once again and with a much younger lineup. And so far, quite positive results. So what do you think your goals are for you and your team at this PMSL?
Năm 2024 thì không thực sự là một năm thành công đối với các bạn, nhưng mà các bạn đã trở lại PMSL lần này với một đội hình trẻ hơn và có kết quả cũng đang khả quan. Như vậy thì mục tiêu của các bạn trong giải đấu lần này là gì?
Mục tiêu của bọn em tại giải đấu lần này sẽ là chức vô địch ạ.
Our goal is still the championship title.
Wow, they're gunning in for that first play and championship title. Of course, all this will be answered a little bit more further down the road. It's up in the competition. Now, this time, it's a very young lineup, as I mentioned, right? So, do you think that this will serve as an obstacle to you and the team? Because you're going up against some of the veterans within the battleground itself. And do you feel this, and why would that be?
Các bạn đang có một đội hình rất là trẻ so với những thành viên kỳ cựu từ các đội khác. Thì bạn có nghĩ đây sẽ là một cái thách thức và cản trở cho các bạn hay không? Tại sao?
Em nghĩ với một cái lai trẻ đầy tài năng và kỹ năng như em Bao Z và em Z Hiếu thì không có gì là cản trở ạ.
I think having a young lineup who are very talented and skillful like both and just Hiếu, I don't think there will be any obstacles for us.
Wow, confidence is key on this, all right? Thank you very much for that. Of course, we want to ask this. Now, on behalf of Team Flash, anything that you want to say to all the other teams who are competing here at PMSL?
Vậy cuối cùng thì em có lời gì muốn gửi đến các đội khác đang thi đấu tại PMSL lần này hay không?
Hãy cẩn thận với chúng tôi.
Be careful of us.
Oh, wow. Okay, all right. So be careful of Team Flash and together with Young T over here at the main stage. Thank you very much, Young T. And of course, thank you so much, Viola, for joining us for this interview. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the games may be done, but in a few short moments, we're going to be back together with our amazing commentators where they're going to be enlightening us on what has transpired here in day number 2 of our first week of competition at the 2025 PMSL Southeast Asia Spring. And going to be sharing a little bit of their thoughts about what we can expect in the next upcoming days and weeks here in the competition. So commentators, back to you guys at the studios.
Young T, huh? It's like a rapper name. And honestly, I'm not surprised. He did say to watch out for them. He did say that bringing in the young blood has been such a game changer for the team. And I really think it is. This is a very, very different Team Flash coming into today. It's very aggressive. It's very fast, like their name as well. But I'm also loving the fact that they have so many different, I would say, nuances, so many different styles of play here. They can go aggressive and they can say, okay, our aggressive plays are getting countered. What's the next page we can do? Slow it down, press the brakes, and then we'll try and see how to play reactive now. Love that for them.
Yeah, when you mentioned rapper name, yeah, it starts to make sense. You can feel the aura, the swagger, and the way he responds. Like, yeah,
Who
we're
says
young.
swagger in 2025, Contra?
I didn't say the word swag. Swagger is still a generic word in the dictionary.
Fine, fine.
You know?
I'm just trying to pick on you, Contra. Come
yeah,
on.
I'm absolutely fine with that. But just look at how talented this roster is, right? They haven't even gotten a single chicken dinner yet. Imagine when they do, when they move into the Super Weekend. OSJA was just 1 point shy. 1 point shy, even with a chicken dinner. And Flash has surpassed them. It's just incredible, right?
Yeah, I think it's very similar when you think about the Vietnamese style of play. I think there are a lot of, I would say, similarities between Xavier as well as Flash. I think Flash, one thing, has a little bit more speed compared to Xavier that more relies on that heavy hitting firepower. They want to take these fights up close and personal and in your face. Flash is more of a drive-by, very aggressive, very swift as well. Regardless, it's still the same part of that same point, which I'm very excited to watch. But right now, my eyes are on these really big teams who have dynasties. I'm talking about Alter Ego, the team that I think we expected a lot from them, given the fact that they are one of the big names here in PMSL. It's been it's been many years we've seen them up there. This would might potentially be one of the first few Super Weekends they might not qualify to, and it's terrifying. And I think the mindset of not being able to do anything about it is something different. Regardless, that will be the end of day number 2. We still have one more day to go. Do not go anywhere. I mean, go and use it somewhere. Then come back tomorrow. Okay, that's the name of the game here. As we have more PMSL SEA Spring coming up here, and don't forget, this is sponsored to you and brought to you by TECNO. We'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place.